How'd it go yesterday?
Oh, really good.
Good. They said there was floods in the southeast. Where?
Actually, I have 7:45 now. It's a good crowd. Thank you. You'll see that by 8 o'clock, lots of people ramble in. Anyway, good morning, everybody. And the answer is good morning, Marty, because I really want to make sure everybody is wide awake as we get started here. So let's try that again. And it's a silly routine if you've been to my panels before that I go through, but it helps to ensure that people pay attention. Otherwise, why are we here? Why are you here? Why are we here? So let's try it again. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Marty.
There we go. Thank you very much. Glad that you're here today. This is the future of TV. Wall Street analysts meet industry executives. It's about innovation and disruption moving into the next wave. And as we get further on, we're going to talk a little bit about the next wave. But I want to put this panel into context so you'll understand the kind of discussion points that we're going to be getting into. So let me just do a quick read of the topic description. Gone is the status quo for TV as companies at all points in the entertainment value chain are vying for a piece of the global action. Consumer habits across various demographics are evolving, driven by technology. The future of TV involves deep insight into both the qualitative and quantitative aspects of content production and distribution, and the impact that the technologies of today, and more importantly, those of tomorrow, will have on the many competitive and high-stakes business models in place today and anticipated for the future as companies shape their strategies in response to the changes. The future will be shaped in part by the myriad of devices and content vying for our attention, as well as the rollout of faster broadband technologies, both wired and increasingly wireless, as we enter the next wave of the future. So our distinguished panel of executives and analysts are going to be here. We're going to debate and challenge some of the various points that we'll bring up. We'll leave room at the end for some questions from you, answers from us, known as Q&A. And so let's start with letting each of the panelists take a moment to say who they are, who they work for, and how that pertains to the topic. We'll start with my far left with Gene Munster from Piper Jaffray.
Hey, good morning. I'm Gene Munster. I'm with Piper Jaffray, which is an investment bank, and I write research on public companies that impact what's going on in TV. Those companies include Amazon, Apple, and Google. And we also meet with a lot of private companies that are trying to redefine how TV is going to be in the future.
Thank you. And to his right, Darren Cross.
Hi, Darren Cross, formerly, until recently, head of corporate strategy and business development for Maker Studios. Up until recently, we called them multi-channel networks. Nobody uses that phrase anymore. But really, networks across platforms for creative, social creators, such as Snapchat, Instagram, YouTube, etc. My focus was on strategic partnerships with mainstream media for distribution, as well as finding new partnerships across the existing mediums.
Thank you. And to his right, Michael Pachter, Wedbush Securities.
Hi, Michael Pachter. Wedbush is also an investment bank. I'm sort of a Gene Munster light, not quite as good looking and certainly not as well known, but I am taller and older than him, so I've got that going for me.
Have you established that in terms of age? You don't have to say what that is.
Are you kidding me?
Oh.
Come on, be serious.
Okay. Here we go.
Closer than you think.
You know, I think that.
I have a 6 handle in front of my age, so
All right.
I'm really confident.
All right, then that must be true. Then I'm not going to comment, and I'm not sure Larry will either. Larry Namer to his right.
Yeah, Larry Namer, president of Maton Global Entertainment Group, which is a company that does a lot of content development across all platforms, and particularly in Asia these days, but probably better known here in the U.S. as the founder of E! Entertainment Television.
Thank you. And to his right, and last but not least, actually, may not be last, John Corser from NBC's Stuck in Traffic. That's his honorary chair right there. Ted Malone from Ericsson.
Hi, Ted Malone with Ericsson. I work on TV and media strategy for Ericsson. We're one of the leading suppliers of TV and media software for kind of the entire TV production value chain from compression through IPTV distribution. It's primary enterprise software, so we power products like AT&T Uverse and other TV products that you might have heard of, but it's mostly enterprise software. We are involved in a lot of TV and media innovation, so glad to be here, Marty.
Good. Glad you could be here. And my name is Marty Schindler. We have a husband and wife consulting team, the Schindler Perspective. Between us, we have a Big Four professional service firm, top 5 business school background, supported with hands-on roles at companies such as 20th Century Fox, MGM, Lucasfilms Industrial Light and Magic, Kodak Cinesite, and Bank of America. Through the years, we have consulted on a variety of business-related matters for companies along the entire value chain. We're based here in Southern California, but work just about anywhere. Anyway, let's get started. We'll give John Corser an opportunity to jump in when he arrives. Let's talk about IP delivery. On a scale of 1 to 10, how probable is it that IP delivery will dominate the format? Is there a timeline for that? Is it 5 years, 10 years, or even further out there? This is a subject of a lot of debate amongst people. Who would like to start with that?
You're focused on the United States?
Well, you know, it's the United States. Larry's doing a lot of work in China. I know Gene covers companies in China as well. Korea and Japan and Singapore are high-tech companies. What do you think? High-tech countries, I should say.
I'll just start it out that I think that it's a function of time. I think we're probably a decade away. Just the broader concept of cable cutting. When we meet with equity investors, public investors, the concept of TV being something that's broadcast and linear has kind of gone by the wayside, even though ad budgets are still heavily weighted to that. So I think that the people that I work with tend to believe that this is a function of time. And then you have everything from what Amazon is doing in terms of almost doubling their investment in content, YouTube starting to ramp their video offering, other offerings outside of the U.S. It feels like it's moving at the pace of a glacier, but is definitely happening.
Larry?
Sure. In particularly China, IP-based stuff is actually much more important now than it is here. For a different set of reasons, not really to do with technology, but the fact that consumerism in China is much people who have money in China to buy stuff are much younger than they are in the United States. People with money in China, 25 to 40, they consume traditional forms of media, half-hour sitcoms and one-hour dramas, etc. But they consume them on a laptop or now a mobile phone. So the brands that are now in the market, particularly the Western brands, have finally caught on that the people that you reach on broadcast television there are not the people that can buy their products. So they're moving more and more money into original online or IP-based content and stuff. And for content creators, you know, we go where the brands want us to go. So we're creating a lot for that.
Hey, Michael?
This is more of an observation than a prediction because I don't really understand why it is the way it is. We have linear broadcast over IP, stuff like Twitch. So that's not archived. You're watching live streams on Twitch. And there's really no reason why linear television can't be delivered over IP. The reason I think that it isn't is that we're just stuck with an anachronistic model, which is the cable box. And even Comcast, who I consider pretty sophisticated, they're still coming out with X1. They can't just cut the cord themselves and start delivering their content over an internet connection. You are seeing in the US, the big guys who deliver television all also deliver internet. So AT&T Uverse is both, Verizon Fios is both, Comcast, Time Warner, both. So why is it that they don't use the internet connection to deliver linear television? I don't get it. It's a bunch of old white guys making dumb decisions. It's going to change. I think Gene's right. I think it's 10 years out, and it should be 10 days out. So I don't really get it. And in the meantime, you've got these little insidious upstarts like Netflix coming in and capturing eyeballs because they give you stuff you want on demand. I mean, if you want to watch I Love Lucy, I think I just saw it was the 60th anniversary of I Love Lucy the other day.
You are a fan. You mention that regularly,
Yeah, I love
I
it.
think.
But if you want to watch it, you know, where do you find it? You sure as hell don't find it on your cable system on demand. It's just not there, and it should be. And if you're CBS and you own that, and you own the Twilight Zone, and you own the Dick Van Dyke Show, why as a CBS subscriber can't I see that stuff? And would I pay more? Of course I would pay more. So I don't think it's going to take very long. It might take Les Moonves to retire, because I think he's, again, another old white guy. But you're going to need somebody to replace the decision makers that says, wait a minute, you know, if you give kids everything that they want on demand as well as linear, then we really have a business model. That's going to happen, and I think the consumer will demand it and will pay for it. And that's the missing element. I think people assume you can't have IP delivery unless it's cheap and less expensive than conventional cable, and that's upside down. It should be more expensive because you get more. So again, this observation that it will change, I actually think you're right, 10 years.
I don't want to mix the IP live delivery versus just video usage in general, but we did a survey, we do it a couple times a year as teen survey, and it was about 10,000 teens that we recently completed, and almost 85, this is in the US, so it's high school students, and almost 85% said that, not surprising, that IP delivery is their preferred way of viewing video. So when you start to put it in that context and you assume their behavior is going to stay the same, this kind of puts some context around what the tidal wave is.
Ted?
So, yeah, let me just add one thing. So I think it's a good point. There's managed IP TV, which Comcast is halfway through their IP conversion, and at least half of X1 is all IP. So I wouldn't want to say that Comcast is slow on this.
No, I just meant that they require a box.
But
If
it's
they did
an
it without a
IP.
box,
It's an IP box. So I think we're combining OTT delivery.
So is this. That's the problem.
Right.
That they're limiting it to their own proprietary
From a
box.
from a technology standpoint, I think IP can be used just as well for OTT delivery as for managed television delivery to a set-top box. So I think most television in the U.S. in less than 5 years, with the exception of satellite, will be delivered by IP.
Well, let me bring up a point, though, and I had it further down on my list, but Michael mentioned the set-top box. You know, the FCC is talking about eliminating that, or at least opening it up to competition. Is that going to make any difference? Or there was a time when TVs were supposed to start coming with a smart card, an authentication device with a chip in it, or some other similar means of plugging it into your display device, if you will, a 60-inch display device, and be able to authenticate and get the content you want. Does the FCC really?
You're talking about a cable card.
Well, cable card, yeah.
Or CI.
What did I call it something different?
You just said a smart card.
A smart card, okay, well, that was my intent.
Yeah, yeah. So,
So-
and in Europe, it's very popular. You can buy a pay TV or a television set in Europe and plug in the module for whoever your pay TV operator is. It didn't take off here for a variety of reasons, but there are places where that's become very common and popular.
So are we behind? Larry does a lot of stuff in China and in India, and you're familiar with what's
Our
going on in Europe?
government, well, net neutrality and other things around the FCC, our government gets in the way of this a little bit more than some of the other governments around the world.
Okay. Slim bundles, you know, had a lot of talk, not a lot of smoke as far as I can tell just yet with Sling and PlayStation Vue. CBS All Access is coming to the forefront. In fact, they're going to have the next Star Trek coming out on CBS All Access. Do the Slim bundles and things what Sling and PlayStation Vue are doing, are they going to have an impact on this conversion to IP? I didn't. So
Yeah,
I
simple
can't,
answer is
I never
yes.
stump anybody. Go ahead.
They've been out. It hasn't had a material impact yet, and part of it is that the bundles don't have enough content behind them or enough options to really intrigue the average consumer. if you're dedicated on cutting the cable, then Sling is probably the best example of building an offering that is more appealing. But there's still some big players who haven't weighed in. The obvious one is what Apple's tried to do and has failed at trying to put together this compelling bundle. The way Apple explains it is that people would rather pay $70 a month for 10 channels they actually watch versus $150 a month for 300 channels. And so I think that there is enough dollars behind the concept of improving the Slim bundle, and the one that everyone always talks about is ESPN. And we've seen some movement from some bigger content over the past year, but we're still probably a couple years away from getting to the point where an average consumer gets more excited about the Slim bundle.
I think Verizon came out last week and said between, I think 40% of their subscribers are now choosing some form of a skinny bundle instead of their traditional bundle. So I think it's a trend that's emerging. Whether it ends up saving people money or not, I think remains to be seen, but I completely agree that most consumers would rather have choice over the channels they get versus a bunch of channels they feel like they don't want.
So that brings up the idea of, the non-traditional platforms. Michael mentioned Twitch before, which has grown fairly significantly, and Amazon made an announcement recently about moving that up a couple of notches. I can't quote the announcement specifically. Twitter, that has the NFL games on Thursday night. All of what Amazon is doing otherwise, YouTube. The debates are everywhere. Yahoo had an NFL game last year. So there's a lot of things that are changing. So does that help support the conversion? Michael?
I mean, I think that we have to keep in mind that the content owners are going to ultimately control all this. And so if they are foolish, and let me call the NFL foolish, if they're giving away their content, to Twitch or to Twitter, at the same exact instant, then they're going to train people that they don't have to watch ads, they don't have to pay for it. They're getting a feed at the same time. If they're foolish and they license content cheaply to Netflix a week after the show season concludes, then they're going to train consumers that you don't have to subscribe to cable because you get the show relatively approximate in time to its launch. If they are smart, like HBO, and they make that window 3 years, then no, I don't see any skinny bundle. If you have to wait 3 years to get content other than linear, then I don't see anybody taking over. I think that the current model actually persists forever. So again, it's up to the content guys. And if they, this $70 for 10 channels sounds great, unless one of the 10 channels you like is Speed Vision or the Weather Channel. And unfortunately, that would be none of us. And so what happens to Speed Vision and the Weather Channel? They disappear. You guys remember Blockbuster? They used to have 5,000 movies in the store, and they were replaced by Redbox that had 30 movies in the box. You lost choice. Now maybe it goes back, you get 5,000 movies on demand, but that took years before we got back to the selection we had at Blockbuster. You start eliminating 300 cable channels, and you're essentially going to piss off 90% of the television consuming public because they're all going to lose something they like. My wife watches Long Island Medium on the History Channel. Who would think that that was on, that there was a History Channel? I didn't even know the channel. We watch a bunch of crap on TV. It's just that I watch different crap from what you guys watch. So if you take away choice, and that's what's going to happen with the bundles, then I think everybody loses. But in particular, Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie can't afford a divorce because they're not getting $15 million a movie. They're getting $500,000 because nobody's watching their stuff anymore. We can't have that happen. So the content guys are going to cling on to the old model until they all turn into dust. I don't see this migrating the way most people see it migrating because I give credit to Hollywood. They're smarter than most people think they are, and greedier.
Well, you use that word greedy.
I
In
love
fact,
that
at one time back on a panel, you called them old greedy bastards.
They are, but in a good way.
In a good way.
Look, the greed is what creates great content. I mean, think about the money that's floating around between Netflix, Amazon, Hulu, HBO, USA, FX. I just saw the CEO of FX quoted as saying there are 500 scripted programs right now available to watch, and 10 years ago it was 100. That's amazing. So is that good for everybody or bad? It's great for us. We have choice. We see Mr. Robot,
Yeah.
which wouldn't have gotten greenlit, 10 years ago. Unfortunately, we also see Westworld, which is really not worth it.
And I've got some numbers I'll go into a little further down the list, because he's been the most outspoken about the volume of content. There's just not enough hours in the day. Ted, you've got a comment?
Yeah, I think on the whole skinny bundle thing, and maybe it's a good segue from the studio thing. So first, a lot of these channels that we get, these aren't independent channels. They're Speed, for instance, is not an independent channel. So these channels are actually part of a small number of large studios that really are just using these channels as a way to create subgenres of their programming. So I think the studios make these decisions based on where people are consuming that and the different types of distribution models, whether it's ad or subscription or what have you. But I think it cause and effect. We should remember the reason these skinny bundles are coming out is the pay TV operators were struggling with retrans fees and rising content costs, and the business model for pay TV in the U.S. is falling apart. And the large operators are basically buying each other, combining DirecTV, AT&T, Time Warner, Charter, Altice has been sweeping up a few people, Cablevision, Bright House, et cetera. So I think what they're doing is they're staving off a problem, which is as these different channels become available and they need to carry them, you have to be an absolutely massive operator in order to eke out 9, 10, 11% margins in the pay TV business here. So the skinny bundles are one of the only ways they can offer something to consumers where the price isn't going through the roof. And I think the model is not sustainable, because pretty soon there won't be any more operators to be combining, and the cost retrans has completely crushed.
So you're talking
fees.
monopoly down the road?
No, I don't think that's a reasonable situation here, because there will always be kind of forced competition between cable and satellite, et cetera. But I'm just saying that the current, if you just project out literally 3, 4, 5 years, the retrans 6 years ago, retrans revenue was 0. Now I think this year it was $4 or $5 billion. So rebroadcasting fees have just crushed the pay TV operators' margins.
Larry?
Yeah, I think if you kind of look back at, the era of the great channel creation thing, a lot of it was just because channel capacity was something that was a scarcity, so everybody decided that they had to block stuff. So you take Discovery and you cut one channel into 10 channels, and that's the way a lot of these channels came about. And because TV for a long time wasn't terribly good, those channels, which I called default channels, it's like there's nothing on my favorite channel, so I go thumbing through this and I find stuff on some of these channels. That's going to go away, because now you do have, there's actually more good stuff on television. So when I watch television, I know exactly what I want to watch, and when I watch, and I can get it when I want to watch. So a lot of those, the issue of skinny bundle, if you don't have 300 channels that are economically viable anymore, and that begins to shrink, doesn't everything kind of come down to a smaller bundle than
But do you know what those channels are called in the industry? Hostage channels.
Yeah.
They're called hostage channels because you can't get Fox if you don't carry a bunch of these smaller channels that they produce. So a lot of operators wouldn't be carrying those channels if they didn't have to.
They'll carry them, but if
No, they have to carry them.
If the revenue continues to shrink because I have something better to watch than to go to channel 274, the reason for Fox keeping that channel, I think, diminishes too.
But you're talking about the pay TV revenue. The operators are the ones who are collecting that revenue. They still are being forced to take those other channels whether they want them or not.
Okay, but if nobody watches them, the ad revenue dries up, which is part of it's not the whole equation,
Yep.
but it's part. So does companies like, and I talk to these guys on a fairly regular
Yep.
basis, and they're beginning to look at that and what they did 10 years ago and say, does this still make sense?
Yeah.
I think as you go deeper and deeper and you have better and better television, all those default things become less and less viable.
So does that kind of speak for why maybe the content should be on the net, should be on on YouTube, should be somewhere else instead of taking up channel capacity? I think Darren's got a,
Yeah, I think a lot of this niche content is better suited towards IP delivery, towards a YouTube or what have you. I mean, that's where YouTube is really a ton of little niches. I mean, the biggest drivers on YouTube, for example, are kids programming, gaming, music, and life and style. But you'd be surprised that literally 40% of the views on YouTube are kids watching Let's Play or Minecraft or unboxings. My son alone is churning up millions of views of egg surprise openings. It's
Plus, in
that stuff
IP,
can't
they don't
work on
take up
TV.
spectrum. They don't take up space in IP.
right.
So if you're thinking about carving out spectrum on a cable plant, that's one thing. But for instance, AT&T Uverse, who we've spent a lot of time with our product, C-SPAN and a lot of these, they call them PEG channels, public, education, and government, they're available, but they don't actually start streaming until somebody starts watching them. And for the most part, they never get watched, and therefore they never take up any bandwidth on their network at all. So I think in the IP world, these channels they create financial hangover, but they don't create a spectrum hangover.
So does that suggest that the network can handle it? I'm thinking of the point several years ago when the first iPhone came out. It was only on AT&T in the very beginning, and the network kind of hiccuped a lot. Now it's caught up, and with the penetration rate for smartphones, just say smartphones alone, you don't really have a problem very often unless you got a cell site that's blocked or something. So can the network handle it? I mean, we've gone from megabytes to gigabytes to terabytes, and soon we're going to be into zettabytes. Will it be a smooth transition that will enable IP delivery to work without a hiccup? Larry's pointing about channel up, channel down on his remote, and when we do that at home and when we watch something on cable, we expect that channel to pop in instantly. Now, it doesn't quite happen. Even if you've got a really robust connection at home, it doesn't quite work that quickly. So will the network rise to that? I mean, network providers are going from, upwards of 100 megabytes now.
So I think if you take a step back and look at least just the mobile networks, this whole concept of 5G is setting up to be something that is really boring to talk about, but probably is going to be impactful in terms of video usage. And as I said, about every 10 years we get this step up, which probably puts 5G somewhere around 2020 is when that rollout starts. The specs are still to be determined. Verizon's put some specs out there, but this is something that some of the VCs that we've talked to have these just grandiose claims that you could potentially download a standard def movie in a matter of 30 seconds. And I think that whether that's true or not, what is true is that this is going to be a step up. And that's had a major impact on video, as Marty was talking about, over the past decade. And I think expect another step function up starting in 2020.
Is that a good time frame?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think you're exactly right. 2020 is when it's going to start being measurable in single-digit percentages.
So is that one of the reasons why Google's pulled back from fiber? Because maybe not only are we moving to an IP network, maybe we're moving to a more consistent delivery wirelessly.
Yeah, fixed wireless, for sure.
Okay?
Well, at least that's what they've said.
They, meaning Google.
Google, yeah.
So that is why they've stepped back from
Yeah.
fiber. I mean, that seems to be a lot of pundits saying that, including probably all 6 of you and me and half this room. All right, let's talk about the next wave. I mentioned the next wave is part of the topic title, and I added that to the topic title this time as opposed to prior times because since the last Digital Hollywood, Alvin Toffler passed away. And it was Toffler's third wave book to form the basis for the more recent Steve Case book of the same title. And on the cheap, shameless plug side of that, a number of years ago, we were honored to work with Mr. Toffler on a future-focused business plan that actually got funded, or a funding commitment from one of the world's richest people. For various reasons, Mr. Toffler decided not to go forward with, as a personal reason on his part that I won't go into. But in, Toffler's 1968 book, Future Shock, this is preceding the third wave, he talked about the age of personalization. And everybody said, wow, what is that going to mean? I think that term means more today when it comes to future of TV than it did in the past. Anybody want to comment about where personalization is today and where it's going to be in the next couple of years? And what it means. What does it mean to the consumer? What does it mean in the smart home?
Yeah, from our standpoint, when we're putting together these pay TV services for our customers, personalization is one of the main things that they're looking for. And I think that, at least in the pay TV operator space, the definition of personalization is, I don't want to see the same TV experience that everybody else sees. I want to see something that learns and adapts and doesn't show me stuff I don't like and shows me stuff I do. And you can think about how your phone, we might both have iPhones, but if you look at my iPhone, it's going to look very different than your iPhone because we both have kind of set it up to where we're comfortable. And I think that's what they're looking for in television, is you can not just have favorite channels and things like that, but you can have an experience that understands that maybe on Friday nights you like watching movies, and it'll suggest some movies based on other things that you've watched before, and it learns, and so it has maybe some Rotten Tomatoes kind of essence to it, and it has user experience personalization, and it tries to reduce the effort that you have to put into finding something to watch. So that's, I think, what we mean by personalized.
Well, Larry likes pushing the channel up, channel down button.
No more, though.
Nobody likes doing that.
But, I think from the content creator point of view, this may be subtle, but it's true. I used to think in terms of what can I do that fits into, a network? What can I do for ESPN? What can I do for Comedy Channel and stuff? But as, the choice of good stuff continues to grow and get better, the importance of individual brands of shows has become much more important to me when I think of creating something. It has to stand on its own. It has to know that people have the choice of finding me, and basically they build their own channel. I mean, each person is now totally in control of their viewing experience, or close to totally in control, and then they basically build that, to their likes and stuff like that. So the importance of channels as a brand, I think, diminishes, but shows as a brand increases, at least in the way we think of creation.
Michael?
I think that we should be talking about the consumption of media as opposed to just television. And I think we should use the analogy, the consumption of food. So, 200 years ago or 300 years ago, maybe you could go down to the tavern for a meal, but otherwise you made it yourself, or you caught it yourself and cooked it yourself. Then suddenly restaurants, then fast food, drive-through, now Grubhub, and even Blue Apron, if you want to cook it yourself, it all comes done for you. I have children who, I literally was out of town last week. I called, they were having dinner, and my daughters and my wife were each eating something different. It blows me away. That
Personalization.
And my kids are eating sushi for dinner, and I don't think I had sushi till I was 30. So it kills me. But so then if you think about media, we grew up, those of us who have six handles in front of our age, with three network choices and some local channels. My kids are growing up with Snapchat, and I watch my kids who have phones and have since they were 9, and they are instantly communicating. They believe all news is available instantly, and it is. They believe you can order anything you want on the internet, and you can, including media. So I actually think the world has to evolve to address the demands of that generation, and it is. We're not there yet, but truthfully, nirvana for everybody is get whatever entertainment you want, whenever you want it, wherever you want it, on whatever device you choose. That is technologically feasible today and will happen. I'm back with the first thing Gene said, 10 years from now, because you're going to have the content owners resisting the change. But if people are willing to pay more for it, and be real, you pay more for fast food than you do to make it at home, but it's convenient. You will pay more for all this choice if it's utterly convenient. People will pay more. And if people pay more, Brad can divorce Angelina, everything's going to be fine.
I agree with you. I think you might actually pay less on an individual kind
If
of
you consume
device
less,
basis,
right.
but if you combine that together, the total revenue may be higher. And I mean, if you look back, we don't need to go back 100 years, but if you look back 25, 30 years ago, there weren't cell phones, right? Cell phones were attached to buildings. Now, everybody in this room has their own phone number, and probably a bunch of your buildings don't have phones anymore. So the number of phones increased dramatically, and while you may be able to get a really cheap plan now, the total aggregate revenue is dramatically higher because the sockets, the endpoints, went through the roof. And so I think entertainment can become personal, and I agree with you, it's not just TV, it's media all up. It can become personal at an individual level, and you may pay kind of micro payments for that personalization, which makes you feel like you're spending less money. But if you add up all the little bits that we're all spending, I think there's still money to be made.
John, go ahead.
I have a question. Will content creators make any of that money, or is it just the distributors? Yeah, because
The
you know,
economic rent is going to be captured where the value is created, so I would say the content owners always win, which is, I have a sell on Netflix because they're a distributor, sorry. If they get really good at original content, they'll be a content owner and they'll capture
What
rent.
about the individual producer that goes and shoots
If
something?
you sell your content to a distribution network, you're going to make the lion's share of the economic rent.
Yeah. And
They
the good
have
news-
to pay for it.
The good news for the operators is they do make pretty good amount of money on
Right.
broadband today, so, unlike television.
And gentleman, second from the end is John Corser, who came in a little bit late, but just since you didn't have a chance to say who you were and what you're doing, he's a production executive at NBC Universal Cable Productions, has been involved in a lot of content creation of all kinds throughout the years, hence the without me trying to recite your whole bio for you, John. But I think Michael's point is well taken in terms of maybe the heading for the panel Future of TV really ought to be media instead of the word TV. But I think we all know what that means. They're synonymous until someone has to really define it. And then it still comes up with a similar definition.
My question
Go ahead,
is,
John.
If there's a finite number of dollars, and you have 500 scripted shows, and you start to divide that up, pretty soon the individual producer makes very little, but the person that collects those together makes a lot.
Yeah, you'll have to have a weeding out of content. That's the 500 scripted series are probably more than the system can sustain in the long run. 100's too few, but what's going to happen? It's just like movies. I mean, we used to have 220 theatrical release films a year, and it's down to like 130 now. Production budgets are up, but there are fewer bets, and we get more sequels, and so we're shortchanged as consumers because we have fewer selections. You wouldn't get Sophie's Choice made, now because it's too small and they can't make $100 million on it. But and I actually think that's a real problem with media is we're dumbing it down. In the long run, we will dumb it down if people pay less. But yeah, I think the guys who make good content are going to do fine. I hope.
Me too.
So, under the heading of no one rides for free, and you might know the couple of phrases that precedes that from an old bumper sticker, but
Unless you share a Netflix password, then you're ready for free.
well, that is an issue as well at times. But nevertheless, someone has to pay for it somewhere along the line. Otherwise, I mean, you and I can't go into Ralph's and take what we want off the shelf and say, I'll give you an IOU, we'll pay it later. So on that topic, someone has to pay for it somewhere. Ted had mentioned, everybody has a smartphone. And with the degree to which sensors are in the phone, sensors are in our TVs, you walk into the living room, each of Michael's twin daughters and wife go in, and Michael each go in the living room, the sensor knows who's there. Michael, I think it's time for you to watch House of Cards. We got a new episode, but on that, if you're watching a more traditional broadcast, something that might have been recorded or on demand that was originally on, let's say, one of the networks, you've got targeted advertising at that point. We know from your cookies that you were looking at a new car, a new phone, a new whatever. Is that going to help pay for some of this content if we had better targeted ads, dynamic ad insertion? I mean, you mentioned movies. Thursday night is the big night for movie ads on traditional TV because movies open on Friday. But if you record that Thursday night show and don't watch it until 3 Thursdays from now, that movie may have come and gone.
So, but
So what's wrong with
Marty-
Warner Brothers still keeping that slot?
Marty, Disney can't name 1% of the people who saw Star Wars. They have no idea. The movie ticket sale is anonymous. It's not shared with them. That's freaking stupid. Even if you buy it on your phone, they can't figure it out. I would opt into that. I mean, I would opt in if I see a Marvel movie that they would then notify me and I'd know when the next one's coming. They don't do that. Why don't they do that? I understand privacy, but they have no idea. Maybe Nielsen households, people know who's watching TV, but otherwise, you're 18 to 49. They have no idea who's watching TV. So IP delivery theoretically makes that better. Netflix theoretically knows what I'm watching. They don't share it. So, I mean, this is a great dream that all this data is going to lead to better marketing and more targeted marketing. It isn't happening, and I frankly think back to net neutrality, government regulation, President Trump, there's no way that it's not going to be legal here, which is a shame. Because I think the more that they know about me, the better. And you're right, Google knows I did a Porsche search. So I get Porsche ads all the time. You know, Google knows I bought a boat. So I get advertisements for boat accessories all the time. It's crazy. But Disney doesn't know I saw Star Wars. There's just something wrong with that.
So is that a weakness at the various studios and other places? I mean, Larry, do you know who watches your show in China? Because you're doing nothing but.
Yeah, we do a lot of IP-based stuff, and we do stuff there, and I think that one of the reasons I'm in China is because of the millennials, the way they consume media is different, and they're kind of ahead of us there. So by being there, I'm getting to learn things that I could then bring back this way, because it has changed. Media consumption has changed dramatically, and will only continue to go. But, you know, the other thing that China provides for us is a chance to experiment with the business models. I mean, when you look at this 500-channel world out there, and, you know, let's say the per show take by an indie producer continues to shrink. You got to look you got to look for more business models. So in China, where, you know, I mean, Marty knows and we laugh about it. We're in the shoe business in China. One of our shows, you know, the girls wear great shoes, and
It's a Sex and the City type of show.
We employ a shoe designer, and we have a shoe factory, and everybody laughs that we make more money from shoes than we do on TV. But so what? I mean, we're still, you know, creating this TV experience and stuff there. But we do a lot of IP-based stuff, and it's now to the point where we do get to share a lot of the data, so we know who's consuming to a degree, not perfect yet.
I think the operators, whether it's the mobile operators or the MVPDs or what have you, they they know a lot about you and a lot about your media consumption. Google, their DoubleClick guys did a presentation at NAB, and Google, I think, is in a unique position to push the limits here. And you might not like this, or you might think it's really cool, but what they're doing is on their Google Fiber television system, which is, I think, in 60 or 70,000 homes, they're doing DVR ad replacement. So once you've moved outside the C7 window, I think they're getting in there, and they're finding these ads, like you just said, that are stale, and they're replacing them with fresher ads from the same publisher. So they're not writing over a Ford ad with a GM ad or a Disney ad with a Warner Brothers ad. They're freshening those ads on DVR recordings in place. so that when you go to watch them later, the ads are fresher.
With which operator or operators?
Just themselves. So
Just themselves?
On Google
So when I have
Fiber
Time
TV
Warner
system-
cable, I'm
No.
still seeing that old stale ad.
Now DoubleClick is now out pitching the operators. They're saying, hey, look, we did this with our pay TV service, which is only available on small operators, but we would like to take this to larger. DoubleClick actually has access to a lot more information about all of us. So they have access into credit reporting bureaus. So they may know that you just paid off your car, and because you just paid it off, you might be more in tune to buying a new car. And not only do they know that, but they know it was a pickup truck. And so they're going to target you with an ad for a new pickup truck because they specifically know you just paid off a pickup truck. And they can do all of that today through their system, and on their own pay TV service, they already are. So I think as we look, as the business model is facing a lot of pressure, it's the same way on the internet already. I don't know about you, but if you shop on Amazon and then suddenly you go to another site and you're like, oh, look, there's an ad for something I was just shopping for on Amazon. Like, how did that happen? Well, guess what? DoubleClick is probably one of the main ways that happened. And so some people are creeped out by that. Others feel like, hey, here's some additional value, because if I'm going to see an ad, I might as well see a relevant ad than an irrelevant ad.
Well, everyone in this room, everyone at this table, everyone in this room knows that happens. They know why it happens, how it happens, but it still gets to be a little creepy at times. You're looking at a different site, and all of a sudden that ad pops up for that. Capturing viewers, Michael, for example, mentioned that his kids, Snapchat you mentioned, but Maker Studios, where Darren was for many years, YouTube, Snapchat, Awesomeness, they're all gaining millennials and younger viewers. That's really where it's come from. Last week, there was an announcement that during Premiere Week, which is still an official beginning of the season concept, overall prime time usage was off by around 7% of the 18 to 34 age group compared with a year earlier. And that's probably going to continue in that direction as there are fewer boomers, fewer millennials, and Gen X gets up there a little bit. Any reversal of that trend whatsoever, even when, let's say, some of these people get older and have higher incomes, those habits ingrained? Gene?
Yeah, I can't imagine a situation where it reverses. I think that, like we talked about, this is a very big, slow-moving trend and irreversible trend.
Larry?
Yeah, I think it's irreversible. I think the way people consume media is just changing, and so it starts with young, and I see it just kind of growing out. I don't ever see it going back.
I think maybe one catalyst, there's been a lot of talk that Snapchat is going to go public sometime in the back half of next year, and they're going to have some use of proceeds and how they're going to invest that, and video has been a key part of their story. So I think, whether they end up becoming a public company or get acquired by Facebook is hard to say, but I think that's a great example of a product that is on fire right now with with teens, and I think that that's another example of why this is just irreversible.
So from a content creation green light point of view, John and Darren and Larry are involved in and have been involved in green light decisions, product development, what to make. How much of the target markets are you looking at when you are making decisions, or your companies are making decisions about what to make next, what to invest in, what product?
Sure. For us, again, being, mainly in China, the buying power is much younger. So we look at, particularly people who have, let's call it the new media consumption patterns and stuff, and the things that become meaningful for them. And it's actually interesting because some of the things that have meaning to me, which you think blend over, don't necessarily do. We're doing a show in China that involves the Bruce Lee brand. And one of the things we found along the way, while we think everybody knows who Bruce Lee is, that younger folks in China don't really know who he is. So we got to associate him with people like Kobe Bryant and things like that the millennials do know. That, so when they say he's cool, he becomes cool by by default there. So it's different, but we consider it absolutely from the beginning across all platforms, not just the broadcast platform.
John?
Well, it seems to me with the Snapchats and stuff, the length of your drama.
Lean into the microphone a little bit,
The
please.
length of your drama is gonna change, because, we're doing hour-long scripted shows versus, 3-minute, if at most, Snapchat, shots. It's mostly a marketing thing at this point for us. We're not designing shows for that at the moment. I mean, not where I am. So
Darren?
does the length change?
Yeah, I mean, the format's changed by medium, so if you're, Vine's a little stale now, but if you were making for Vine, you were shooting a 6-second piece. And the creators for Vine were very adept at making something meaningful in 6 seconds, telling something of a story arc, right? But
6-second story arc.
but they were good at it, and there were people that really focused on it, and you couldn't just go from YouTube to making Vines. It just didn't happen. They were specialists, they were good at it. YouTube is a format as well, so if you're doing Let's Play or something else that's very popular on YouTube now, it's not something you just, oh, we'll do those. We'll jump in and make those content as a say, NBC or someone. It doesn't happen. Maker Studios, we've made a lot of content trying to reach that audience that we think we're so tuned into, but really what Maker Studios is a confederation of 50,000 independent creators.
Right.
And there's a handful of those who have tapped something or found something. So for Maker even to try and distill that and put it in a bottle and say, we figured out what they want to watch, it's really, really hard. So it's trying to figure out what a 6-year-old watches is really, it's nearly impossible to look through the windshield to see what's going to happen. We really look at the side mirrors, the rearview mirrors, and try and quickly jump upon that.
Michael?
I think there's room for, many, many apps, many, many websites, and consumers are fine going to Amazon to shop and, and going to Google to search. But the lines blur, and so if you're an Amazon Prime member, you'll search for a product on Amazon first if you think you're going to buy it there. I think my kids go to Snapchat 70 or 80 or 100 times a day, and if compelling content that might be 2 hours long shows up there and they can launch it there, they'll watch it there. So Twitter's experiment with the NFL is that. I mean, I don't go to Twitter to watch videos, except I watched the Alec Baldwin-Kate McKinnon debate last Saturday night on Saturday Night Live on Twitter, because I missed it Saturday and I didn't think about how to find it on NBC.com, and somebody posted it on Twitter, and it was 6 minutes long. I've never watched a 6-minute video on Twitter, but I did. So I was there, I saw it, it prompted it, I watched it. I wouldn't watch a football game on Twitter. My kids will. I wouldn't watch a feature-length film on Snapchat. My kids will. So if you find the audience, I don't think it really matters what the medium is. If you find the audience and you can monetize that audience, more power to you. And that's what I really meant by TV Anywhere, that you get what you want, when you want it, probably within the app you want it. And you hear people talking about Facebook becoming a media company. I mean, they would like to. They would like you never to leave. Amazon, we watch movies on Amazon. We do. I mean, we watch movies on iTunes. Where did that come from?
But the difference, I think, is watching it on Twitter, saying, I'm going to watch the NFL game right here on my phone. I don't think that's really the intent when you look at the sharp increase in the number of homes with a Chromecast, with a Roku.
Sure.
Okay, so it's still watching it on Twitter, but casting it up to your 40, 50, or 60-inch TV. What do your kids
Well,
do?
remember,
How old are your kids, if I may ask?
Steve Jobs died 5 years ago, and
Yeah.
I vividly remember him on stage going like that, and whatever was on his phone showed up on the screen. So, that technology's been around forever. My kids are 16, and unfortunately, if they're driving, just try to be on the second story wherever they are. But they're both driving now.
Ooh, well.
Yeah, it's scary.
I
Darren?
think that's part of it. I mean, for me, the bigger screen is not always the better screen. The screen you control is the screen that's the best for you. So if you're in your house and you're 15 years old, and you're my 15-year-old, I'm probably watching the TV set, so you're going to go watch the next screen that you dominate. And size is relative. So if I've got the phone in front of my face, it's a pretty immersive experience, and that's really what you're really looking for, is a fairly immersive experience. Now, Twitter's broadcast of the NFL could be really cool if it was able to be really Twitter, where me and 12 of my friends, if I was into fantasy football, could talk about it and converse and do kind of what something like FormSpring did 5 years ago. Where you had little groups you could talk amongst yourself. Snapchat, same kind of way. But what it did was a bunch of stale, like canned comments that were coming through where they were heavily edited, heavily kind of controlled by Twitter. I don't know who wants to watch that. I don't know who wants to watch NFL on Yahoo. Those are more, that's them putting down money the same way that Vessel or Verizon or Sling TV puts big checks at the beginning to try and get audience by overpaying for stuff that they don't even know if it's going to resonate with their audience.
I'll throw a little X factor out on the form factor and the concept of what is our proper screen to watch what. And there seems to be a limitation to the size of the phone today. It's basically your pocket. But if you look at where some of the technology is evolving, especially around bendable screens, which sounds just hard to wrap your head around, but the concept is that you can have bendable glass. By putting a charge through it, it makes it strong again. And there's some company, a German company, Scout, that's working with LG to have a TV where you can kind of bend the edges. The reason why I mention it is that MIT is out there saying that this is eventually going to evolve to a bendable phone. And so imagine a phone that it can be the size of your current phone, but you can fold it and there's no seam in it. And by kind of putting a charge through it, it can basically double in size. And that would, I think that the larger format phones have had an impact on mobile video usage or using your phone to watch video. And you could argue that if in fact we do get to foldable phones 5+ years, then that could be another step function up in terms of the device that people watch. And that line between your mobile and the big screen just continues to get blurred.
So moving on to the cost of content, someone's got to pay for it somewhere. Netflix last week struck a $40 million deal with Chris Rock. And when I read that, it reminded me of when Jim Carrey, many years ago, was the first star to earn $20 million for a movie. That with Jim Carrey started a big increase in fees paid to other talent, and it ended up becoming a bubble. Rock's deal is fueling comments once again that Netflix drives up prices for talent in front of and behind the camera, because they're putting lots of money into their content and they're hiring people, again, in front and behind. Is that going to cause other people to go by the wayside? Is that going to change the business model for all content?
Isn't Reed Hastings the one who said his goal? Reed Hastings said his goal was to become HBO before HBO became Netflix. So I think, and
that was several years ago.
Yeah, and I think even this morning they just released some financial guidance that their increased spending in content was going to cause them to continue to have some challenges from a margin standpoint. So they're investing heavily. Amazon also, I think it's not specifically known how much they paid for the Top Gear guys, but I think what's been guessed is that it's once again setting these records for high quality content.
But they're worth it.
They are worth it. Well, we'll see.
Yeah, they're worth it. You probably saw my tweet on that Chris Rock thing. I think
Yes.
I think that's the end of Western civilization. That $40 million deal. Look, I'm far from an expert on content costs, but my understanding is that an hour of scripted drama with a no-name cast costs about $2 million to produce. With a pretty good name cast, about $4 million an episode, an hour to produce. Game of Thrones, my understanding is $15 million an episode, but they film on location in either Norway or Finland and Ireland, so that they're moving people all over the place. Baz Luhrmann's piece of crap called The Get Down is apparently $10 million an episode. Nobody's watching it. And raise your hand if you've heard of The Get Down, and then keep your hand up if you watched an episode. Exactly. It is. I'm sorry. It is horrible.
Okay, 2 guys.
But it's horrible. But regardless, that's kind of the going rate. So somewhere between $2 and $15 million for super high production value. I don't know how long these Chris Rock specials are, but if they're more than 90 minutes, there's something wrong, because you can't watch Chris Rock for more than 90 minutes. And so it's literally $20 million an episode. That's just crazy numbers. That's crazy. I thought Instagram at $1 billion was too much. Wrong. Snapchat's supposed to be worth $25 billion. I mean, it's got a bigger audience than Snapchat did, or than Instagram did. But this is not sustainable. You can't keep paying more and more and more and more if you're Netflix. I mean, how many people in Germany actually get Chris Rock? And just an editorial comment, the Germans thought Seinfeld was stupid. They didn't think it was funny. So how many Germans, how many, Thai, how many Serbians are going to find Chris Rock special funny? This is crazy spending. It's out of control. And so the winner is the guy with the most money, and that is not Netflix. The guy with the most money probably is Amazon. And they win. And Dr. Evil will spend whatever he has to spend, and he hasn't.
Well, Netflix is talking about 50% of their content's going to be original by next year or the year after.
They backed off that number on the call by saying 50% of the hours viewed, not the hours available, because they're only going to have 1,000 hours of content. They've stopped disclosing the content available on Netflix, but our estimate, you probably have a better number, is 15,000 hours of content is available on Netflix. It might be 12 and it might be 20. But there's no way they're going to produce 6,000 hours of content in the next year. They're talking about what people watch, and let's be real. If you have seen The Blacklist already, you're not watching it on Netflix. So what do we watch? Of course we watch originals, because they haven't been anywhere else. So that's the only place to watch them. So it totally makes sense. Probably 50% of HBO viewing is HBO originals. Makes sense. I think they'll get there. The question is, are they going to give us 1,000 hours of something we actually want to watch? And the answer to that is 2 hours of that will be Chris Rock for about 20% of the people. And then what? You need something after that. And
Well, they have Marvel. I mean,
Yeah,
Luke Cage and
they
Jessica
do.
Jones. And,
Well,
and
let's
they
be-
spent
who-
$200 million on 60 episodes.
Who has Marvel? No, Disney.
yeah,
Disney
does,
has
yeah,
Marvel.
yeah.
So who's making
Yeah.
the money there? Right, they're paying up for it. And
Well,
then
that's why it
Amazon-
ends up becoming the love-hate relationship that Hollywood has, Hollywood speaking generically, because Netflix is both a customer and a competitor.
They're a distributor, and their owned originals are crap. Stranger Things is owned, and Chelsea.
That's right.
Name another one, because Narcos isn't one, and none of the Marvel stuff is owned. And House of Cards and Bloodline and Orange is the New Black are not. I spoke at a UCLA class, and 150 MBA students, and collectively it took them 15 minutes to name 10 Netflix series, and they got the Marvel ones. There are 71 of them, but you guys haven't heard of 60 of them. And that you have only heard of Stranger Things that they own, maybe Chelsea, and you haven't watched Chelsea. And you better not watch Chelsea. Well, she got her start with you, huh? Yeah.
That's a
You're
ru-
responsible
that's a
for her.
rumor.
I forgot, you're responsible for her, okay.
What about below-the-line talent? We're talking about above the line, which, below the line, John?
I mean, not owned by Netflix, but the shows, Netflix is shooting everywhere, and they're taking up crews everywhere, and they pay the top tier. So if you're doing a independent show and a Netflix show comes in, you're losing your crew to those people because it's higher pay for them, and they don't want to take your gig. So it's a problem.
And you're talking mainly local crew, if you're shooting in New York, if you're shooting in
Well,
Louisiana,
it
if
doesn't
you're
matter.
shooting...
They hire from all over. Too. They'll outbid you for a line producer, outbid you for a DP. And it's not they particularly, it's the production team that has a higher budget than you do on your show.
Larry?
I mean, again, it's one of the reasons we're in China now, and we don't
We have to move
believe
to
that.
China?
We don't believe that trend can continue to continue just spend and spend and spend, and we use China kind of like a Broadway producer would use Connecticut. You don't start your play on Broadway where it's the most expensive. You can debug it. There's a lot to learn, and we don't know the answers, but we will tell you that millennials are totally different than, than older viewers, particularly here in the U.S. and stuff. So it gives us a chance to debug formats, create them, own them as an independent, which becomes hard if you try and start it here, and then bring them back the other way where we could actually, after we have them refined, we could bring the economics down, and by bringing in other parts of the business model, which are not done here, like owning shoes, we could actually begin to offer programs that are already tried and true at less money than somebody else.
So, speaking of China and your strong experience there, Chinese companies, and that was the first thing you said to me this morning, but Wanda's in town buying stuff. Now, most of what we've seen let's just say generically, Chinese companies buying has been feature film related, but other than Wanda coming in and buying Dick Clark, are they going to buy more TV? Are they going to continue with features? What's going to happen with Chinese companies generically? I don't care about mentioning any one specific name.
Well, I think they're looking at TV heavily now. I mean, there's a lot of, I don't know if they're at the point where they understand the business enough to really pull the trigger on some of those deals, so I think they're a ways off. But they have begun to look at that. I just had a group that we work with in China that, we basically did a VR tour. And they're looking at, not just single-person VR, but location-based VR and stuff like that. So clearly, the appetite for investment is spreading well beyond feature films.
Gene, from your point of view of Chinese companies?
Yeah, they're still struggling with the piracy issue more broadly in content. That's slowly getting better. And if you look at companies, Baidu has a video platform that's gaining traction, has been for the past several years, and I just think it kind of all rolls up into the same bigger topic, which is there are large dollars that are financing this and going to kind of enable us to be something big in China over the next decade.
Last item before we go to Q&A. News is something that's been a staple of TV for a long time, and yet now Pew reported that 4 in 10 Americans get their news online. Many get it on social sites, with 64% of their study getting it on one site and 26% using 2 sites. News is vitally important, and it's going to change probably again after the election because people are tuned into it. Is that also indicative of a continuing trend? Getting news? You got a big smile on your face for some reason.
Real news is probably 90% online. Niche news, so sports, we do watch SportsCenter, and it's not because we want to know the scores. It's because we actually like the commentary. And some of us do watch Fox News because we think that's the real news, and some of us watch NBC because MSNBC because we think that's the real news. So these niche channels are what really allows that vestige of linear news delivery to exist. But in terms of if you hear that, some terrorist group attacked, you're going online. You're not turning on television to find out what's going on. You go online immediately. And I'd say that's,
You
again.
go to the television for commentary, not for
Right,
news.
right.
Yeah.
So I actually think as long as there's niche programming, and sports is the biggest niche, but there's niche programming, then linear programming will be fine for news for a long time.
Larry?
Yeah, I pretty much agree. I think I go to television for commentary, and I get probably 100% of my news online now.
Yeah, I think the TV news has turned into, in order to compete for viewers, it's turned into almost part entertainment, whether it's the talent they hire or the way they present the news. That's part of why you're tuning in, is for that experience, not just to get the news.
Big numbers tonight for the debate, big ratings? Guesses?
Everything's relative.
Well, okay.
So
All
what was
right.
the first debate
The
was
third
what?
most popular, but more popular than anything else on TV tonight.
Well, that's part of the question.
What are the hurdles? First one was 85 million people?
80, I
80
think.
to 65 or something.
And 65.
We'll see. All right, how about some questions from the audience? Art?
Yeah, so I think Marty and the disruptors, you're always talking about disruption, not that you're disrupting, but your views on it. And for years, we've been talking about over the top, and we've been talking about all sorts of getting into personalized internet delivery. But with the new television standards coming out, ATS 3, I think, is 4 or 5 years away here, and they're trying it already in Asia, some places. Is that going to be revenge of the nerds? Are the broadcasts, which are still huge as far as audience goes, going to be taking back a lot of what's been going away?
What was the question on that?
The new standards coming out, will broadcast TV with the new standards be sort of like the revenge of the nerds, going back and taking over a lot of the interactive relationship that other delivery systems have?
And NTS-3 is what you were thinking of more specifically.
ATS-3, yeah.
Anybody got a comment? I'm not knowledgeable enough on that standard.
I am, but I don't think it's gonna change anything personally. I think consumer behavior and the way things are going with distribution becoming more one-to-one and less, one-to-many. I don't think ATS-C3 is gonna fix that.
Catherine?
So I want to start this by saying I came here this morning, which I never come anywhere at 7 in the morning, because I was really interested in hearing what your take was on innovation. I come from the content side. I just moderated the creative master class yesterday, and I think I know what your problem is in innovation. I do 30 to 50 conferences a year. A couple of years ago, I had an idea. My husband said, you need to get a patent. I got 3. Every single person I've talked to who's on your side of the table goes, oh, it can't possibly work. Oh, no, that'll never work. I got so many poo-poos, I got turned down by 24 patent agents who said, attorneys who said I never get it. The only people who are listening to me now are advertisers. It solves every single problem you've talked about, and there's nobody at any of the networks, and I've got 18 producer friends at TV, including a lot at NBC. Nobody wants to consider the fact that an old white lady might have come up with the next big thing. And just that barrier of, I don't even see it, I wouldn't even talk to you about it, don't show me your demo, don't tell me about it. That's what's gotta break down. It's that perception of it's gotta come from the next Snapchat kids. Every single one of those kids had a personal fortune from their parents. So they could go off and create it and turn down all the offers. How often is that repeatable?
Very,
How often is
very
Snapchat repeatable?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, very repeatable.
There's that many kids who can come in out of nowhere with enough money to bankroll it first.
Oh, yeah.
They got Peter Thiel behind them.
Yeah. There's, sorry, I live in the Bay Area. I know so many smart, rich kids with great business ideas. Yeah, I think that can happen,
Okay, so what if the next big
continually.
thing is coming from a poor kid of color in Boyle Heights? Who listens to them? If that's the next Snapchat.
That
I
feels,
mean, that's the same kind of question as asking, is there really a math savant in the middle of Inglewood that's not getting the right kind of,
There is.
yeah, of
I
course
mean, there is.
There is. I mean, that's
That is the barrier
But how
to
do you
our
solve
culture
that? I
in
don't know.
general. I mean, we don't have access for those people. We need it. I mean, a bunch of white guys up here. It's up to us to change it, and we do. And we try it every day, but the barriers to entry are still there. We're going to work on those.
I think personally though, I think if a lot of these startups that you're talking about are kids, smart kids, I think if you look at what Amazon and Microsoft and Google are doing with their cloud tech to make it free in small scale, I think if there's smart kids out there, even kids who don't have a lot of money, if they have smart ideas, they have access to the same kind of tech at very low cost. So I think the barriers today are a lot less than they were in the past.
Still barriers.
There's still barriers for sure, but it's not, I don't think it's that they can't get in.
Let's give this gentleman.
I'm an old white guy, I do not have the next great idea, but I do have a question. I'm curious, if you believe in the near future, Facebook will be taking over the NFL package, and if so, what effect will that have on the TV?
I don't believe that, but it's not a bad place. I mean, Facebook really is a place mostly for older people now. I mean, Facebook is not where my daughter goes. Facebook is not where most people under 25 go. I mean, maybe obligatorily they go there, but they're more likely to be on Snapchat or Instagram.
You are calling out a business risk that all the satellite guys around the world have, which is one of the only ways they've been able to command higher ARPU and hold on to subscribers with, just pure broadcast tech is by paying for exclusive sports content.
And the answer to your question is the highest bidder is going to get the package.
Yeah.
And so is DirecTV savvy enough to recognize that maybe they go away if they're not the highest bidder, now that they're part of AT&T, which is a much larger enterprise and probably it matters more to them and they have much deeper pockets. I don't think Facebook's foolish enough to bid $2 billion or $5 billion for that, but I didn't think Netflix would pay $40 million for Chris Rock, so you never know. And there'll be a breaking point, you know, and it's hard to walk away. Netflix walked away from Stars at $300 million. They said no, which showed a lot of discipline. They would not say no today. You know, they're paying $40 million for Chris Rock. So it really, I don't think Facebook is as interested in being a broadcast network as your question suggests.
Well, I'm more thinking that the leagues would want to partner with Facebook to take over it. Where basically they're the provider, but the league does its own with Google or Facebook. They're going to be much more efficient than advertising.
Yeah, I think the leagues are concerned though about audience, and I think that they need audience, not just.
The audience is on the decline, though. Sunday night football,
Yeah, I know.
Thursday night football have both been down. Last week, I think, was 7% from year over year. There's a lot of arguments about why that is and what's causing it, whether it's Kaepernick and what's going on there, or just oversaturation or some other reason.
It's the Rams coming back to LA.
I'm pretty sure it's not. I'm pretty sure it's not Kaepernick. But I mean, but it's always nice to talk about moving over to these new platforms. But if you took football to any online native platform, you're going to get into a whole new realm of measurability that they don't even want to think about. Because right now they live in the good graces of 1950s television, where they just get a Nielsen rating and they assume everybody's got their face in front of the TV set. If they had the measurability that they have online, did they watch the video? For how long the video? When did they drop off of the video? I mean, that's such a nightmare.
Let's go with one last question. This gentleman right here, please.
More comment. With the NFL on Twitter, you'll notice that every game on Twitter is also available just on broadcast television
Yeah.
and CBS. A big reason why the NFL is going towards that streaming is because they want to grow the NFL internationally. So when you look at like Facebook has been on the package as well as Twitter. Facebook really wanted it, they probably just buy Twitter. And you know, a lot of these big entertainment companies could just, you know, Disney might buy Netflix or whatever. The real genius behind streaming sports is everyone wants it live. It's not something that you can do delayed. And so that's a big value to it. Going back to what we were talking about earlier about with the skinny bundles losing the channels, the hostage channels, I think you're going to see a lot of companies that put out their own apps that, like, if you have an e-app, that so people who are fans of your network can just go pay $10 a month and watch all these shows at once. So it'll be additive to whatever else you're getting in the skinny bundle.
So international and sports. Larry, we talked about the NBA in China. I've got a couple of comments you can make.
Well, it's huge. It's actually bigger in NBA in China. It's probably bigger than it is here. The basketball, so we're actually doing and this is a good example where we created a basketball-related reality show that we're testing there with the specific idea of getting it to work there and then bringing the format back here or to any country where basketball is big. And again, it's you could debug these programs, you know, without the eye of the New York Times and you know, without the expense of and the gatekeepers, without the expense of the gatekeepers, and really look at these things again, not just as programs but as businesses. And
Are you
now-
producing content in China and you're saying there's no gatekeepers?
You want to know
They have a
something?
lot of control over the.
There's actually, for what I do, there's a lot less than, I have Rupert Murdoch here,
Yeah.
okay, and I use Rupert as the devil. I have a lot more, I have a lot more freedom as a creative in China. I have 5 shows on TV there. You show me one person in the US that gets 5 shows up in 6 years in the US other than Dick Wolf.
Yeah. So anyway, before we go, thank you for being here. I've got a 1 o'clock panel I'm doing on the future of film. Got a longer title than that. Hope to see you there. Join me in thanking the panel for a great discussion today.
Welcome, everybody. It's nice to have you here this morning. This morning, we're going to talk about the inside the experience, the psychology of immersive design. We've got quite a distinguished panel here today. First off, Linda Durnell, and she's the partner at Madison Lane Consulting, and she's studying the human factor in immersion interface design. Next to Linda, we have Anna Bowman. She's a media psychology PhD student at Fielding Graduate University, and she's specializing in location-based augmented reality and social advocacy. The next to Anna, we have Tanisha Singleton, almost Dr. Tanisha Singleton. She's with Jabcross Media, as I said, a PhD candidate, and she also has the 3 E's, emotion, engagement, and experience, as in virtual reality experience. And her specialty is in the sports market. And finally, next to Tanisha, we have Dr. Gary Hare from Scepter. He visualizes real-time information and specifically towards environmental data. So first off, we're going to have Linda Durnell speak to us about the human factor of immersive interface design.
Thanks, Jerry. Thanks. So how many people have upgraded their iPhone in the last month to that big upgrade? All I can say about that is how could something so right go so horribly wrong? I mean, in fact, I could probably end my presentation on that note alone, because that is a perfect example of interfaces and how they affect human behavior. And what's really interesting about the Apple thing is Apple actually directed our behavior to begin with in a certain way so that we always swiped right to get a particular outcome. And then they go and they change the interface, which changes our behavior, which causes us to feel very vulnerable and very upset, and that's why it's been such a big deal. Again, not understanding human behavior and changing the interface just because I think they thought it was time for something new. So, as you can see here, interface design ends up expressing itself in the outer layers of a product or service. Now, it isn't a surprise that we will access technology by voice. We already are. It's not a surprise that we wear sensors, to monitor our behavior. We all have them. I bet everybody in here has them. I know Pam's got 2 on one wrist. And, or that government's been using VR for decades. Not a surprise there. But it was surprising that people ran into traffic to catch a Pokemon. Now, I don't think that the people in AR understood really what that meant. So I think what's interesting is that we view computers in a lot of the ways that we view people. Now, that could be helpful, intelligent, annoying, or just plain crazy. Now, when interfaces are crazy, it's sort of like a political candidate being crazy. I walk away because I've got this motto that you just can't manage crazy. And interfaces, when they're crazy, they affect human behavior in a very deep and profound way most of the time. So we do have some unintended consequences. And interfaces that evoke what I would call an artificial state of constant crisis through constant interruptions and notifications is establishing a really dangerous precedent in immersive interfaces as they become more common. When an interface is really complex or obscure, we need to be aware of the neurophysiological effects on our behavior. One of those is cognitive overload. We all know that we live in a world of distraction, and making a decision in the midst of a strong emotional state may contribute, as research has found, to a suboptimal choice. So when you're watching the debates tonight, be aware of that. And, but there's also a risk of information and emotional overload as well. Now, there's something else that I think is really interesting because, I'm always asking, what are we unaware of, especially with interfaces? Because, what don't we know? Well, this is really interesting because most people have experienced some sort of visual spinning indicator of a processing weight. Now, how many people back in the 80s remember the little hourglass with Apple? You're old, you're old. And I do too. But you know what? It was really great. We were like, okay, we're waiting. But what was really super interesting is that research has found that people actually prefer it when the machine takes its time. Now, some of you are going, no, I don't like it at all. But in the case of when something is happening that is deemed important to us, so if we're searching for medical information, or mortgage rates, or insurance quotes, or something that we think, hey, this is really important, that optimized weighting, they are building it into the interfaces so that we actually go, okay, here we go, this is really important, and we trust the information more. In fact, in research, they found that the people actually leaned into their computer when the findings finally arrived. Now, we all know in the industry that with algorithms and with processing speeds, we get information in nanoseconds. But it's a part of an interface that's built in to help human behavior understand and feel comfortable about the information that's coming in. So, and it's actually an example called the labor illusion. There's also another hidden cost sort of all these interfaces, and that is based on symbols. Now, when you set up an interface based on symbols, most of the time they hope, the people that are designing it, that you understand what the symbol is. Now, we all know what this symbol is because there are people out here that are digital natives, people that are actually born into technology, and then the rest of us are digital immigrants where we really are conversant in technology. We get it, we understand it, but we weren't born into it. Well, there are some people, like my 70-year-old neighbor who called me recently and said, which is why I put this slide up there, my computer's not working, can you help? Of course, I went over there. Well, she didn't understand what this symbol meant. She just didn't get it. She didn't understand that her Wi-Fi was off. So when you're designing interfaces and they keep changing the symbols, people are going to be going, well, wait a minute, I don't understand that. I don't know what that is. It's not a given. So it's really important that we understand that sometimes we have to unlearn and create new associations with symbols, and they can be confusing. So when we look at the interface of tomorrow, we have to recognize that people live in smart homes, we drive smart cars, we go to offices that are smart offices. And as such, the key, I think, going forward is to reduce the friction from our encounter with machines so that it actually helps our behavior with less friction is probably the best way I could put it. And requiring full attention to browse through those icons and those menus is just going to be passé because in the future there's not going to even be a touch screen. There's going to be no technology that's visible at all. In fact, when VR is done well, the interface completely disappears. How many people have had VR experiences? Exactly. If you really think back to the most effective ones, there was no interface. You were in the midst of it, no interface at all. And I think that's what you're going to start seeing as we move forward. Now, this is interesting too, that the interface of tomorrow will also be dominated by natural language communication. Now you're saying, well, we already have that. Yeah, you can talk to Siri all day long. Yes, we do. However, what's interesting about Echo and Alexa and those types of things is that it's filling an emotional void in people. And humans are actually forming emotional bonds with what we're calling social technology. So we're interacting with interfaces and it's having a therapeutic effect. So when we look at interfaces going forward, we're looking at Google, Facebook, Microsoft, Apple, and Samsung when they have the time, working towards conversation-based interfaces. Now, this could bring really profound changes in how we use and interact with computers. Now, conversation is quirky because we know when we talk to each other, or you're even listening to me, it's quirky. But it's how humans interact. If it's how humans interact, it's how humans should interact with machines. So what we're going to see going forward in human-centered interfaces, all kinds of stuff. I'm not going to go through it all, but I will give you a couple latest developments. And last week, Toyota, I don't know if you heard, announced a robot child. And this is designed to appeal to those people who are childless in Japan. And then Hasbro just introduced last week a line of pet robots for the elderly. So what you're seeing are these interfaces are being designed with human behavior in mind. And I'm going to leave you with a couple things. One, interfaces and their impact have an impact on behavior without a doubt. And I think it's leading us to almost a rethinking of what is possible and also what is best for us as we use them going forward. And so the last two things, interface design, I believe, two good takeaways, begins with conversation, number one. And two, it must be deeply, deeply rooted in an understanding of human behavior for it to be effective for us. So anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you, Linda. So next up is Anna Bowman. She's going to be talking to us about UNESCO project with the World Heritage Sites and augmented reality headsets. Come on up, Evan. Is it on 205? And there's your set. Okay. You just click here to change it. Okay.
Hi guys. So my project that I'm going to be talking about today is the beginnings of my dissertation research, and what I am interested in looking at is how we can use augmented reality headsets, things like transparent lenses with overlaid information, to advocate for sites that are currently being threatened by terrorist groups such as ISIS. And I'm going to start by introducing this video of what the Meta Augmented Reality headset is. Do you want to see if it'll come through on mine?
Can't trust those interfaces. That was going to be my follow-on discussion later, if anyone wants to really hear the rant on them. I wonder if I did something. Guess I was wondering if I did anything up there.
Pardon? Yeah.
So does anyone have any questions about the interfaces? Anybody want to rant about Apple's upgrade? I'm so happy to hear it. Yes. Yes. Yes.
App right now that we're going to make for Apple, but if we make it for Android as well, will the interface actions have to be different? You think, do you find the technology and the usage for Android users the same as Apple users?
I would think that it would be. I mean, human behavior, if we're really looking at how human behavior interacts with those interactions and what you choose to create, human behavior is pretty, standard, unless it's a cultural difference. But I think you're looking at early adopters and users of mobile devices, and I would think that it would apply on both.
Actually, both companies will provide you data on how their users use their devices. And it may be very similar, but you can use that data to say, are there differences I need to take into consideration? Jerry Lynn?
Yeah.
It's loud. It's loud. Just go
Yeah, go ahead.
Just to leapfrog off your last comment, do major HMD manufacturers like HTC or Oculus have information about their?
I'm sorry, if you could raise your voice a little bit.
Yeah, sorry. Do major HMD manufacturers in the VR space, such as Oculus, HTC, Samsung, have similar psychological data on their users?
Well, the answer to that is a little bit, and the other answer is, question is, do they share it? If you have been on some of the panels yesterday, one of the things that was discussed was the ability of VR to automatically collect data on user behavior, everything from eyesight tracking to attention to all that kind of stuff. And so that data is being collected. There's an ethical panel we could have on that, by the way. The question is to what extent the data is shared. And I would guess that with many of the newer companies, that data is tightly held. And ultimately, as they start to open things to far more developers, it will probably be much like it is today with Apple, where the data is available to you.
So we're going to go ahead and get started. We're going to go ahead and get started back to Anna. She's got a very visual presentation, so certainly if folks want to see some of these things afterwards, we can share those with you at the Fielding booth. But she's going to tell you about her project that she's doing with UNESCO and Meta. Go ahead, Anna.
Okay, so basically what Meta is it's a augmented reality headset that you can put on, and it will have interactive hologram capabilities where you're actually able to interact with the holograms that are in front of you. It also has a 360 field of view, so you're able to move around and interact with your environment. So my project is focused on how we could use the augmented reality headset to digitally restore sites that have currently been destroyed by ISIS and other terrorist groups like the Taliban in the past. My slides did show you guys a really cool visual image of a temple in Syria that is currently, it's a UNESCO site that's been demolished by ISIS. The visuals provided a satellite image of what the structure looked like before terrorist interaction, and then what it looked like afterward. It was basically demolished to rubble. By utilizing the Meta headset, you're able to physically, you're able to physically place yourself in that environment to where you're standing in front of this structure, and you're able to either peel it like an onion and watch as it's been built from the ground up back in its glory days and when it was thriving. You're also able to see the destruction and demolition that happened once ISIS came in and basically blew these sites up. So the psychological factor that comes into play here is emotional engagement and response, and how we're able to elicit empathy out of these experiences for people. So it not only will prompt people currently into wanting to learn more about these UNESCO sites, but it'll also provide people a way to understand what has happened historically in the past, not only in their specific culture, but in cultures around the world. So right now there are 1,031 UNESCO sites, but there are many, many more that are awaiting classification. It's just a matter of discovering some of them. Some of them are pyramids in the Amazon rainforest that are still under jungle. There's all sorts of sites all around the world. So the way that we would be able to use Meta would be education, entertainment, time traveling experiences where you're able to actually hold the whole globe in your hand. You can pick one of the sites that's got a little light lit up around the globe, and then you're able to zoom right in, and you can kind of peel back the experience, choose your own adventure, historically based, to learn more about the site in a fully immersive and interactive way. And that is about it. I had a lot of slides that I would have loved to show you guys, and I also had a great video.
Thank you, Anna. And like Linda said, those technology interfaces, right?
We have Fielding University has a booth up in that other place, and then Anna will be up there, and if you guys want to see all of her stuff, because she's got some really great things she put together, and you did a really great job under trying technical circumstances.
Absolutely.
So next we have Tanisha Singleton. She's going to speak to us. Yes, she deserves a woo. And those of you that have heard Tanisha speak before, you know she deserves a woo. All right, so she's going to speak about virtual fandemonium, optimizing experience with psychology and immersive design.
Great, thank you. Hopefully technology will agree with me as well.
It's going to just fine, yeah.
We're talking sports, but not that locker room talk. Sorry. It was way too easy. I used that too. Well, I know we've all been attending a lot of conferences lately, and there's a lot of buzzwords going around: immersion, presence, AR, VR, experience. But what we need to do is we need to take a step back, I think, and really look at what these concepts mean in the context of advanced technology. So what this presentation is going to do is try and offer up a definition of the word experience and look at how, bless you. One more? No, okay. We're going to offer up a definition of experience and try and look at how experiences are constructed in sports using the devices of immersive technology and psychology. And then with time being allotted, I'll also dive into some of the principles of best design practices. It's something that I call the 3 E's that Jerry Lynn mentioned earlier. So what is this experience that we speak of? We've heard a lot about the need of an experience strategy and the need of strategic research in and of itself, but what exactly is an experience? To me, an experience is a sensation. It's the state of being emotionally and aesthetically connected to something. To me, experience is the thumbprint of your identity that's made up of your perceptions, your memories, your feelings, your values, and that makes you who you are. So therefore, that's why the psychology research is important, because then you can start to figure out and anticipate what type of experiences your particular audience is going to expect. Now, in the sports market, there are 2 different perspectives that are very important in looking at the sport experience. The first being an emotional perspective and the emotional context. That's your needs, your values, your goals, and you can start to see some of the purchase patterns based on those things because of the brand affiliates that are always associated in the ad revenue that is in sports market. And once you get into the tribal sense of things, you can start to see the belonging and the collection, or the connection and the group membership that is so important to what a sport experience is. You're a part of a team. Your language changes. This is my team. We are going to win. We're going to defeat them. And then as soon as the team loses, like, they suck. Are you kidding me? We distance ourselves from them. That's because of the emotional context that we have with teams and players and franchises and leagues. It goes on multiple levels. This is a multi-dimensional experience when you're looking at sport. The thing is, though, when being a sports fan isn't a new concept, though, right? Sports isn't anything necessarily new. What is, though, are the ways that we identify and experience with sport. And that's influenced by the digital context and the digital perspective. There's new devices, there's new apps, there's new platforms, there's new screens. We're using multiple screens at the same time, so therefore our expectations are changing, our behaviors are changing, the way that we consume the media is changing. So that all has to do with, once you trace these patterns of media consumption and human behavior, you can start to see how these 2 things all combine and forge a sport experience that makes it the #1 ad space in the global media market. Now, when you look at the evolution of sports media consumption in general, we can see a pattern of human activity that makes us want to get closer to the game, closer to the action. And it started in 1911 with a college football game between Kansas and Missouri, where it was broadcast via Western Union telegrams. There were 1,000 or so people that stood and sat in an auditorium and watched a play-by-play mechanical reproduction of the game. So as soon as the telegram came, there was a guy whose job it was to move the play. It's like, oh, running back 10 yards, first down. And then they all cheered just like as if they were at that game. And then you go into the first sports broadcast on radio in 1921, a heavyweight boxing fight with Jack Dempsey, and it was considered the largest audience at that time, with some thousands of people listening over the radio. And then to the first time that sports was broadcast on TV, 1936 Summer Olympic Games, where over 72 hours of content was transmitted. into now into a modern era where we have obviously HD. Now we're doing multiple screens at a time. We're live streaming games on Twitter every Thursday, and we're watching them now in virtual reality. All of this is possible. But when you look at these patterns of media consumption and how we're changing, you can see that it's starting to get more immersive. We're starting to get more engaged with the media. We're starting to become more involved with the game itself. We're getting closer and closer and closer to this game. So virtual reality is that gateway that enables new experiences and perspectives and capabilities. VR represents a turning point in media consumption where it's no longer necessarily about storytelling, but about story living. I'm getting closer. I'm going to be inside. I'm going to be living this experience now. Because when you think about it, sports has like that linear narrative where you have a beginning, middle, and end, sure. But now there's also a choose-your-own-adventure style where you can dive as deep as possible into the story world that is of sports. And VR is a conduit to these experiences, just one of the tools that you can use. So when you think about a car, it can't go anywhere without somebody driving it. So if you think about it, let technology be the car and story be what's driving it. If virtual reality is the car, it's the experience that's driving the technology, that's making the technology relevant. Bells and whistles of technology will change all the time. We have conferences every 3 months because of it. What doesn't change are the innate human desires of psychology. Our innate desires to be storytellers, to be creative beings, to be expressive, to want experiences. Those are the type of things that don't ever change. So if you study that psychology, you can inform the design of what audience you're trying to target and what content you're immersively trying to create. So when you look at the sports experiential media ecosystem, I created this map to try and show how multidimensional it is. And there are 3 major fields. The first is community, and that represents that belonging, that group membership, those connections, those values. And it's a major social influencer. You may want to watch a game, and you may want to go to a Packers bar, or you want to tailgate the Dodgers game because you want to be with your people. Or you're a Laker fan because your husband, your partner, your spouse is a Lakers fan, so by default you are, and you just don't really have a team. Those are influencers for sometimes of how you can become affiliated with sport. And the center is the self, and all of these overlap with with one another. But for the self, that's when you're getting into the intrinsic values of why I watch sport, what it means to me, the possession self-link, and how you get self-worth from basking in the reflected glory of others. That's a part of the self. And then we have the organization, which is more of the corporate influencers. So that's where you have your brands, your affiliates, your sponsors, your endorsers, and you want to be a part of everything that's associated with your player, your team, your franchise, your league, whatever level, however deep you want to go into this transmedia brand that is sport. Cristiano Ronaldo, I think, just generated $200 million worth of revenue for his brand sponsors just because of his social media presence and the content that he puts out there. That's a lot of cheese. So when you think about it, the corporate influencers, there's a lot of power there. And of course, we're always talking about monetizing and wanting to make money. Don't forget that when you study the identification of sport consumers, they're likely to dive into this pot, and you're able to make some money because by affiliation alone, we want to be as close to the action as possible. I want to wear Kobe's shoes. I want to wear this jersey. But just by affiliation, you're simply associated with that. Because of that possession self-link, you get something emotionally back from contributing and from owning things that are affiliated with your team or with your player. And at the bottom, you'll see all of these fields that are merged together. They're accelerated by the new technologies that are happening now. So from social media tools, fan forums, podcasts, fantasy sports. We could do a whole panel on esports and gaming and how that's taking over right now. Second screens, AR, VR, avatars, presence, mass media, events, social venues. We're starting to see now a merged venue experience where they're having immersive dugouts and immersive playing fields actually in these venues themselves. If you go to AT&T where the Giants play, not anymore because they're out, but if you go up there, if you went up, I hope there's no Giants fans in here. You are? Oh, I'm sorry. But next season, you could go to AT&T Park and go inside and see their immersive dugout where they have a VR a setup for fan engagement. And you can put on the headset and you can look in the bullpen, see who's warming up. You can go into the dugout. You can look behind first. You can look from third. You can look from behind home. So, and that's actually while you're at the game. So this isn't like you're at home on the couch watching via Next VR or something like that, but you're actually in the stadium experience in your hat and you're using these type of technologies. So this is the type of stuff that's going to be in the future, absolutely. So this technological momentum, it affects all three of these fields between community, self, and organization. So now I'll dive into the principles of design strategy, those 3 E's that have been ringing around here lately. So the first one is emotion. And with emotion, you have to get into the identity of your consumers at that point, and you can start to see that a strongly committed person identifies with them because they enjoy the membership of it. There are 3 components of commitment that have to do with why someone wants to be affiliated with another organization. Organizational psychology largely was done to see how can they retain employees at an organization. All right, how do I have somebody, I don't want this guy to bounce from job to job to job to job. How do I keep somebody employed at this level and with me? One, you pay them well, but also they have to buy into the brand story. They have to believe in what they're doing. And there are components of commitment that reflect these type of values. And the first one is affective. I want to be here. It's the same thing with sports fans. Sports fans aren't just simple consumers anymore. They're producers. There's a cognitive surplus. We're producers. We're members of an organization. It's a team. Like there may be 15 on a basketball team, but there's a 16th man. Like there's us. We're a part of the team as well. So the affective attachment, that means like I want to do this. I want to be a part of this. I want to be involved. I want to tailgate this Dodgers game so I can be with my people. I want to be a part of this game. I want to go to this bar. I want to do this. The second is continuance, which is need. It shows that there's a recognized cost associated if I discontinue these acts. So I have a lucky jersey that I need to wear or they're going to lose the game. I need to tailgate. I need to watch this game. It's not an option necessarily because if they don't, they're going to be missing out therefore. And that's emotionally taxing. And the third is normative, which is should or ought. I have a responsibility to do this. It's my duty to do this as a fan. I have to watch the game. It's not an option. It's like I should out of responsibility as well. These are obligations just like an employee has, like, oh, I have to go to work. It's like, but besides from that, it's a responsibility at that level. You should. So understanding what these 3 components of commitment are, you can really start to see how it amplifies the design process because you're using a human-centered design to create the most optimal experience. The second E is engagement. And as part of the best practices, you have to ignite the virtual landscape with activity. You have to invite your consumers to engage and see the user's experiences come to fruition. The sports consumers are some of the most insatiable social animals that there are. I hear chatter. It's just like in little hums. It's been known that out of some research that has been done on social media in particular, that 78% of sports fans use social media because of the ease and the access of information and the fact that they can communicate with others. Live tweeting is a thing. So there's a fear of missing out that's going on. But it's not necessarily a fear of missing out on the game because you're watching it. You're employing a second screen at that time. What you're missing out on is the group aspect and that connection. Because sports can be a very isolating, solitary experience where I'm just watching this locked-in guy one-on-one. But there might be a fear of missing out on what are my friends thinking about that play? What are my friends saying about this? So virtual reality, it must have some type of component that's social so that you can have that controllable aspect of, okay, I need to get social for a minute. I need to check in. I need to post a picture. I need to do this. I need to do that. I need to tweet about it. So it can be that mediator that connects psychological need to a specific action and media behavior. And the last E is shockingly experience. Experiences are undefeated to me. And as I wrap this up, you have to be able to turn precious moments like this into a valuable asset. And once you do that, that's when you're able to monetize and you have the best experience overall. There's no expiration date that experiences have, and they last forever. The stories that we tell, the experiences that we share, all of these things are what matters at the end because we can take off a headset, we can get out of the car. We can do any of these things that use technology, but at the end of the day, it's about the experience. And how to make a lasting impression is you have to use the psychology to really get into your consumer's mind and figure out what they want and provide it to them at the best that you can do. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanisha. So last, we have Gary Hare. He's going to be speaking to us about the geospatial big data opportunity.
Or not.
Oh, yeah.
Good morning. I'm from San Francisco, and we've never understood why anybody would identify with the Lakers or the Clippers.
Come on.
It's one of the reasons why they drove Tanisha into psychology. I'm going to talk to you a little bit this morning about a company and what they're doing. I'm also on the faculty at Fielding University. I focus on political psychology. I just want to say that this has been the most wonderful time in my life to focus on political psychology. And I'm responsible for immersive media and real-time information. How many of you live in the LA area? You remember several months ago when just north of LA, a natural gas well had blown out and they couldn't cap it? In fact, they couldn't cap it for over 100 days. In fact, over 25% of the total pollutants in the state of California were spewing from one well. And people were getting sick. They were 25 and 30 and 35 miles away, and they were getting sick. And the company said, it's a coincidence. It can't be because of that well. Those people are 30 miles away. Well, this happens all over the world. If you're watching CNN the last 2 days or whatever with this move on Mosul, as ISIL tries to retreat, they set the oil wells on fire. And the last time they did this, it actually added 9% of air pollution to the entire globe. So these kinds of issues are big issues, and they basically generate big data. And the question is, what do you do with it? So Scepter was started by people that came out of the satellite industry. They brought together Earth scientists and wind scientists and a lot of physicists, and they're doing some interesting stuff. So we see a lot of stuff about IoT and the Internet of Things, and when you go to those conferences, they start talking about things like aggregated data. You know, how do we get as much data as we possibly can and aggregate it? I was on a panel a few years ago about the smart TV and how advertising would aggregate data from a smart TV. And it was fascinating. I don't know if you guys have a smart TV, you know, one of the ones that you can talk to and say, show me. I always thought the smart TV should be able to have a conversation with you, sort of like Siri, and you could say, I'd like to see The Bachelor, and the TV could say, you've already seen it, and you go, I know, I want to see it again, you know, and that kind of stuff. But that has an amazing database of language, which means it can hear you, right? It has to. But it can hear you even when you're not talking to the TV. So if you turn to your friend or your spouse or your kid and say, hey, I think I might buy a truck, and the next ad you see on your TV is for a new GM truck, the TV was paying attention. And it was basically what the conference was about, was the aggregation of this kind of data. Now, we see it all over the place with the Internet of Things, that we're going to be able to collect data on darn near everything. My electricity company is PG&E. You can get light bulbs from them that actually collect data and then tell you what your light bulb usage was, which is something I'm truly not interested in. And all kinds of different ways of collecting and aggregating data. But most of these are driven by advertising. We see it here about the headsets that you wear for VR, to some degree for AR, actually collect data on exactly what you see and how you pay attention to it on what kind of experience that they project you might be having. And the idea is to aggregate that data to make better products, and more important, make those products stickier. Scepter's doing something a little bit different. It's an array of satellites with geosensors on the ground that is able to collect environmental and air quality data in near real time at any point on the globe. It's an expensive undertaking, about $350 million. But the idea is that if you have data, you can act on it. You can get people to take action. You can drive people to advocacy. And then the larger question is, how so? So here you just see some of the characteristics of what they're trying to do, some of the mission values, some of these kinds of things. And one of the things that really gets interesting is that when you do something like this, your satellites basically go into orbit about every 100 minutes. So you're getting a fire hose of data of every point on the globe that's being refreshed and renewed every 100 minutes. So what do you do with this stuff? You know, how do you get people to both understand it, be interested in it, take action on it? And that's why I come to AR and VR and other kinds of conferences like this. So one of the things that we know is that people won't act on something that all of these speakers have pointed out that isn't emotionally connected with them. And one of the most difficult things to do, of course, is to get anybody to be emotionally connected with information. We hear many of the panels talk about the need for story, the need for narrative. That's certainly true. But what about information? What do we do with this stuff? There are a lot of situations that would benefit from real-time data, real-time information. Volkswagen, and a lot of times with tragic corporate consequences. I mean, Volkswagen shot itself not in one foot, but in both. And yet they had the capacity to actually measure what kind of information was coming out of the tailpipes of their cars. They chose to lie. General Motors is actually looking at a process right now where they have a sensor on every one of their electric vehicles so that they can get data on exactly what that vehicle is doing to the environment. And more people are starting to think like this. But in Scepter's case, we know what we're going to have. We've done our geosensor, sort of spatial sensor information already. So we know what we're going to have. We know what it's going to look like. And it's fodder for 1 million academic and scientific white papers with all kinds of graphs and charts and stuff that no one will ever read other than other scientists never act on and never pay much attention to. And that's when they called me and said, "You're supposed to know how to visualize data, right? You know, and I'm in academia, sort of." And I said, "Well, yeah, of course, I know how to do all those kinds of things." They said, "Okay, how do we visualize what is going to turn out to be an extraordinary amount of near real-time data every day on demand at almost any point on the globe?" Well, there's ways that we can create things so that they can be visualized, but then how do we begin to distribute them? And here's the things that we've looked at so far. And I'll just sort of walk you through the thinking, but I won't give you where we think we'll end up. You can think about that. Augmented reality, as Anna told you, it's the ability basically to put information over something that you're actually seeing. You can be there. We were in Ireland on vacation, and we took that fire loop road. I don't know if anybody has ever done that. And we got terribly lost. And we went down this really long dirt road. And at the end of this dirt road was an old rusted barbed wire fence. And it said, "No trespassing," and the no trespassing sign was really rusted and old. And behind that sign was an extraordinary castle. This ruin of this castle, half fallen down, covered with ivy, absolutely extraordinary. We took pictures and screwed around. There's just my wife and my daughter and I. So my daughter said, "Well, it's a shame that nobody knows what that castle is." So she figured it out, and she did a little AR app, And basically, now every time you can go to that castle, you can pull up the data about it, when it was built, who the king was, all that kind of stuff. We add value, right, to something that you can see out in your backyard. Or we've been out on the quad here, and we knew the environmental data. We knew what it was right now. Would it cause us to take some sort of action? I'd worked on a water quality project a long time ago where we had water quality data, and we knew that with our smartphone you could walk over to the edge of the ocean, and before you put your foot into that water, we'd be able to display the quality of the water before you let your kid go in it. San Diego County hated this because, by the way, it has the filthiest seawater in the United States. So that's a longer story. But augmented reality is interesting, right? It's interesting because you can display data in real time. Virtual reality may not be quite as interesting for this kind of utilization. It's very difficult to continue to update things in real time. It basically requires a pre-produced, by and large, approach to data. That will change, but I think for the next X number of years, it's probably not the most appropriate thing. We'd probably lean more toward AR than VR for this kind of usage. How many of you know Esri, the geospatial company? Their work is extraordinary. They do all their software, by the way, is free or nearly so. If you want to map something, you want to put data on a map, you want to put a character on a map, you want to lay out a new park in your city, you can do almost anything with Esri data. Probably the most sophisticated mapping software and technology company in the world, and available to all of us to mess around with basically for free. So you can think, gee, wonder if I could take augmented reality or virtual reality and put it in the context of a specific place. And Esri and companies like Esri are the answer. So the idea that I can take something and I can put it over here and you can see it, you can move it, you can walk around it, you can experience it, you can design through it, is extraordinarily powerful. Another approach I really like, and there are several companies that fall into this category, but I like one in particular. The company's name is Moonshadow. When I met the CEO and he told me that he was the CEO of Moonshadow, I told him I was happy to meet him because it was proof that we'd finally run out of names for new companies. But what they do is they can take any 2D information, convert it to 3D, and display it over any mapping technology. So if you want to see something cool, just go and Google Moonshadow in the next couple days and see their demo. What they're doing is extraordinary. There are a number of other companies like that. They just happen to be my favorite technology. And then, of course, raw data. And as I already said, that raw data probably doesn't have any kind of emotional impact, and in this particular instance might not be particularly useful in leading to social advocacy. So you can see where I'm going. I'm thinking, we haven't decided yet, by the way. By the next Digital Hollywood, maybe I can show you what we've come up with. But it's probably going to be a mix between app-driven AR and geospatial display. I mean, I think that's probably where we really need to go. We need to test it, of course. We need to find out what our audience wants once we can give it to them. And what we really want people to do is we want people to both understand and demand action anywhere in the world on the data that they see. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gary. So in just a minute, I'd like to open it up to questions from all of you. But Anna, I just wanted to ask, you know, we're talking about immersive AR environments and that experience as far as being engaged. Can you tell us how you see people experiencing it differently versus TV or, you know, other items like that as far as advocacy content goes?
Yes, absolutely. So I think TV is more of a passive experience where you're being shown the information and you're kind of just ingesting it, whereas a interactive AR display would help you to become more immersed in the experience. So you're not passively just kind of receiving the information, you're actually actively participating in the information and the story itself. So there's a sort of narrative created around being able to immerse yourself in the experience and being able to view things in a more personal way. It puts yourself in the shoes of the experience. So you're actually embodying the emotional experience, and you get to have those feelings of empathy and things like that. If you were to watch if you see a beautiful temple and then you're watching it get destroyed, you're gonna have an emotional response to that. And it's much more powerful if you're actually feeling like you're watching it before your eyes than if you're just kind of flipping through channels, passively seeing something happen. It creates a distance, exactly.
Thank you. And Tanisha, could you tell me, what does identity research mean for VR, especially in the sports world?
Well, it kind of reiterates some of the topics that I brought up, but you have to know your audience and know what their expectations are and how deep of a fan are we talking about, because there are so many different levels of affiliation. There's the highly affiliated, like super fan, all the way down to your casual non-fan. They're just there because they got a free ticket or something. But the identity research, it'll help you figure out whether or not, all right, what kind of extra content can I create that will meet something in the middle? Something in the middle of that casual, moderate fan that wants to be either social at some aspects and then maybe wants to be just totally locked in and immersed and not worrying about anything else. Especially because if we're talking about you're at a game and you want to have some type of added immersive experience, I don't know about you, but most times if I'm at the game, the phone's in my pocket. I am not watching it at all. It's all about the game. That's what I'm watching. But if there's a way to merge your experiences where, all right, if it's going to add to the content, then maybe it'll be a little bit worthwhile to actually like put on some lenses or use something else. So if you're at home, it's all about adding to the experience as opposed to trying to replace it with something else, because nothing's going to replace the actual live event. Nothing will do that. But what VR and AR can do for sports is boost and amplify that experience with additive content, because the whole point is you don't want to replace the game, you want to add to it and increase the overall experience. So identity research is important because you have to figure out like who we're talking to. Who am I going to put this headset on? Who am I, like, what are the needs and the values, and what do they ask, what do they look into? Because in sports, it's not just the game that's going on, but there's pre-game, post-game, feature stories, all of this shoulder content and what's called shoulder programming and entertainment, because that's where the heart is. It holds up the event. It supports the event, which is the head, the game. So all of this extra shoulder content, that's why there's 19 ESPNs and Fox Sports, because it's all of this extra pre-post feature stories that gets you emotionally connected. So once you know how to emotionally connect to these fans, then you can use that research to inform the design of how I'm going to use immersive media.
Great. And Gary, what do you think is the most exciting, either right now or right on the horizon, for the real-time data, especially in the environmental area?
I think it's when it comes to not just environmental stuff, but almost anything that we look at that's social advocacy, the more real time, the better. When you look at some of the stuff that's been done with VR and with some of the refugees and some of the natural disasters and the crises sort of intervention, one thing is that you massively increased contributions to the Red Cross and other agencies instantaneously. In the recent crisis in Indonesia, they got 400% more people, more money being contributed to them, largely because they did a 360 video kind of thing and then put it on YouTube. I mean, it wasn't that we were really experiencing it in 3D. So we can make these things quite real. As you know, I'm working with you on some stuff with the Department of Defense and Department of State, and they're concerned about having a all-volunteer army and having the rest of us sort of understand the fog of war, you know, and that it's not fun. It's not, there are no parades, there are no victors, there are a lot of victims. And so our own military is saying, how do we get our own population to understand this? And I think that's what technology can do. It's what real-time information to a degree can do. Right now, I mean, my interest is, you have to focus on something. So my interest is largely on environmental issues, and I was just lucky. I mean, this is probably the most interesting and compelling and long-term thing I've been involved in 20 years. So I was just lucky, but it's great stuff.
Thank you. And Linda, you know, you talked to us about the device management, so to speak, that idea. What do you see as the effects on the brain as far as being in that constant state of crisis?
Well, as you've heard a lot of the panel speak, emotion is the key to memory and coding, which is, if you're designing something, that's what you want people to do, is to remember your product clearly. But there is an overload component to it, and the immersive environment feels real and appears the same to the brain. So what's really important is the brain treats it as real. I was just at the Stanford Virtual Lab a couple weeks ago and seeing Jeremy Bailenson work. And one study, I mean, was kind of interesting, where they took people and they showed them real-life supermodels, and they were looking at how the neurons fire when they are viewing real-life supermodels. And then they showed them in a VR experience real-life supermodels, and the brain couldn't distinguish the difference. The neurons that fired were the same. So it brings up the question, you know, what exactly in this virtual environment is it different than real life? And it appears in a lot of cases when emotion is concerned, it is not. And that's why we need to be so careful about what kind of emotional experience that we either subject ourselves to or create for others, because we really don't understand the long-term effect it has on the brain. But right now it appears that the brain cannot distinguish between virtual life and real life.
So can I extrapolate from that?
Yes.
You would be saying that you would need a sort of conscious cognitive override, so to speak, to make that distinction. In other words, if we put on a VR headset, you know, and we're in the demo hall, right? And so, and we would have the ability to say, I know that's a VR experience, even if it triggered an emotional reaction. So what that implies then is that you have to have the self-restraint or the self-control or the maturity, developmental maturity, to have cognitive override.
Can
Exactly.
you, Jerry Lynn, can you repeat the question, because they're trying to live stream the,
Yes.
make it short.
Linda, you seem to understand exactly where she's going. Can you make
Yes,
her
well,
soundbite her question first?
So the effects the brain has, and like you were saying, yes, you know enough that says this is not real life. So if has anybody walked the plank in virtual reality? Okay, you know, okay, I'm walking the plank, this isn't real. But your brain, your feeling, your prefrontal cortex is firing off your cortisol because you're scared. You know, they say, go ahead and jump off. You're scared. So your brain is going, hell, I'm scared. So you've got your cortisols firing off. Your prefrontal cortex is going, what the? But you know you're not going to fall anywhere. But your brain doesn't really quite know that. So there's this, not a disconnect, I don't want to say that. But I think there is a real responsibility to understand the neurophysiological effects that is happening here. Now, when I was in the Stanford lab, a guy jumped off the plank. And I was watching him jump, and I had a reaction. Because I saw it on the screen. I wasn't even in the environment. I was just watching a bystander, and I went like, oh, dude, you jumped. And I asked him afterwards, and I said, did anybody here jump? No. Wow, hats off. Because I asked the guy, I said, what did that feel like when you jumped? He said, I'm not even going to tell you what he said. He was scared. And that registers in the brain. And even though you, like you said, you know enough to say that's not real, but the brain's going, hey, real life, it feels real to me. I'm sorry, you had a question?
Yes.
Has there been any research into the temporal aspect of it? So after the experience, when you know that it wasn't a real experience, do you code it differently?
So the question he's asking is, after the experience, do you code it differently when you know it's that idea of virtual versus reality?
No, I don't think they have. I mean, the research that and that would be a really great study of research, unless you know of one that has. I don't.
You know, it sort of gets into presence research, you know, so that we know that I'm going to be able to recall and have a more of an emotional connection with an experience if there's another human being involved. And this goes to presence, and of course a lot of the VR kinds of applications are very interested in this. If you want to just get some free data and white papers on that, you can go to WorldViz, WORDVIZ, and they've been in business for a long time, and they're doing a lot of research. They do a lot of presence research. They do a lot of haptics research. They probably have the only VR environment where multiple people can be in the environment at the same time and you know they're there. So they're very interested in that, you know, and to see now what they haven't done. In fact, the fellow that's maybe here today, guys here at the conference, what they haven't done, and I don't know that anyone's done, is to say that when I have a virtual experience, will I remember it as vividly and for as long than if I had that same experience in the real world? And I think that's what you're asking, and this is what you probably should do your dissertation on.
He's one of our new students. Again, that was WorldViz. Other questions? Yes. WorldViz, V-I-Z. Yeah. Yes. Just, okay. Go.
Yes, yesterday somebody had a comment that they took their child to a lot of different virtual experiences, and one of them actually was one that the child hadn't gone to. They went to Disneyland, and the child, who was about 4 or 5, said, "Hey, Dad, remember when we went to Disneyland?" I said, "We never went to Disneyland." "Oh, that's all right. We went there virtually." What does this mean for things like testimony and memories, and when it comes time to decide whether something really happened or not? We've all had dreams that we thought were real, and realized, well, that was a dream. Is this going to be more difficult to separate?
Okay, so the question really has to do, if I understand you right, it has to do with experiences that you have in a virtual environment and being able to distinguish the difference, especially childlike, of what's real and what didn't, actually happened and what happened in a virtual environment, and how we're going to be able to distinguish that. Does someone want to take that one?
Yeah, you know, it's interesting that the brain does treat it as real, and they're finding that some effective treatments that they've actually used VR for with the military is to treating PTSD. So it's a multi-layer treatment, of course. I don't want to, make light of the complexity of it. But one of the things they're finding is the use of actually implanting new memories. I don't want to call it override, but kind of like that, override the traumatic memories. So in a sense, in that case, good job. It's actually helping somebody cope better in life. And I can see the application, as can a lot of people, using VR to manage, for a better word, traumatic memories. Now, you've got the other side, and that's VR for good. And then you've got the other side, where, what are people going to do with that? Are they going to let a 6-year-old look at something like a Call of Duty? And then 10 years later, is that child actually going to think they did what they saw in Call of Duty? I don't know. And I hope that people will be smart enough not to allow a child to look at that. So we don't know enough yet. The research is still very new. But what they're finding is they can use it actually to create new memories and to take away painful other ones. So you can kind of extrapolate it from there.
Yeah, I think that a long time ago there was a lot of research being done on maps of the mind, and there was a jeweler here in Los Angeles. He had a bunch of jewelry stores, and he sold them, made a lot of money, and trying to figure out what he might like to do. And he heard that a lot of the inner city kids in LA had never been to the beach, and he thought, that's insane, So what he started doing is just taking kids places. And take them to the beach, take them to the mountains, take them to the museum, take them anywhere, just take kids places. And so when they did research on this, and they asked kids, in this case they were elementary school kids, they'd ask them to draw a picture of their neighborhood, or draw a picture of their world, or draw a picture of the things that they remembered. And so middle class and upper middle class, mostly white kids, you know, they'd been to Hawaii once, or their parents took them to Tahoe or something. So their map of their world is relatively large. And the inner city kids, in many cases, the map of their world was only a mile. You know, the store, the path to school, maybe the church. And so what he wanted to do is see if he could make those maps expand. And I think, you know, he demonstrated it. There's a great book written about him called Maps of the Mind. And maybe we could do that, you know, to an extent with virtual experiences. I don't know that your early experience and not having actually gone to Disneyland is imprinted on you. I don't know. You know, maybe it is. I mean, have you ever? I've done this where, you know, you start telling a story about your father or your grandfather. You're like, remember when, you know? And the only reason I remember it is they showed me a photograph when I was 4 years old. I don't remember it, but I thought I did, so that was just as good. And maybe that's what we're doing with a lot of this stuff.
Okay, the gentleman just behind the last question.
Yeah, just a quick question. I'm extremely new to your work, Chris Sefner. I'm just wondering, in terms of you're sort of talking about the limits of engagement. You know, people write a million white papers and they never go anywhere. So I guess in terms of your future thinking, from an environmental / political standpoint, let's say we have AR where we can see pollution anywhere on the planet, and we're looking at a country like China, you know, Beijing. How does that actually get at the power structure that's causing that pollution that cloaks all of Beijing? Like, how do we actually like make a dent in that wall based on what you're doing? That's my question.
So I think the question is, you know, we have a lot of data already in white papers, et cetera, and now Gary's talking about the fact that we would have real-time data and know areas of pollution, et cetera, but then where's that missing link that then can shift change in the higher structure?
Yeah, the greatest interest we've gotten from this so far, from a country point of view, is the EU, China, and Canada, and our own EPA. Now, people recognize they have a problem, you know, and to some extent they think they have an idea of what they might be able to do about it. Unfortunately, most governments are pretty good at responding to stuff that's very short term and very immediate, you know, a flood in Tennessee, and pretty bad about responding to stuff that's going to take a decade or 2 or 3. And so I think that we can get to that infrastructure. One of the biggest things is the financial thing, and I don't want to dominate this. They have a lot of other stuff, but financially, you know, what are the costs and benefits? So one of the things that I worked on for the first several months is this actually makes the budding cap and trade market in the California real. And so that if you can really quantify exactly the pollutants at exactly the spot that are being spewed from someplace or another, you can put a price on it. And if you can put a price on it, you've got the people, you know, the pay side of cap and trade. And so that's one of the things we're working on. It's a complex kind of thing. I don't think in the big scheme of things that governments will be the biggest problem, as long as you can suggest what they can do about it.
Other questions? Yes.
We work on the ethics of VR, because all these questions about the children and all of that, and especially, as you say, the good side, the bad side, who's doing the work now about the ethical impact of VR? Are you scared?
Well, you know,
So the question is about the ethical impact of AR and who's doing the research. And I think Linda has some answers, but I did want to also say that I'm past president of the American Psychological Association for Media Psychology and Technology, and we are definitely starting, but it is still a relatively new area because we're sort of pacing right along with it. But Linda, yes.
No, and Dr. Hogg is actually right. She is very involved in the ethical constraints, then there should be constraints. And when I said, you know, you said that you scared me, and in a way, I'm kind of glad that I did. I didn't want your cortisol levels to fire off. I'm sorry about that. But in a way, I think we do need to take a step back, and we need to be very conservative about this. And I think we need to be very, very aware, and especially the people creating content. And because we all really are content creators, I was just watching Anna here take a picture and do, you know, whatever she's doing right away. I mean, she's creating content as she's speaking up here. We're all content creators. So we all have to understand the ethical perspective of this. What are we allowing ourselves to experience? Like, you know, Pam was saying, what are we allowing ourselves to experience? Knowing what I know about the brain and what it does to ourselves, what are we allowing for, you know, ourselves? But then what do we allow our children? And then our community, and then our students, and what is our ethical responsibility, and what can we do, if anything? And it comes down to a multi-tier approach to it. You know, in your area of expertise, I'm not familiar, you know, see what you can do, write about it, blog about it, ask the good questions like you are here, see what you can do and advance it. Because right now technology is totally out in front of any laws, any real ethical, you know, constraints in place. At this point, it's just out in front of it. And that's not a good place for it to be, I think. But it is what it is, and we all work at it in our own way.
I was just about to say,
You know?
because we're still in this early adopter stage, this type of research is still being done. It's being done as the technology is being done. So it's almost like the ethical board is trying to keep up with the technology, but the technology keeps changing. So it has to evolve, and we're just gonna keep trying to follow along. But we're gonna start to see a rating system with virtual reality content. That's gonna have to come. That's just, it's in the works. But things like
and
that.
More information and
more
information from us when we speak about it. As we get more information, we'll speak as well. And I think you know, it's just a process of education. But anybody, it seems like almost everybody here has had an experience in VR. You guys know right away. Would you want your children to watch this? And under what conditions? For how long? You know, I mean, it's something that you need to take control of as well in your own environment.
So we're down to our last minute, and I just want to.
Could I say one thing about that? We were at a dinner last night, and every single speaker agreed that there should absolutely be no limits put on technology. And I think it's sort of universal, you know, I mean, we go back to any technology, and I think people would say that. And it's so difficult to do research, actual research with kids. It's kind of illegal in most cases. So we're going to have to make some guesses. And we know of people that are trying to work on rating systems, much like we have for TV and film. Don't know how effective that is. But the ethical use of stuff like that is going to be really interesting.
Yeah, I think we need to make it as research-based as possible. Unfortunately, we are out of time. We're getting from the back. So I just real quick takeaway.
Be scared. Be very, no.
Be very afraid.
Think of everything for good. Technology for good, VR for good, human beings for good. Always look on the good side, but prepare for the worst, I suppose. But like the debates tonight, but let's hope for the best.
And the game.
Anna?
I agree.
Okay. Tanisha?
Experiences are undefeated.
And Gary?
Never speak before noon.
Thank you all for being here today.
Thank you.
Hello. Okay, we're going to begin, and we'll virtually put a lot of other people in these seats. I'm Stephen Charles Jaffe. I'm the COO of Springbok Entertainment, the co-founder. I produced a movie called Ghost and Strange Days with James Cameron, several other of Catherine Bigelow's movies. I got into the empathy business, unfortunately, through my daughter having cancer when she was 15 years old. At that time, she was cured by a doctor at Children's Hospital named Stuart Siegel, and to show my appreciation for him saving her life, I made a PSA fundraising film for the hospital and for Dr. Siegel that raised $120 million. Last year, my partner, Brandon Zemmel, and I went back to Dr. Siegel, told him we were working in VR and we wanted to do another fundraising experience, but this time using virtual reality. And he had just founded a new program at USC Norris Hospital called AYA at USC, Adolescent Young Adults Who Have Cancer, ages 15 to 39. And when my daughter had cancer, that term didn't exist. DNA banking didn't exist. And, but basically, people from that age group find themselves, unfortunately, between children's hospitals where they shouldn't be, because my daughter, like a number of other teenagers, found herself in a room full of 2-year-olds and wondered, why am I the only person, why am I the only teenager with cancer? And I said, I'm sure you're not, but I didn't really have an explanation. And the worst thing would have been if she had been in an adult hospital for treating cancer, because that's even more ostracizing. Anyway, long story made short, I've been in the empathy business longer than I care to admit, but here we are, and we have this wonderful opportunity with VR and AR to use it to promote social change of many, many different types. So without further ado, because I'd really like to get into the meat of this discussion, let me introduce our panel. First of all, Elijah Allen Blitz, Director of VR Experience for Ken Burns News. I'm going to let everybody tell you more about their work and what they're doing, but I just want to get the introductions done. Ian Forrester is the Chief Operating Officer, co-founder of VR Playhouse. Next to him is Lori Kozłowski, producer of Project Empathy, and my partner, Brandon Zemmel, CEO, co-founder of Springbok Entertainment, and next to him is Joey Caroni, Director of Digital Media at KCRW. So I'd like everybody to reintroduce themselves, tell the audience a little bit about what you've been doing.
All right. What's up, everybody? My name is Elijah. I direct virtual reality, and my most recent project is actually with this guy. We made a piece for Time Magazine called Defying the Nazis. It was based on the most recent Ken Burns film. But me personally, I'm a freelance director, and I mostly focus on VR projects that somehow elevate consciousness and raise awareness about socially relevant issues. So that's my mini what do I do.
Hey, I'm Ian Forrester. I'm the Chief Creative Officer and co-founder of VR Playhouse. We're a full-service creative studio and production company. We focus on making original content and content for clients at our studio in Glassell Park. We've been around since 2014, and we're really excited this year to be rolling out our first slate of original content. So yeah.
Hi, I'm Lori Kozłowski, and I am the producer of Project Empathy. Project Empathy is a combination of virtual reality and looking at the mass incarceration issue in the United States. So ultimately, Project in total is 4 VR shorts about different issues around the US prison system. By trade, I am a journalist, and so these films take on sort of a documentary feel, although some of them are biographical and some of them are scripted. But we wanted them to be as true to life as possible to help bring the issue of mass incarceration to a larger public and to policymakers.
I'm Brandon Zammel. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Springbok Entertainment and co-founder of Springbok Cares, a nonprofit. Springbok Entertainment has produced and financed quite a few pieces relevant to the panel. We produced a documentary on the northern white rhinoceros, the most endangered species in the world, shot in Kenya. We premiered it at Tribeca. We're the first partners, creative partners for Google Expeditions, where we did a series on the refugee crisis in Germany. We did a series on the Hadzabe tribe, one of the last nomadic tribes in the world in Tanzania, as well as a series on global warming's impact on agricultural practices in third world countries. Springbok Cares is a nonprofit that brings immersive technology programming to hospitals for hospital patients. We recently announced a few weeks ago that the first program will be launching at USC Keck Medical Center, where we're going to have the capability of hosting over 400 patients and patients' loved ones a week. So it's a pretty big build out that we've been working on a long time, and we're really excited to share about it.
Hi there, I'm Joey Croney. I'm the head of digital and creative at KCRW. KCRW is a nonprofit NPR affiliate station here in Los Angeles. We've actually produced about 50 VR productions over the last 13 months or so, predominantly in entertainment. I think our goal in participating in panels like this and being part of the community is really helping to mainstream VR and increase the audience and distribution, really, and to give projects like this a voice. So happy to be here with these guys and ladies today.
Great. Let's talk about how you get people to watch your VR experiences, and then we'll talk about how do you get these experiences financed.
You make it good. And I mean, like, in a real way, you make it like a good thing where they feel good watching it. I think that a lot of our there's something interesting that I've noticed that happens in framed media versus immersive media, and this started, my background was in theater and starting to move into immersive theater. When I figured out, I just sort of dropped everything and started doing VR as soon as I found out it existed. So you make them feel good, you give them status, you give them some kind of pleasure experience. The embodied consciousness of the VR viewer wants to be honored and is in a position to be honored. Whereas it seems that the disembodied viewer of the framed media experience wants to see something, kind of wants to be beaten up a little bit or battered around. I sort of, one of the things I think about a lot is the moral obligation of the viewer in a VR experience. And maybe this is an interesting jumping off point for Brandon, the work you're doing. When you're in a situation where you have no agency, you're relieved of your moral obligation to act. So if I'm 4 blocks away and I see a car accident through a window, I can look at it and the thought is, oh, someone will help them, I can just watch. Or maybe I should make a call, right? I don't know, maybe I just admitted to being a terrible person, I'm not sure. But if I'm standing on the street corner, chances are I'm going to leap into action, I'm going to be pulling people out of cars, I'm going to, be calling the cops right away. Like, there's going to be no hesitation towards that. And I think, to me, that's the difference between framed media and immersive media and VR.
I think to add, Ian, to what you're saying, I think it's about a call to action. The feeling good is not necessarily that you're telling a feel-good story as much as you're empowering the viewer in a way that says that there's a level of emotional investment that you're tapping into that immersive technology has the capacity to do. And I think you see a lot of pieces in this space that they recognize the potential power of it, but oftentimes they don't take that next step of saying, and you can do something about it, right? In fact, Lori, you guys with Project Empathy, one of the things that I had noticed was what you guys have planned in March that I thought was a really cool aspect to what you guys have put together.
Yeah, so with Project Empathy, we are, one of the goals, besides showing people what mass incarceration is and what, inmates and former inmates go through in the United States, the idea is to get this content in front of policymakers and politicians to actually affect public policy and laws being changed. So we have something called Day of Empathy through Van Jones' organization Cut 50, which is interested in mass incarceration and reducing it in the United States, and wanting to get the VR shorts in front of politicians sort of in each state on March 1st. And already what's great about his team is we've taken the content we've already made and we have taken it to Washington. So Cory Booker's seen the content, Newt Gingrich has seen the content, and we really just sort of, beside the general public and making the content good, we want to make sure that people can actually make policy changes on our behalf also see this content. Something I did the majority of the research on the prison system and with former inmates for the last year, and I think that what was humbling for me is that it's a much more complicated issue than I think the average person realizes, and probably even more complicated than most of our politicians recognize as well.
That sounds amazing. It sounds like a great series. I can't wait to see it. My question, though, is how do you get the average person who is curious about VR, doesn't have a headset, how do you bring the masses to an important program like that, or any of the programs everybody here is working on, and how do you accelerate that?
I think part of it is recognizing, finding the balance as a creative and a storyteller of the tools that you want to use, and making sure that you don't lose sight of what your message is, right? Which you need to get it into people's hands. So in conceptualizing what that experience is going to look like, part of it is having an understanding of the tools that are available to you and being strategic in the way that you use them. I want to throw this over to Joey. I mean, I'm kind of teeing you up for this because I think KCRW's strategy is a really smart one.
Education and curation and distribution partners. You got to get that aha moment, which everybody experiences when they first put a headset on. We do that with entertainment. So we've recorded about 30, 35 musicians coming in and doing live sessions in the studio as a VR single. We're growing our audience with the entertainment content to then sort of spoon feed more of the change agent storytelling narrative stuff. And I think in addition to that aha moment and sort of breaking down that sort of barrier to entry with sort of getting people to experience it, I think you have to really reach out to curation and distribution partners. You need people that are going to sort of suggest your content to their audience and help distribute it. And I think that's one of the great things about VR content is some of the panel and I were discussing this morning, it is very much still a community. There is not this sense of competition that is typically rife in Hollywood. So you have a lot of people that are willing to sort of co-distribute content. And I think those relationships and partnerships are going to be critical to mainstreaming VR, is that we maintain that sense of community and cooperation and share other people's work as equally and as passionately as you would share your own.
Elijah, I was just going to say, I mean, you're fortunate enough to be associated with Ken Burns, who is an icon in this world. How are you using that association to make people aware of your experience?
Well, we're using, I mean, obviously just having Ken Burns' name attached to something makes people aware, and having, Time Magazine and PBS to help distribute it. One of the things, though, using that even to answer your initial question, agreeing, with what everyone's saying, I think another way, at least in the current state of things, to help get other people to see these experiences is by having a 2D companion piece to go along with it. Yeah. One of the things we did with the last project is we got one of the Holocaust survivors to watch a recreation of her rescue in VR, and then film that, and then have that experience. That video kind of went viral on Time's website, and they did a whole story about it. So that, at least right now in this current state of things, when still more people are watching 2D videos, most people don't even know they have 360 capabilities on their phones. When people aren't aware of that, it's to show them stuff that they're used to, and then say, oh, guess what? Do you see that thing she's watching? You want to watch it? Then, like Ian said, make sure it's good.
You know,
Yeah.
it's interesting because when Brandon and I were discussing our AYA program, I said, based on my experience with the previous PSA for Children's Hospital, we're going to have to do a 2D version because there's going to be, first of all, I'm soliciting funds for a hospital. I have to pull on people's heartstrings, get them to write a check. But I knew the 2D version was going to be instrumental in getting them in the door. But our VR companion piece, which I naively thought, oh, I'll just recut it with the wide-angle shots, so it'll be easy. But then we realized in discussing this, it had to be a completely unique VR experience. But to get them in the door, we still have to rely on old traditional techniques.
To go back to Ian's point too, you know, this often comes up on a lot of panels, and it can't be reiterated enough. Which is, if you're considering doing something in VR, you know, using some kind of immersive tech, you got to ask yourself why. And if it's simply just because it's the latest, greatest tool, or you know, you really want to experiment with it, you're not doing yourself or the medium or your cause any favors. There has to be something that enhances what your message is. Otherwise, you shouldn't be doing it in VR.
I want to jump in just real quick because I think I want to just add two things. The first is we've had two projects now come through the door where somebody's come in with the idea, and this is not the piece with time, but or two projects where somebody's come in through the door with a 2D project saying, I want you to make a VR companion piece, and then the VR companion piece has become the primary project, and the framed piece has become they've just changed their status relationship. And it was really interesting to see. And I think that has been a learning for us in terms of like, well, you know, you can sort of almost do like, you almost have to sort of know that you're going to be playing a shell game at some point. Like, okay, I'm going to come in with my movie, right? Because everybody knows movies. And then I'm going to come in with this little VR thing over here, but then just know that like the VR, everybody's going to get way more excited about the VR thing. And be ready for that to sort of take the top spot. So I do think, companion media is really is a really good way to communicate because there are so many great platforms for it. One thing that we're doing is we have a mixed reality lab. So a mixed reality lab is we're able to film people who are inside of an experience, inside a virtual reality experience, and then composite their real life with the virtual life. So it's what's really happening in the room in this reality, and then what's happening in their virtual reality mashed together. So no longer is it a Facebook video of somebody flailing around in a room, you know, looking sort of foolish. It's somebody in an environment that you can make sense of and you can see, and you get FOMO about it. And the people watching it say, oh, I want to be inside that. So this is something we did for the piece with Amelie was we filmed her watching the piece and then composited her in the experience at that point. And those are some of the most powerful shots of the framed video. So I think that's another compelling way to communicate the experience of VR.
If you want to see a good example of what Ian's talking about, for those that are unfamiliar, if you Google or go on YouTube and type in tilt brush, pretty much any official video that Google has released for their painting virtual reality app will be this technique that Ian's talking about, and will give you a very good idea. What you're actually watching is the actual performance of the painter using green screen. And it'll give you, an idea of how you observe someone in a VR space in, a traditional framed version.
Just a side note on that, that's really cool what Brandon said. There's a video online of one of the original Disney animators in Tilt Brush. He's painting in three-dimensional space, and he paints a three-dimensional Beauty and the Beast and Little Mermaid, and then can walk around and interact with it. Like what he created, he brings to life in front of you. It's cool.
We love Tilt Brush. We want to live in Tilt Brush. What's interesting, Time Magazine worked with you guys. Did they reach out to you, or did you reach out to them? How'd that happen?
It was sort of this really great Kismet partnership. Time came to VR Playhouse and said, we're launching a platform. This was back in, I think I can talk about this now. I'm so excited when I finally get to talk about something because so much stuff is like under wraps. So yeah, they came to us earlier in the summer and they said, hey, you guys make VR stuff. We are launching a VR platform. What do you got? And gave us their rollout calendar, and we looked at all the stuff and we were like, okay. At the same time, Elijah came to us and was saying, hey, I want to do this companion piece for this Ken Burns documentary that is coming out on PBS in the fall. And the timing was really lined up, and so we're like, okay, well, what if we made this a launch piece for Time for Life VR? And so VR Playhouse kind of put those pieces together, and Time was excited, and Elijah and Ken and Artemis, who's the creator of the documentary, were excited, and it just was kind of downhill from there.
I think it's interesting that some of the old media giants like Time, like Condé Nast and New Yorker, have realized that the writing's on the wall. People aren't going to be buying hard copy magazines or newspapers, and I find it kind of optimistic to see that they're doing that and they're not just putting their heads in the sand, or otherwise they'll.
What's really interesting about Time is that they relaunched their Life VR brand, which do you remember what the quote is?
Which one? Oh,
something like
the mission statement.
Yeah, the mission statement for Life. Look up the mission statement for Life and the Life magazine.
Life
and then
magazine
think about
mission statement. It's amazing. It's basically like a VR experience. It's like to take people to new lands where they've never been and show them new reality. And
and so Life was doing it with photos, which was the most immersive, widely distributable technology of its day. And now here Life comes and is saying, oh, well, we're going to do it in VR.
Yeah, similarly, with Project Empathy, we premiered one of the VR shorts with The Atlantic at their Race and Justice Summit, and they were awesome media partners in terms of getting really excited about wanting to show their audience and their sort of tastemakers and their audience VR. So it's one of the oldest magazines in the country, but they still have that sort of tastemaker brand, and I think they want to be ahead of the curve when it comes to what's next. So
it's interesting that you mentioned Life magazine. I was lucky enough when I was a young kid. My father was a literary agent, and in the 50s, and he represented a number of prominent writers. But one really special client of his was Margaret Burke White, who was the original photojournalist for Life magazine. She took the first cover for them, and she continued to do a lot of work for them. And there's a couple things I want to bring up and open up to you guys to talk about. One is the role of photojournalists in VR documentaries, because Margaret Burke White was unique in that she was a great writer and she was a great photographer. And today there are very few people that have both of those talents. You're either a great photographer or a great writer. What kind of opportunities do you think there are for not just photojournalists to evolve into this space, but women? I mean, Margaret Burke White, when she did this, it was unheard of, just unheard of. And today, obviously, this is a prime focus of discussion and what's fair and unfair opportunities for women, for minorities, et cetera. So I open it up to you guys to talk about that.
Well, I'll jump in as the only woman on the panel. I think that
Oh, I want to explain it.
ultimately, thanks, Kanye. So I think that ultimately, if you dig into the history of VR, actually, which we've done, a lot has been done by women. So Nani de la Peña, who's considered the godmother of VR, is one of our directors, and her mentor, Jackie Mori, is actually a real groundbreaker in the space. So there's a lot more that's been done in VR by women than I think is known about. So I don't know that it's quite as, I don't think women have taken a back seat in this medium. I just don't know that it's been shouted about. I think
you have to shout.
We're helping shout about it. We're doing
Thank
coverage
you.
on women in VR, and it does seem from our experience that VR, again, as a community, is actually a lot more open and embracing. At the most recent Oculus,
totally.
they had a diversity project manager who was a woman come out and actually give a sort of a dissertation on their efforts in diversity, and that was at a keynote of a major tech company, which is typically sort of the norm, but you look at it as being the norm today, whereas 5 years ago at CES, you would be hard-pressed to find a female executive in a booth or on a panel. And I think VR is actually taking strides to sort of break down those barriers early in the industry.
I agree. Yeah. It seems like a wide open space. So if you're a girl, if you're a woman and want to get into VR, like, go for it. It's very, it feels like the playing field's very level at this point.
Well, and there's a lot of grants out there that are set up specifically for diversity and sort of people that are a little disadvantaged in terms of the tech and the hardware access and software access. And I think that's one of the things that we encourage everybody to take advantage of, because it is there. The money exists. People are committing to it. And I think Oculus, don't quote me on this, but I think it was $50 million or $100 million was set aside just for more than that. I'm seeing more. 150? Am I getting closer? 250, thank you. $250 million set aside for diversity filmmakers and storytellers. Thank you. Sure.
The other thing is, too, there's some really amazing events and groups that are out there that essentially are bringing people together. One in particular is there's a really active Facebook group called Women in VR that I'm actually a part of as an observer because the discussion that goes on there is incredible, really talented people. But I think one of the amazing things that's happened in this medium is because there is this kind of anarchist component to it, it's allowed people to define it. The same boundaries aren't as much there as with other aspects of the technology or entertainment business. And the result of it has been this incredible surge of diversity and unique voices that are contributing to the growth of what's happening here.
Joey, I want to ask you a question. How far away are we, or is KCRW, from the point where Madeline Brand, Warren Olney will be doing a parallel VR broadcast of what their shows are?
That's a great question. We have the tech, we have the know-how, and we have the talent. What we don't have is the audience. And I think, when we deal, especially being a nonprofit, we have to make sort of these resource decisions based on reach. And unfortunately, our reach in sort of this space, in this medium, is still fairly limited. And that's why we're really taking the sort of approach of trying to mainstream it and educate the audience as much as we can, increase adoption, carry other people's content, push the industry, because frankly, the tech is there, the audience just isn't quite there yet.
How much is NPR as a nationwide organization helping you?
You're going to get me in trouble.
You can take the fifth.
To my knowledge, NPR has done one VR production, and it was one, I believe it was a Tiny Desk concert, and that's it. And there's no plans strategically for NPR to do anything in VR at the moment, other than sort of one-off experiments. And I mean, I think that speaks to traditional media that we were just sort of talking about. I think there has been some embracing from traditional media of sort of one-off projects. What we're not seeing is sort of a committed distribution strategy with traditional media and VR. And that's one of the things that we're trying to do at KCRW is just stay committed and keep pushing out VR content on a monthly basis, have a presence at conferences. You don't see other radio stations, you don't see other media companies here. We had a booth at VRLA. I mean, this is what we're trying to set an example a little bit in the industry to help sort of get the word out, really, is what it's all about. But I mean, unfortunately, NPR does not have any strategy around VR at the moment.
So I guess Congress and the Senate is not authorizing any bills for VR education.
Video is a challenge for NPR in all formats, and sort of wrapping their head around that. And I think it's really going to be up to sort of member stations in the NPR community, like KCRW, to sort of set an example and give them a model that they can follow.
Right.
I want to echo that because I've noticed that a lot. There are a lot of companies out there, like we've had very little kind of repeat business, and it's typically because where the market is now, the audience isn't there. So the people who are creating content, and it's interesting because like we've been seeing it grow. You know, we started 2 years ago when like there was a DK, the DK2 had just come out, I think. It's so funny. It's like dog years in this industry.
Know, right?
And so I think a lot of the people who are making VR content at this point, it's a lot of positioning. It's to be able to say, oh, I made a VR back in 20, whatever,
We were one of the
15 or
first.
14. Yeah, we were one of the first. We were doing that. But they make one thing, and then they're just like, okay, that's our VR thing. And then, there's not yet a real appetite there's not like an appetite that needs to be, fulfilled on the part of audiences yet.
Have you gotten the question, from potential clients or collaborators, how much does 5 minutes of VR cost?
All the time. All the time. And I'm like, okay, well, look at 5 minutes of My Dinner with Andre and 5 minutes of The Avengers and tell me the cost difference between
And these questions are coming
those
from
two.
educated people. I
Yeah.
mean, this is not...
It's the same thing.
Yeah. Well, I always got that question as a producer of film, and it's like, where's the script? What, how many shooting days? Who's directing this, et cetera, et cetera. If you can't answer these questions, don't ask me a stupid question like that. Let's go back to traditional tools to cover our rear ends to make sure what we're doing in VR does get exposed. Now, we were talking about having a 2D version to get the uninitiated in the door. What Brandon and I have found, and it's kind of great how quickly the tech is evolving, because we had a number of people say, well, not only do I not want to put on a headset, but I want to experience this with my friends. I want to get back to the movie experience, collective enjoyment or grief or emotional experiences with a group. So obviously we looked into domes, and that's a whole other area that's really interesting. It's not quite as immersive. I don't think it ever will be as putting on a headset, but we have to be realistic. And again, we're trying to cast the largest net. What are your experiences with projection domes or things like pufferfish, which are beautiful eye candy? And clearly when anyone has a dome exhibit at a convention, it's like a magnet. Everybody goes to it. And pufferfish and those beautiful globular fish tank things, also eye candy, but how effective are they, and what are you guys doing with that type of projection?
Well, I mean, I was just talking with Ted Shilowitz last night from Fox, and they just had released the most recent Star Trek film in this, not 360, but it's 180, and it's this whole screen, and it just goes around like this, so it's just to immerse you in it. And they're experimenting with that because they know that not everybody wants to put on a headset. So, I mean, me personally, I'm working with a friend of mine named Louis Schwartzberg, who's a time-lapse photographer on the more like immersive dome kind of thing, not full-on size of this room dome, but something that probably 5 to 6 people could experience together. It's one of those things, though, that I would more focus, when it comes to that, I would more focus on the content. I mean, it depends more what you're creating.
Well, I'm assuming everything's first-class content, but
yeah.
still,
but even with that, some content, I feel like you said, it's more intimate and needs to be. You can't, that the whole solitary confinement piece that they showed at the White House, you can't show that in a dome, Yeah.
Yeah, did you see the 6x9 piece by The Guardian about solitary confinement?
I did not.
So The Guardian back in April released, it was a project funded by Google. It's to bring the idea of solitary confinement in the United States to the masses, or as many people that could see it. It's called 6x9 if you get a chance to see it. I actually saw it for the second or third time last week at Paramount, and they actually put you in, speaking of an experience, they put you in a box that is the size of a cell, that would be the size of your cell if you were in solitary confinement. And it does change the experience a little bit, because you feel like you're sort of in there, and I know what you mean about projecting out so you don't have to put a headset on, because even with 6x9, they did borrow audio footage from Frontline PBS that recorded inmates and what it actually sounds like in a solitary confinement walkway, so you hear people screaming and guards shouting, and it's scary. It makes it very scary, but I could imagine this in a 360-degree environment without having the headset on. And I will say, from seeing a number of VR pieces, what ends up happening is it can weigh on your cheeks a little bit after a number of minutes, and I think the average viewer, as you've said, they'd like to see it with their friends, and especially when we're talking about issues like prison or the Holocaust or things that people need to have discourse about, it's very important for them to be able to also see this with other people, to have dialogue about it. So I think that however we can make those 360 environments possible, it could be a good step.
I want to use this moment to talk about sound, because sound is something that, every time we go to a seminar, it's like the last question, oh, sorry, we don't have time. But in your specific case, I imagine sound plays an enormous importance to making one feel like you're in that prison.
Yeah, so the 4 films trace different parts of mass incarceration. One is about, we didn't do solitary confinement because The Guardian had just done it in the middle of our production. But we did a piece on being left behind and what happens to children when they see their parents arrested, and the children who are left behind and what happens to the rest of the family. Most of the filming happened in North Hollywood. Wendy Calhoun, who's a co-executive producer of Empire, was actually the director on that piece. And beside being on the playground and having that 360 sound around about what it would sound like on a playground, or what it would sound like to have your mother arrested in the police, it was really important for Wendy to have us go back and find the voices of real children who have seen a parent arrested or taken away and how they feel about it. And so we also recorded voices of real children, and in some cases grown adults, who did have a parent that was taken out of the home due to arrest and incarceration. Adding those voices to the piece and having that real life reality check versus just thinking you're just in a little bit of a movie, I think it does help. But there's also teams are working with Ariel Soundworks, which is really about VR 360 sound, and it's just a key component of making the medium, as you said, like make stuff really good, and sound is part of it.
It was also interesting for me, Brandon actually pointed this out, that it's not just putting you in that space, but it's directing the viewer where you want them to look if you don't have a visual cue. And we were one of the first companies to use the early Nokia Ozo, and the shock of my life, I grew up in traditional film, and I had a cut that I had shot designed to have an incoming shot continue the screen direction right to left. And the editor said, it's never going to work. I said, what are you talking about? I said, we got to flop the shot, have the horse and the rider going the other way. And I said, that's the worst cut ever. And he said, yeah, but you just put the viewer looking off to the left. How are you going to get them to know where the horse is coming? We flopped the shot, and I go, oh, okay. This is actually what's so exciting about the medium we're working in, is whereas years and years ago when I first got into movies, it was like, how do we break these rules? Here we're making them up as we go along, and we're figuring this stuff out. And quite honestly, I think people new to VR have to embrace the unknown instead of being afraid of it. And all these things that we're trying, I mean, I think you have to say, hey, it's a medium where you get to try things. How many times did we always want to be able to try things, and we're told, no, you can't?
I actually want to go back to the domes thing, because I think it raises an interesting point. And I was just with Ed Lentz and Mindy Lipschultz. Anyway, they're two, if you're looking for domes, Ed Lentz at the Vortex Immersion Dome and Mindy Lipschultz. So Ed makes domes, Mindy's a producer for dome content, and she's doing crazy theme parks in China. They're awesome. But it's interesting because, we think about, what are we actually talking about when we're talking about VR? Are we talking about 360 video, which is perfect for a dome, or are we talking about first-person sensory experience? And this is something that I'm very sort of big on. I'm not really into doing dome content because, not that I won't. If you need dome content, don't call me. But because what I'm interested in is the primary sensory experience and how it affects and how it works on the mental models that we all have in our subconscious. You know, scientists have proven, you know, sense researchers have proven that 60% of what we perceive is actually made up. That our actual sensory input only accounts for about 40% of what we remember or how we perceive a situation. The rest is formed by a pantheon of mental models that resides deep in our subconscious. And this is where I think VR has the potential to really affect change, because primary sensory experience is the most credible and least available driver and creator of that reality engine. Most of it's formed through cultural indoctrination, which is like TV, movies. You know, the mechanism there is enough people around me say that X is true, so I believe X. But you've never actually done X, you know? So here, I want to do a real quick thought experiment, if you'll indulge, if you guys will all indulge me. I want everybody to think about music and dance in Cuba.
Where's my mojito?
Okay, cool. So everybody has a mental model of that, right? And like, I'm just going to do kind of a quick show of hands. Like, how many of you thought about electronic music and rave culture?
Only because I know.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So very few of you, and I'm sure many of you would be surprised to learn that there is actually there is really awesome house music being made in Havana, and that they were throwing, up until the government shut it down, a 30,000 person party called Rotilla on the beaches in just east of Havana. And so we supported a young filmmaker to go down, and even Major Lazer didn't know that. And so when he showed up with his whole crew to do a big electronic music show, he didn't bring in any Cuban DJs, even though there are a ton, and they're sick, you know? So this is where, I mean, just kind of a small example of where we made a VR piece with a young filmmaker that brought you to an underground party that took you through the story of Joy Van Govera, who's the father of Cuban house music, and you know, was mixing on tape decks in the late 90s until DJ Hell showed up and gave him a bunch of turntables and said, "Here, I will give these to you if you promise to throw free parties." And there's a really robust culture there that just wouldn't ever be part of anybody's mental model of Cuba. So anyway, just a small way, but I think that this same mechanism can be used to affect our stereotypes around race, around gender, or around incarceration. So I think that this is a huge opportunity of the medium because of that primary sensory experience and how it works on our subconscious.
How many of you, if the tech was readily available to give the audience choices like in HoloLens, how would you have changed the product that you created? Would you have given more choices to the audience to say, look, you can look here, you can look there? Talk about interactivity for a bit.
There's this constant consideration that goes into conceptualizing content and bringing all the assets together to actually bring it into fruition. And one of them is you have to consider how long you anticipate your production is going to take and where the audience in the marketplace is going to be upon completion. And then also, what is your audience? There are cases where we've produced content for a more kind of gamer-centric user base, in which case you can rely on a lot more interactivity. In the case of the fundraiser that we did for USC, it's a 360 video because we knew that many of the people that we would be putting into a headset were limited in their understandings of the mechanics, and just introducing the concept of being able to look around was going to provide enough of a challenge. This is something that you're going to see grow rapidly. I mean, right now we pretty much have all the major players on the board now. Sony just released their headset last week for the PlayStation. You've got Oculus, you've got Vive, Google Daydream is around the corner, Samsung Gear VR. This is happening really, really fast. And I think the other thing to consider as well, I often tell a story about it, several years ago, because many of us on this panel have been in this business what seems like an eternity, as Ian says, dog years in VR. Several years ago, I went into an entertainment law firm to give some demos, and one of the partners, older generation, older mindset, essentially had lots of criticisms about it. And to get him to understand, I said, I imagine you represent a lot of YouTube artists. And he says, yeah, we do. And I said, I bet you some of those YouTube artists make more money than your average actor. He says, yeah. And I said, and the demographic of the audience is, he had mentioned his granddaughter earlier in the meeting. I said, your granddaughter probably watches a lot of them and watches it on their cell phone, and would rather, and, I don't know if any of you have ever been to VidCon, the YouTube convention. I mean, the kids there scream for these YouTubers like they are the Beatles in the 1960s. It is insane. It was the first time where I felt old in my life. I mean, now I have a son, so I feel old every day, but, it was the first time where I went, oh my God, like I am of a different generation, the first time I went to VidCon. This is something that's really important to consider when you're entering into this space is who's your audience? And without a doubt, I think you're going to see my generation and up being very open to this, but there's a generation that's coming up that this is normal for them. And interactivity, I mean, my kid's 2.5 years old, he'll go up to the television screen on the rare occasion that it's on and he'll try to swipe it because he sees my wife and I swiping our cell phones all the time, right? So there's something that is being built in here that they want, users, audiences want that feedback. So that's going to play more and more of an important role. 360 video is really critical to getting people to discussing VR. But me personally, I want that interactivity. Even if it's the core of it is 360 video, I want some kind of input. I want it to respond to me. And this goes back to Ian's earlier point too, of that feel-good moment. That's about empowerment. And part of that empowerment comes from interactivity.
I want to bring up one other topic, and then we're going to turn it over for questions. My friend Stephen Colbert coined a phrase called truthiness. And I want the panel to talk about, I mean, we've been talking about the good uses of VR and eliciting empathy. What happens when it gets in the hands of, let's say, if there was a Hitler today? How do you counteract that kind of force using VR?
Well, I mean, I think a lot about this, and largely the sort of the semiotics of the culture that we're living in now versus the culture of the 20th century and the culture that gave rise to that kind of top-down hierarchical control, which we still have, obviously, but it's less it is less powerful now than I think ever before. I think to sort of speak to your point about the generational shift, Brandon, I say often that we hit the apex of spectator culture in the 20th century, where you identified who you were based on what you liked, right? Were you a fan of the Rolling Stones, or were you a fan of the Beatles, right? Now it doesn't matter. Now you're defined by what you do and by what you offer. So we're no longer in a spectator culture. We are now in a participant culture. And I think that small shift, which has really been powered by the internet, by being able to give upstream feedback to our media devices, and by a culture, you have groups like Anonymous working now. A group like Anonymous could never exist 100 years ago. That would have to be its own whole top-down hierarchical organization, that would sort of have its own. There's a guy, the head of the IEEE, and the world's first cyborg is a guy named Steve Mann, and he talks about this idea of surveillance. So we all know what surveillance is, being viewed from above. Surveillance is being viewed from underneath. And this idea is really powerful. It's how we can hold our governments accountable. It's how we can hold, a dictatorial leader accountable. It's how we can hold our media institutions accountable. and it's chaotic and it's messy, and it doesn't always lead to great things, but it is a counteracting force that we now have access to.
But, I mean, let's say the Ku Klux Klan came out with a brilliant propaganda video. Is this going to end up like when you go see a bad superhero movie and everyone is equally matched, and you're like, gee, when is this fight going to get over? Because I don't see anyone has a handicap. How it's inevitable. How are we going to deal with this? Or is it just like everything else, there's a good for the internet and there's a bad use for the internet? How do we deal with this?
I think it's a tool, just like all other tools, and it's how we use these tools is what matters. You know, and there's that saying, a hammer can either build bridges or bash brains, and it's like, what do you want to do? So I think that's something that we're all on this panel. That's what we're all doing, is we're being very conscious with the content that we create. You know, because listen, gaming and porn, they're gonna have a great time with this, and there's nothing wrong with that. Let them go do their thing, but we have to have a balance, and we have to be sure that what we're creating, what we're putting out there, is something that we're going to be proud of and feel like that contributes in a real way.
Lori?
I agree. I mean, you can't stop people from using the tools that are available, just like film or just like audio or anything else out there, or the way Twitter's been used or anything, any tool out there. But being that it's a new medium and a new tool, I think the important thing is, you know, people like us and hopefully people like you that want to go out and send good messages and lift people up and shine a light on things that people don't know about and they need to know about. And hopefully, you know, hopefully we spread more good than bad with this new territory.
And I would just add, I think for every sort of misuse of a medium, whether it's, you know, video, audio, VR, it tends to galvanize the opposition. So I think, you know, in some ways it's inevitable. I think when it does happen, I think the beauty there is it'll likely be met with a much better produced and well thought out response than the original piece itself. So I think, you know, that would be my hope, is that, you know, this whole community that we're trying to build around this medium would then rally itself to react to that in a really powerful way. And I think that is sort of inherent in the VR community itself, is you see a lot of the content that is actually coming out and is getting headlines is content that's aimed at changing people's minds and sort of perceptions for the better. And that is not indicative of really any other traditional model in sort of film or audio or anything. It never started that way. It always started with entertainment and making you laugh or making you have a great time or hear a great song. And I think VR is actually fairly unique in the sense that there are panels on this tech being used as change agent. And I think that puts us in a good position for the future. Ever the optimist.
All right, I think we'll turn this over for questions. Anybody in the audience want to ask something? Yes.
I didn't hear all the good things, but it's great that we're looking at it through a consciousness. My fear is when we say, well, let the gamers do what they want. No. Gamers have actually encoded negative messages to kids. They walk around, you're dead, and the suicide rate, we don't have to go into statistics of what we've seen happen. My question then is, I heard either it was a panel or a group of AR people talking. Imagine, you know that thing, the walk that they did, and I was terrified. What are we going to do? Put kids in post-traumatic stress in the competitive world of trying to sell video or whatever AR or VR becomes? So my question to you is, do you think that there's some way of getting a rating system, or some way of, I know we're a long way from that, but you start thinking of that, maybe you already covered it.
No, we haven't, and this is something I've given a lot of thought to, usually in response to questions like this, and it's a valid question. As far as ratings go, and I mean, when you're talking specifically about games, you know, there are rating boards across, you know, the globe that rate these things, just like, you know, the movie business as well. I think something that, at least my personal takeaway in my experiences in VR, and whether it be from the pure game standpoint or, to documentary film or whatever it may be. As I think everybody agrees here, anything you put into VR is just that much more impactful because it's there to simulate reality, right? We want to get the closest to reality as possible. And something that I always point out is you go to see something like Transformers in the movie theater because we've developed enough of a understanding of film language where we need, as a collective, we almost need that kind of grandiose display for it to have any kind of real impact on us, right? I mean, you look at the history of cinema and the kinds of movies that you watch a Buster Keaton film, right? And then you look at Transformers, Buster Keaton was still, amazing and still amazing to this day, but, there's a lot more going on a Transformers film now than with Buster Keaton.
But he did it for real.
Right, exactly. With VR, I always say where VR excels is in its subtleties. And it doesn't mean that it can't be action-packed, right? But if I'm in a VR headset and I'm experiencing a giant robot, crushing my house, and it's successful in really transporting me there, that's a very terrifying experience, right? But a potential, creepy person walking by my window, in many respects, is going to tap into something far more complex than just the fear of flight, or to want to run away from this monster. So I have enough faith in this medium and in the storytellers that they're going to recognize that. And you're already seeing it happen. A lot of the early demos that were being worked on by some big players in the game space were abandoned. And it wasn't because they weren't getting initial good responses, but in many cases when you talk about horror, for example, they were too scary. And I think when they really started looking at the marketability of it, they said, this doesn't make business sense. So the marketplace will help dictate that, but part of it is also the responsibility of the creators out there to show the positive power of it. And the other thing is, too, is that the definition between gamers or the game industry, and especially with VR and immersive tech, it's a major blending that's happening now, and it's really just about storytelling now, and everybody's using elements and talent from different pools. So it's becoming almost impossible to clearly make that distinction. So have faith in the creators and have faith in the medium. I think we'll be okay.
Let's take another question. Yes.
So I think somebody was talking about how call to action is so critical, and I work with a ton of nonprofits. I could not agree more. I think you guys have such an opportunity to make an immediate impact within medium, right? Like touch a button and send a letter to your congressman about this, or just have something in there. So how are you incorporating that so that when people are in the experience and having this emotional connection, people are like, oh God, I have to do something, and then afterwards they're like, oh no, all right, well that happened, just like you said with the car accident, right? So how do you incorporate in a direct call to action in the moment, and how are you also able to measure that?
So can I take this? Because this is something that's really exciting that we're just actually rolling out today for a project. It's for a commercial, of course, but what the commercial allowed us to do was innovate browser-based 360 video with interactive layers. So now for the first time, you can send someone a link on a text message without downloading an app, without hitting any of these kinds of blockades, any of these kinds of extra steps, right? It's very easy for them to click the button. They go and they can watch a fully immersive 360 video. They can hit another button, put it in their Google Cardboard or whatever that you send them that costs $5 for you to make, and watch the experience. And then at the very end, or at some point of the way through, you can have them gaze over a web link and just hold their gaze and complete an action that affects the real world. What's that?
I want them to look accidentally and hit donate now.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is something that like we're bringing online today for the first time. I think ever. I'm not sure. Correct me, please.
Sounds good to me.
But yeah, I mean, it's so I guess the technology is evolving very fast, and honestly, the longer we wait, the better it gets.
I also think there's these rudimentary ways, old school, just because we did screen one of the films at the DNC, the Democratic National Convention in Philly this summer, and immediately after taking off the headsets, we had some of the team ask the participants if it had changed their mind about mass incarceration in the United States, and just kind of taking that poll to see if it even affected them. I think it's really important to get people's real opinion, because they have no reason to say yes if they mean no, if they didn't like it. But ultimately, we're just trying to find out, did the content we create really move the needle for you? Also, Project Empathy is trying to engage USC's Norman Lear Center, which actually measures digital media effect on the public. And we're just trying to figure out how to incorporate them so that when we are able to have these VR experiences in front of larger audiences, we can actually measure how people felt about it, which seems kind of, how do you measure feelings? But that's what they do. So
just one last note on that. I think the tech is definitely evolving. I think you'll always be able to add a button, gaze at something, get to a link. At the end of the day, it comes down to the creative. It really comes down to the creative. Like one of the most visceral VR experiences for me was a slaughterhouse for pigs.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Oh my
and like
God.
this, we all love bacon. Well, I don't know if we all. I don't know if we all love bacon.
I didn't eat bacon for a month, and
Right?
and I've lived on
Right?
nothing but bacon
and
for
and
weeks.
there was no call to
Yeah.
action.
Crazy.
There was no like, click here to donate, go save a pig, adopt Wilbur. None of that. It was just a very visceral experience about where your food comes from, and educating you on a first-person perspective in a very visceral way makes you think twice. And I think that is the power of VR, not to be lost on slapping a button up, but using the medium and that first-person immersiveness in a way to really change people's minds is going to have more an effect than any links or buttons that we can add to it.
Let's see if we can get one
I
more.
want to give a call out to that filmmaker. That's Dan Funk Dennis. He was actually a former photojournalist who started doing VR, and his company's called Condition One, and they're based, I think, in Colorado.
Thank you. I'm horrible.
Yeah.
Let's get one more question in. Yes.
San Francisco.
Can you guys talk about funding? Because how do you fund this project when there's no audience to pay for it?
We're all self-funders, I think.
Are we?
Aren't we?
No. No.
You're not? Oh, you got to tell us your secrets then.
Oh, well, okay. So actually, it's funny because I was at VR on the Lot at Paramount last week, and the big question was, all right, how do we make money on this? And I don't mean to say I have the answer, but I mean we're not self-funded. We've gotten money obviously because we have Ken Burns and Time Magazine, so that's easier to get money. But something that at least points us in the right direction of how to make money on this is that I got an email during the conference that the Defying the Nazis film, the Ken Burns film, had got 1.4 billion media impressions, and 40% of that came from Time Magazine and the VR experience. So
cool.
That's at least as pointing. Yeah, that's a sign. Did you not know this?
Oh.
Yeah, isn't that cool? But that's a sign in the right direction.
I'm gonna make a T-shirt.
Exactly right. Like let's at least add that to the VR Playhouse pitch deck or something.
I think you also have to go to where the money is, which in a lot of places is the hardware platforms tend to have content budgets set aside for content acquisition and content production. We spoke a little bit earlier about programs that are specifically designed at certain groups. Those all exist. Look at partners. This is, like I said, I keep saying this, it's very much a community. So find somebody else that has a distribution platform and an audience already in place and pitch them your idea. There's many platforms that need content and need storytelling still. So that's in terms of getting something off the ground, not necessarily making money.
That's not
That's
necessarily
not true.
And
That's definitely not
the other
true.
thing is the majority of you are in here, because we've gotten paid plenty, through stuff that we've developed for these tech partners and for other platforms. There is money out there, and you're all here because you're interested in cause-related media. In most cases, if it's a legitimate cause, there are people out there with money who are supporting those causes, and you need to go find them. I mean, this is how we got the ARC, our documentary on the rhinoceros funded. That is not a money maker piece. That is a passion piece. That is something that we found individuals who were passionate about that cause and put the money up, and they're proud to say that they're associated with it. You've got to be creative. It just in the same way that you go out and you make a film and you try to figure out how you're going to get it financed. And if you can come up with a larger business strategy, where you can justify a regular funding coming in, then there's money out there for that as well.
Let's see if we can get one more question. Yes.
We were earlier talked about VR, and then how to resist that. Still for Corona piece, but then a lot of the people watching this program, it shows after a while it off and want to be immersive environment, collective audience. So have you done anything that with VR and augmented reality that creates a 3D type experience? I noticed in China they're already wiring up phones at 500 meg fiber, creating all kind of 3D.
I think this goes back to kind of the dome, different modes of different means of projection and display. Part of it is for the creators that are in the audience. You have to develop an understanding of the overall landscape of all the tools that are available to you, because oftentimes it doesn't take a huge adjustment to get your piece of content into a different type of display or a different way of delivering it to your audience, and that's also going to affect the choices that you make in the actual production of it as well. So part of it is just knowing what tools are out there, how you're going to get it to your audience, and then producing your content so that you can take advantage of that. But yeah, AR, VR, projection dome, projection globes, I mean, cell phone, high-end HNDs, you name it, you've got to weigh all of those things when you go to create your content.
Let's try one more question. Yes.
Hi, and thank you. It's a great panel. Well, I just want to pick up on the thread of interactivity, and which is very important. So we're saying let's trust the creators, and to some extent we're trusting the distributors, the publishers. If we start to involve the audience, what are the audience expectations? What happens when they become more interactive than just clicking on a donate now button? Do we trust our audience, and how do we do that? How are these taken on?
Well, I mean, I think a lot of it has to do with just even how the news business changed from, it used to be you get the newspaper and what we tell you on the front page is what you believe, and I doubt that we live in that era so much anymore. Once newspapers went digital and opened it up to comments, you started to see the audience comment back on what they either wanted to see or what they believed or didn't, or arguments, moral arguments about whatever the news of the day might be. I kind of see something similar that could happen in VR, especially around social issues, where perhaps you are hopefully changing people's minds about social issues they didn't know about. We hope that the participation of the audience is a positive event and that we can create experiences where they feel positively affected. That's not to say that, I think as we've set up here, we're not going to take you necessarily into experiences you're going to like. It's not necessarily about entertainment, it's really about education. And I really hope that people can sort of participate in that. What that actually looks like, I'm not really sure yet. I think that even with the 4 directors that we have, they've all taken very different approaches to what they think an audience member wants to see out of the mass incarceration issue and what they think the audience needs to see. So we had a discussion beforehand about morally, how much do you show people what happens in a prison? And that is something that crossed each of our directors' minds as they went into this. Add the layer of participation and it gets even more morally tricky. So especially if it's somebody's the first person. So I think there's a lot to be explored.
Well, sadly, all good things must come to an end. This is an important dialogue that undoubtedly needs to continue. I want to thank this great panel and the audience. So let's give the panel a round of applause.
it plays a very important part for us, what you guys are doing, so. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, thanks, Mark.
Yeah, it's good. It's good audio. Right. People are already getting interested in involving in their workflows somehow. I remember overhyped is always scary.
First films where you saw directors like Francis Coppola and Peter Weir doing something.
Can you guys see the screen? You see the screen?
Not so much, but okay.
I can see
Thanks.
Yeah, I just got here actually. So I received a heater. I didn't know. I did make the wrong turn though and walk through where they set up the airplane crash over there.
I didn't even see the
It's on the other end down there.
Do you have like demos and stuff?
I can walk away. I can come to that. I'm guessing.
Thank you.
I'm an advisor in that startup. So.
Are you? All right, I have 2 kids, so.
Perfect.
Only he gets them.
Yeah.
You have young children.
Yes.
That's why.
Birthday land.
I don't want to forget them though, so I'm just going to leave them up here.
Yeah. There you go.
Someone just drop them off for me.
What do you think they represent?
I have no idea. What are they representing?
You know, contextual to VR. I suppose you could build it.
Birthday.
Birthday Land's the name of the brand.
Birthday Kings.
Or their 360.
Right. They were made with a 3D printer.
We're gonna do
So they feel pretty cool.
volumetric capture.
We'll just walk around and just keep doing this.
guys.
We're here, this is what we're here to talk about.
You want to see what VR looks like? Stay there, Chuck. Let me throw this. That's an old Howie Mandel joke, by the way. Looks like this is coming right at you, doesn't it? And he throws me spit right. It does.
When he did, at the start of the film, do you remember the name of it? It was a film Peter Weir did on the airplane crash, and a few folks who walk away from it are sort of bonded and scarred for life. It was about 10, 15 years ago. Wonderful, interesting Peter Weir movie, not one of his hits. And what was fascinating about it is the way he opened it, Ted, was you could only hear what the survivors were hearing. So as they were walking through this field, they could only hear, and then they could only hear the corn stalks around them. And then they could hear a cry from somebody who seemed to be nearby, but you couldn't see them. Anything. Oh, it's IMAX. I used to work in Hollywood.
You guys want to down since we don't have a
Should we just
Good.
Fine.
Chuck, I think you should come
We'll give you
through
some
the curtain.
breathing room.
Huh?
I think you should come through the curtain.
Just do a whole dance.
Just hide in the curtain right now until it's time.
And walk behind us and loom and
Right. Do the
finger
whole.
gestures.
All right, everyone, first question. Don't even
Well, I'd like to welcome everybody. My name is Chuck Delaclis, and I am a television producer and executive, having created a bunch of television programs over the years. I have made my foray into VR in the last year. I find it to be absolutely fascinating, and being in at this level in a ground floor of something, even though some people will say we're beyond the ground floor, I'm not sure we are. What I think is most important is the ability or the understanding of being able to merge the technology and the creative. Now, we hear that a lot, but if I can just ask for a show of hands of people who define themselves as creatives, if you'd raise your hands, and if you'd raise your hands, those of you who define yourselves as technically savvy creators, much larger amount of people. Last year when I came to this event, I was stunned by the amount of people who were here that I didn't know. I'm old. I've been doing this a long time. I go to NATPE. I go to Realscreen. I know probably 80 to 90% of the people there. I came here, I almost didn't know anybody. And I was blown away by the lack of the people who are part of the everyday creative environment not really being here and understanding what VR can add to and bring to the party. So when I was asked to moderate this, I was really excited because I felt like the ability to talk to actual people who get creative and can talk about taking the technical that is so brilliant and expanding it and taking it one step further where each and every one of us can immerse in the creative. I was really excited to be able to have the opportunity to do that. So, enough about me. I'd like to go down the list. I'm going to do a quick introduction and then ask each member of the panel to give a short description as to what they do and how they fit into what we'll call the world of VR. Sammy Remley down the end there is the VR product and program manager at Weaver. What are you doing right now with VR?
Sure, yeah, thank you, Chuck. So basically, Weaver, I don't know how much familiar you guys are with Weaver. We're a VR production and distribution house. So we produce very high-end, very high-quality VR productions, both internally and with our partners, with animators, singers, creative artists, and so on. We also have a distribution platform called Transport, where we try to let everyone consume VR on Gear, Vive, other platforms, anywhere in the world, their home, in venues, pretty much in any shape and way possible, the channel. So some of our creations are like The Blue, if you've heard of it, Gnomes and Goblins, with the director of Iron Man, Jungle Book, Avengers, etc., and pretty much a lot of other really award-winning VR creations. So what I work on personally is all the product side on Transport and our network for distribution. So I'm happy to talk more about this.
Yeah.
But yeah, well, thank you.
Brad Spar is the head of emerging technology at Sony Music. Brad, why don't you tell us a little bit about what you're doing in the world right now?
Yeah, so I lead a group. We focus on emerging technology, and that covers everything VR, AR, blockchain, high-res audio. We really get out in front of all of these new technologies, figure out how it's going to impact our business and what sort of new revenue opportunities or we could bring to our artists, or what new types of creative experiences that we could make utilizing some of this technology, or if it's potentially disruptive to our business as well. So I sit in a corporate group at Music, so I work across all of our label teams and territories, and we advise them a lot on VR strategy, for example, and help them determine the kinds of things that they should be doing. And we work across Sony as well, so I work closely with our PlayStation VR team and our Sony Pictures team and our corporate team out of Tokyo to look for cross-company synergy to do some of these things as well.
Thanks. Shane Lindley, sorry about that, is the Senior Director of Programming and Product at Epix.
That's right, yes. So my name's Shane Lindley, and as Chuck said, I'm Senior Director of Program and Product at Epix. Epix is a premium movie channel, and it's actually a really pivotal time for our company. We just launched our first two original series on Sunday, Berlin Station and Graves. And I joined just over a year ago with the mandate to kind of create all of the innovative digital content to support these two series.
Ted Kenny, who I've known now for how many years, Ted?
About 20, 25.
Scary. Is the Director of Field and Technical Operations at Fox Sports. How does that title play into what's happening right now?
Right. Well, I have a daily job, which is the NFL. So I handle NFL field and technical operations throughout the year. But because of my background in 3D, I've also been tasked with new initiatives as far as VR and new technology. And one of those things is live sports. We always know that sports pushes boundaries, whether it be resolution, frame rates, or anything like that. So we've also been high on the VR list. We are continually shooting VR with different companies. We have partnerships with a few companies, but we're always looking for more companies. And that doesn't mean just a camera company. It means anyone that deals with data management to AR, VR, it doesn't matter. We're looking at live sports as an added initiative or enhancement to what we do on a daily basis.
And finally, Stephen Haft is the SVP Innovation for Time Inc., oversees the likes of People, SI, Fortune, Time. Why don't you tell us a little bit about your world?
Well, I run innovation for a 92-year-old media company. Innovation is new media. New media is now in a crowd like this thought of as a very old term, but new media is everything since print for us, because when the new management arrived about 2.5 years ago, we arrived at a company that derived 95% of its revenues from print magazines. So in the course of the last couple of years, we have had to broaden that company out to become an omnimedia company. And as head of innovation, it means I sit in meetings talking about all sorts of things I know half as much about as a real expert would, but nevertheless not afraid to comment. So I'm happy to be here.
Stephen, is that frustrating, going into a brand that has been around for so long and trying to push them forward, trying to teach them things they don't know?
That's not a tech question, that's a culture question. As Peter Drucker, the wonderful, brilliant business writer who was writing in the 1930s about it, before there was Chris Christensen disrupting the world, there was Peter Drucker writing in the 30s, 40s, and 50s about innovation. And he said when, and you've heard various versions of it, but it actually comes from Drucker, when culture comes against strategy, culture always wins. So we are a 92-year-old print company with a fairly ingrained culture. I would say, in brief, I could go on longer, because it's kind of an interesting story if this were a business class, but we, when we first arrived, I worked for the CEO, there had been 5 CEOs in 8 years. So we first thought the culture issues we were facing were new management versus old. Then as we got further into it and pointed ourselves in the direction of digital, we sort of thought the issue was culturally was going to be print versus digital. But in the end, it turned out that the issue was metabolic, in that our core journalists turn out weekly and monthly long-form journalism. And there is no such thing as weekly and digital, monthly and digital, and not much long form and digital. So the real challenge has been, and frustrating isn't quite the word, once you begin to identify a problem, we all know we're all producers at heart. Once you identify a problem, you're 2/3 of the way to the solution. So I would say, in the beginning, it was a little blind, maybe frustrating in that sense, but as we've begun to realize what we had to adjust for, it's become a great deal of fun.
I'd like to talk a little bit more globally to the group, and then we'll ask some specific questions along the way. But if you guys had that proverbial headset into the future, how do you see VR and AR playing a role in our everyday entertainment life, when it no longer becomes unique, if you will?
I can start. I think we have to. I think in VR, you're asking the consumer to make a pretty big sacrifice, not just in the cost, but to actually put a headset on. And so I think the first and most important thing is we have to create really highly premium experiences that the user is going to literally say, I want to put a headset on because I can get this and I can't get it anything close to this in any other medium. Second, I think we need a human interaction within VR, I think, is also really important, and not just in sports or music or anything else, but the ability to actually interact with other people, have social communication within VR, I think will greatly enhance the value. It doesn't mean that you still don't want isolating experiences in certain instances, but for, I think, a future that's very highly premium, giving you experiences that just aren't possible in real life, and still having human interaction contextual to that, I think is really key.
Yeah, I think what we're asking when you talk about AR and VR it's, even though there is AR in VR, I think the future is more in AR, because we are asking people to put the glasses on. And then even though AR does come with glasses, you know, are we looking at a future to where you're not putting on glasses and it's more like the Matrix and we're moving screens around our house and projectors are, you know, this big versus this big, and you can put something on any wall at any given time. You want your fantasy sports on a wall, you want this on a wall, with the resolution. Can you get that? And I think we are asking a lot of course, with VR to put on the glasses and be in that world. Like in sports, we know that no one's going to put these glasses on for 3 hours and watch a game. So we're focusing more on short form content. We do have the live, but also pushing short form content, whether they're pre-produced, as well as turning clips around really quick. You know, there was a home run that just won the game, and we had cameras in certain spots. Can we turn that clip around, throw it up on the web really quick within a couple minutes so that you can actually go see this clip in VR? And it's more of an enhancement to our live sports than seeing live sports all the time.
So Ted, what does that get me? In the big picture, I enter that world in a VR experience. What am I getting from that experience that I'm not necessarily getting from a simple 2D?
Right. Well, first of all, we have to understand 2D sports. We've trained the audience how to see 2D sports for the past 20 years with new technology, new resolution, multiple cameras, from 6 cameras at a game to 20 cameras at a game, whatever the count is. Fast cuts, the best announcers, the best producer director, the stories, the feature packages. We're never going to replace that. But VR does allow you to live in a moment that you might not be able to live in emotionally. So we can stick you in the stands, we can put you somewhere, like when you talk about college football in the Southeast, the crowd in the Southeast is amazing when you go to a college football game, and now you can actually be in that moment and sort of get that emotional attachment to that moment. And that's what we're trying to do, is we're trying to take you out of the world that you're in and put you in a new world that you've never had the opportunity to be in.
Well, let's talk about that on a global sense then, because if you look at something that is what's happening right now with VR. So here we have somebody watching VR basketball for the first time.
Basketball game is happening right now in VR, thousands of miles away from where I'm at. So this opens up a whole ton of possibilities. Oh, I could totally see watching football games like this, soccer matches, hockey. Ooh, ice hockey would be kick-ass. Man, this is awesome, actually. This is like very, very cool. The future is now, guys. This is freaking cool. Could I have ever afforded to go to a game like this? Hell no. Can I even afford to take my wife to a concert these days now without spending $300?
So here's my question. Here we have being on the floor at a basketball game. We have somebody who's watching a concert, and they get the opportunity to do this, and they get the opportunity to do that. Can you guys talk about the difference between 360 and VR? And it seems that a lot of people are claiming VR when it's 360, and a lot of people who are really doing VR look at 360 and poo-poo it.
Yeah, I can take this one. So basically, I think the first premise that we need to agree on is that VR as a technology or as a kind of like a tool to let humans experience something different can be pretty much defined as a trickery of senses to make you feel you're somewhere else or doing something else, or just taking you out of your in-body presence and being present somewhere else. So currently, like with the current technology, what we are able to trick with the senses is just the visual aspect and the auditory aspect. So we can put you in the sense that like you see a stereoscopic thing, and we like just project something on your eye, you look at a screen with some lenses, and you get the feeling that you're seeing somewhere else that you are, and something with spatial audio. And for this kind of subset of the senses and the qualia that you kind of can trick your body into thinking somewhere else, then 360, it seems pretty kind of similar in the sense of like you have this sphere around you or inside a dome of panoramic content, and you're just looking at it as the same focal length and so on. So right now, it kind of seems that like there's no big deal in terms of difference between 360 and VR. And from my perspective, I mean, we shouldn't really differentiate as far as the consumers is getting like really much more into the platform. People are getting interested in it. It's much more accessible right now with the current technology and price points. But when we get into actual like real VR in the sense of like being able to teleport somewhere, like the Matrix, there you need like haptics. You need to be able to really feel, like have this seamless feedback loop between the virtual and the physical. You have like this merged reality concept, like what Intel's called merged or mixed reality or AVR, VAR, whatever people call it these days. You have like, you really become one with what's virtual around you. And you can have like go back to entertainment, for example. Like you can be like just stuck in traffic and having your superhero sitting next to you in the car. Like you think they're actually there and you can like ask them to move around the traffic and you can see the traffic just moving around. And so it's really much more immersive, like there's this complete suspension of disbelief, and from both ways, like from physical to virtual, and then the feedback loop from the virtual affecting the physical, and across all the senses. So 360 video nowadays like can be seen as like some sort of immersion, which is perfect for an entry point, but it's definitely not the end game. And we really have to think about this as like the early days of any other technology platform. Like you could just look at the internet in the 80s or 90s and say like this really sucks. It's just for geeks sending files academically for each other. But there's no way to see like the actual things that are built on the network effects and the adjacent possible being pushed forward and forward. It's impossible to imagine Uber 20 years from now. It's impossible to predict Airbnb. So we really have to keep an eye, like a much more open eye about what's possible. And then 360 as like an entry point, which is definitely not the end all be all, but like a really nice starting point.
That makes a lot of sense. Go ahead.
It seems to me the two are joined now, and that's not healthy for VR, but I expect it's working for those to my left who are developing cutting-edge VR, because VR isn't where it needs to be to have a pitch beyond you can see what's going on behind you, or I can be at that place watching something 1,000 miles from here at that game, but I'm actually not in the game. I'm actually not part of it. I don't have the haptic or social experience of being part of it. I think VR probably over the next year, and some of the sourcing of it will come from people leading us in music and sports. I think Mark Zuckerberg sent a message to us all the other day saying that Facebook is going to figure out how to create the truly socialized VR experience. I believe once those two streams are joined, it's like the Ghostbusters, when you join the streams of the social to the point of view, the haptic, and the capacity of capturing the space that VR presents, more than I can see what's behind me, and I should spend $300 to do that.
So that, in essence, gets us beyond the creatives coming up with experiential situations.
Right now, there is an oversupply of demand, oversupply of supply, and not enough demand, in my view.
Well, let's talk about that in particular. Brad, you just recently did the Carry Me experience.
Right.
Which, here are a couple stills from it. And I'll let you, as I sort of click through those stills, talk about transforming into a different experience.
Yeah, so we announced this last week, and we'll be releasing this in November. This is a 3.5
Whoops,
minute.
my bad. A little music. Go ahead.
At least play the song. This is a 3.5 minute experience that we didn't actually shoot a single frame of video. We built this entirely in a game engine, and we did it because we found that sort of highly immersive visual effects or game engine technologies leverage the capabilities of VR better than 360 video. So in this particular example, or this project, you feel like you're floating upward on this journey through a series of these really beautiful environments, and there's lighting and animation and effects, and we played with scale and motion, and we actually did scan Kygo and stylized him to put him into the scene, but it's really transporting you into this entirely new dreamlike world. And we think the response that we've gotten so far is people really feel like they're floating. Their brain believes it, that they're actually going on this journey literally into the song. And we think that this is really exciting for us, this technology. We're looking at this kind of technology much more aggressively than putting cameras at concert venues. And I think when we think about that, when we think about the concert-going experience, we're viewing it as we have to completely reimagine it in VR. It's not, let's put a camera on the front row or on the side of the stage. It's, if you think about concerts, you're working within physical constraints. You have a plot of land that you built your venue on, and you have to build it in a way that can get 20,000 people in there, and you put a stage on one end. And why would we replicate that and not create some extraordinarily new type of concert simulation or experience? And these kinds of technologies, and we're really excited about volumetric capture, we're really excited about light field technology, being able to take an artist and place them into this sort of dreamlike world and create an entirely new kind of experience is where we're headed.
And it's interesting to me because as a traditional storyteller, I've always, from the earliest days, believed that every story needs your beginning, your middle, and the end to be fulfilling. And what I'm seeing more often than not in this world is right now in VR, it's much less linear. The audience in VR seems to be a little more forgiving right now, that they can float, that they can hear a song and immerse themselves into it. So initially, when I started entering into the VR world in my own mindset, I was like, well, how do you take existing things and make them applicable in VR? I think that was the wrong way of thinking. Do you guys agree?
Well, I think we'd all say that one of the best things we've seen in the last year was The Martian, and The Martian was great because Ridley Scott, on money that you would never have spent on VR, had created a zettabyte of material that the producers had to work with and a true 360 within which to place me. So I would say, yeah, in the very short term, I think your instinct is correct. Look at some of the, specifically the CGI-driven sources of material right now to play with and grow the medium in, because I do believe that it's the CGI-driven and the animation and the game-driven. There's VR games being sold on Steam right now. And it's the only profitable part of VR that I'm aware of right now are the games being sold on Steam. So in fact, I do think this whole CGI and animation space is the great place to be now while the social haptic new VR experience comes together.
And while we're on that, there is the actual gaming aspect beyond that, which is entertainment in a new and creative way.
I'm about to experience Mission Impossible virtual reality. It's like Tom Cruise in the movie, hanging on the side of the plane. It's awesome.
Is that what you're talking about?
Fun, huh?
It is fun. And
that's going to be expensive to buy the plane if you're a gamer. Like to have that in your front yard to do that.
I mean, which I guess takes me to the idea of the business and needing to convince those who spend the money to fund VR and to fund experiences like this. Do you find it to be an uphill battle to push your teams, to push your leaders to understand that this is the future?
Yeah.
Or the present?
I'll take that one. I think it's pretty interesting, as I said, with Epix, with our movie partners with Lionsgate, MGM, Paramount, creating these original series. One of the key drivers for those series was making these innovative experiences. And we were very fortunate, or I was very fortunate, with both of the original series to be completely embedded with the production teams on set, either in Berlin for Berlin Station, or with Graves in New Mexico, and really just being there and being a part of that production really kind of brought the whole production level of the VR experience to another level that you couldn't probably, you're going to be spending double your money if you're doing this kind of thing from scratch. But I think the beauty of being embedded with the team shooting the show was a great help.
I think business model, is, there's a couple of scenarios I think are starting to emerge. Location-based entertainment, I think, has a lot of potential. It's already really emerging quite rapidly in China. Sony Pictures did something with The Void that's in New York right now with Ghostbusters at Madame Tussauds. That's a $20 ticket for a sort of entire, not even room scale, like warehouse scale VR experience. But when you think about amusement parks, or you think about hypothetically a Dave & Buster's or some other kind of, call it VR arcade, as a business model for people who will actually go to a place that has a plane, or has other types of props or things that are impractical for the home.
I think Ted's got one in his front yard.
In the case of Kygo, we're going to sell that on a transactional basis. We're not going to give it away for free. We want to establish a precedent that high-end premium experiences should be premium and not given away. And so in the case of Kygo, that will be sold on a transactional basis. I think that there are third-party aggregators that are starting to deploy VR platforms, aggregating VR content. When you look at content acquisition budgets out there in 2D content, they're huge. They're multi-billions of dollars, and from some of the larger players, I think those kinds of there will be dollars from them that will start to gravitate towards funding VR productions, and whether those fall under a subscription model or some other type of model is TBD. My gut feeling is that it will fall under some kind of subscription model. I think that'll be a real business with content being funded by those aggregators. And then you have brands, brand sponsors that are underwriting costs. It seems a little bit more obvious today because it's the new shiny thing, but I'm not sure that that's probably not the most lucrative opportunity, I don't think.
Well, and when I hear that, I think back to when before high def was high def, people were buying standard televisions, and then they were able to get a high def television, which may or may not have had 3D, and there was no upcharge. The content was pretty much now expected. So Ted, you actually made the transition from standard television to high def to 3D, and now to VR. At what point is the audience going to be like, I'm not paying for that, you got to give it to me?
Well, I mean, there's a bunch of different levels, certainly. With HD, I mean, the issue was the TVs were more, there wasn't enough content, just sort of like we're talking about now, not enough content. But also the networks their infrastructures had to upgrade. So the networks on HD took a huge hit. At least the networks aren't going to take a huge hit on VR. But as far as VR, again, some phones now sell and you get the glasses for free. So that's great, you have glasses for free, but where does the content come from? I think it goes right back to where you're talking about where does the money come from to make these great things. And as you were saying, location-based things, those are an easy one to look at. I mean, it's hard to get the money, but at least you have a physical, tangible thing you're going to say, here's something we're going to shoot, we're going to go onto a stage, and we're going to do CGI, and we're going to do all this stuff, and it's going to create this 5-minute piece that people around the world can see, and we're going to make this much money, and there's a business case for it. The harder parts are when you talk about brands, like you said, it's the brands come forward, they want to spend some money right now, but it's not going to be there forever. So that next level, how do you keep VR going? And again, go back to one of your other questions, what is VR? I mean, I still don't, if you ask anyone what VR is, they cannot give you an answer. I mean, is it 360? Is it 360 strip view? Is it 360 stereoscopic? Is it more taking you into an immersive world? And if you say an immersive world, what does that mean? Because to me, an immersive world means you're somewhere, a different realm, but also it's got to be 3D to give you that emotional impact, and you have to be able to move around it. But that's just my take on it. But there's so many different layers. But as you were talking about, for right now, just having VR is good for VR. And it'll separate itself in the future, but we don't have enough eyes on it to create business case scenarios. But I think that will come, and it's going to sort of get flushed out. I don't have the magic answer for that.
And I think that's a challenge also, talking about from the transactional point of view. Like, if I want to buy a CD, or a MP3, I go to iTunes. If I want to buy an app, I go to the App Store. If I want to buy a video, I go to the video store. Where do I go to buy VR? Where is that? I think the audience needs to be more educated
Chuck, going
on
back
that.
to your own experiences with traditional media, advertiser dollars pay for that. And we've seen this year a lot of advertiser dollars in the VR space. What I think you have to look at is that in 2015, $26 billion worth of advertising accounts shifted their agencies of record. It's the largest number in the history of advertising. That means for each of those accounts, there was an incumbent that had the business, and there were 4 companies at least trying to get the business, and everybody needed to tell a news story. What was the news story in 2015? VR. So you suddenly had Mondelez making VR for Oreos, and if Oreos has it, M&M's has to have it, and suddenly you have the whole snack food category. And then if I am now a consumer, this is all supply side stuff. Who's going to pay for it? Can it sustain itself as a business? It's all supply side. Where's the demand side? The demand side is 100,000 to 200,000 people. Now, in the world that you came from in the media, which funded 50 years of television, that was media that was sold on a CPM basis, cost per thousand. So let's say highest CPMs, we can imagine $150, $200 CPMs for 100,000 people. You've just funded a $20,000 project.
Well, and we're also stuck in the VHS Betamax conundrum, which is, you're doing something with Mondelez for one of their products, and whatever one of their confectioner products are going to be, and now you're stuck saying, okay, well, what are we going to put it out on? How's it going to be released? What phone are they going to watch it on? Or are they going to have a separate device? So where's that going? Will it be homogenized? Will it be, yes, we know that there are some channels coming out there, but is there a way where this is going to be merged where people don't have to make these decisions when VR becomes global?
I think,
sorry, go ahead.
Maybe once there's more of an evening of feature specs, like you said, there are so many different versions and flavors, if you will, of different things to do. Like once that starts to get a little more balanced, which I think it will, then people will start to gravitate.
Absolutely, and it also takes producers, creative producers, real traditional creative producers to wrap their head around this, take a concept and push the envelope. Because right now, what you said happened to you happened to me back in the 3D days. I would walk into a room, and I came from the television and film side, and I'd walk in a room and I called them the 3D nuts. They're all stereo club guys who created these cameras. They're all engineers, and they're very bright, but they didn't understand the film or TV side.
Totally.
And it's the same thing in VR. I mean, it's not across the case. There's a lot of people now involved in VR, which we're glad to have, that come from both sides. But there's a lot of engineers, and they don't really understand the concept. So it takes producers to say, here's what I want to do in my space, in my project. Tell me what I can do, and they'll tell you what they can do, and then say, okay, but I want these 5 other things to happen, and they might not know how to do it at that moment, but if you say push on those 5, they might figure it out. And there's a whole nother language that we still haven't even touched yet in VR and AR that's going to happen, but it takes us to push people.
Well, and I don't know that there's that conversation happening on a global scale yet. Right. Certainly there are specifics, and I think, Semi, you can talk a little bit about that because you sort of cross that boundary between creative and technical.
Yeah, I mean, just going back to
the line,
going back to your question about what should happen in the industry, or kind of across different industries, to let VR really be agnostic of consumption channel. Like if I want to consume VR, I don't want to care about which platform is being built on. If I want to build VR and create VR, I don't want to care about all these different platforms and all these walled gardens. I think the answer, at least today, is something along the lines of WebVR, which is you just create something and it's on the open web. You just launch a web page, it has VR in it, you just put on your headset, you don't really care who built this, if it's native or not, it just works. And in order to get there, I mean, there's a lot of steps that need to be achieved. Like WebVR right now is pretty much established in terms of like a starting point. I think Safari, pretty much Chrome and Firefox are supporting it. I think Facebook came up with a new browser called Caramel, if I remember correctly, it also supports it. And pretty much anything very soon will be able to support some version of VR on WebVR. You just need to have enough compelling content on it. But what this also leads to is that, going back to the previous monetization question and business models, it's really important to keep in mind that like this is really a new computing platform as a whole. Like if you were, again, going back to the example of smartphones or mobile phones or internet, if you look at how content is created and consumed by people, it started with just having, you go to this one URL, all right, like www. I don't know, like let's say digitalhollywood.com, and I just read what's about it there. And then I finish, I go somewhere else, and I just go, I can't even, before hyperlinking was a thing, and just being able to jump around from experience to another, and being able to go end up with this just, whirlwind of like, I'm starting looking at a YouTube video about, I don't know, trees, and then I end up 5 hours later watching something about Disney, and like, just because of jumping around in these portals. Before the metaverse is established, which is gonna happen very soon, with more people creating stuff for VR and linking them correctly, you can't have enough usage of VR and people just consuming and doing stuff on it to monetize it correctly. You can't really think about all the e-commerce or v-commerce, whatever they call it, on VR, all the advertisement stuff, or the like in-app purchase equivalents, or any kind of business model that will get created from VR. So I think before VR becomes much more unified and less of a walled garden situation, it's gonna be hard to really like reap the value out of it, same as it was for the web, and then the app store came and you have these apps, and now everything's going to chatbots, and like forget the apps, just go directly to whatever you want to get. So like we need to get more there in the industry. And I think one of the problems is that right now it's not that accessible yet. So it's just a natural transition phase.
So I'm going to actually open up the room to some questions in a minute, but I'd like to pose a very specific question to the group, and if you could answer it short, because we're going to run out of time in a minute. But for people out there who want to be part of the game, where's the money? Where's the money for someone who's out there who wants to break into this world, who's got the creative idea, who wants to figure out their way in? Where's the money?
That's always a tough one.
I know. That's why I asked.
That's it's hard work. It's hustle. It's networking. It's everything we've been taught from our parents all the way through this industry. When I went into 3D, it was new. We produced U2 3D with two different people, Vince Pace and Steve Sclair, who were rivals. I was just a producer. I didn't care about either one of them. I just wanted a good show. And then I joined one of their companies when they opened it. And I learned very quickly, even though my role wasn't this, I turned my role into raising money because there were so many people out there interested in VR. I started touching base with everyone from Samsung to Panasonic to Sony to brands, and I sent letters and I called, and ultimately I can make a phone call to Korea and get $600,000 in 10 minutes to go do a show just off a phone call after that. But you have to get to that point of just hustling in this crazy Hollywood to make those contacts with brands and other people. And also, if you don't have those contacts, is finding out who does and befriending those people and working hard, but also shooting stuff and getting a reel. I know it's tough. It's one of those things that especially, but with new media, it's easier. So that's the plus, is with new media, it's easier to sort of attract people, and that's good.
And definitely, if you have that idea, I wouldn't go in and just say, like, I've got an idea for some VR, let's go find the money for that. Like, really flesh that idea out, sell people on, get them inspired by whatever it is you want to create, and that will follow. Like you said, it's going to take hustle, but someone's going to, as long as you come up with that idea that no one else has done, that's what really
that part of the
pushes.
entertainment business hasn't changed.
That's never changed.
So with Sony Music, I mean, you find a smaller band, you find a band in Hollywood that is up and coming, and you say, I'm going to do this for you for free, and then whatever you do, you take it to Sony Music and say, this is the ideas that I come up with, and this is what I can do, and they'll take notice.
Brad will give you his email at the end of the session.
And Brad will give you a contract right off of that.
Yeah, he'll hook you up right now. And so with that, we now know.
If it's good, I'm here to listen.
And so, okay, that's not changed. Do you say that it's smarter and better for somebody to go in and say, hey, I have a unique way to take The Simpsons and make it uniquely VR? Or do you say, I've got my new idea that I'm going to come in from scratch and I'm going to approach it in my own way?
I think it's the latter. I think if you, my instinct right now is, and for sports it's not. I gotta carve out sports. Is prototyping something in Unity or Unreal Engine is a fast and relatively inexpensive way to actually get a prototype built that you can show someone in a headset that is going to really showcase a lot of the capabilities of VR. We ran a program with Sony Pictures and USC this past summer, and we brought USC students in for 10 weeks full time and had them prototype VR experiences. And you would be shocked what a team of 2 college kids can do in 8, 9, 10 weeks in terms of using a game engine. And so getting something built, like just building stuff, I think is first. Coming in with like a 2-page written treatment that I want to go shoot a video is hard, unless you come with a huge track record and credibility. So game engine stuff to me is probably where I would start to prototype if it were me.
I'd say, Chuck, it depends on, I'm in 24 years, so I've been through versions of this conversation that go back to before there was a Weinstein Company in the independent film space. So, and at the beginning of Miramax, actually, when I first started. So I would say it depends on who you are is the answer to that question. If you are a master's student at USC studying game design, then absolutely the way to do it is to go make it. If there's a Casey Neistat sitting in this audience who can act in it, write it, and shoot it, then you gotta go get out of here, go make it. If you are, to Ted's point a minute ago, the producer who's going to conceive of something, absolutely do not walk in with a 2-page treatment. Walk in with a piece of, the old, it really hasn't changed. You want to make a musical, hire Frank Sinatra.
Yeah, it's
walk in with a piece of talent, walk in with a piece of rights. If you live in the town, if you've come all the way here from some small town in Pennsylvania where Joe the plumber lives, you be the first person that goes to Joe the plumber and says, Joe, I want to do your first VR series. That's your piece of talent. That's the rock around which you build it. Wherever you are, as a producer, you're going to have an opportunity to tie up a piece of rights, be the first person to talk to them about, I'm going to be your VR, I'm going to be your biographer in VR, and take that piece of talent, leverage the talent into the deal.
And if you're a technical person, partner up with a creative and go at it together.
Can I have the idea how to plumbing?
So I'm going to.
On how to plumb. So one thing they never asked him.
I'm going to open the room up to questions. There's just I want everybody to look at something because I don't know how many people are familiar or aware that The Simpsons did just come out with their first version of VR, and I was pretty. It made me laugh a little bit. So I just feel like it's a nice way to sort of open up too.
Here comes two.
It's always fun to sort of see VR people make fun of their own media. All right, let's open it up a little bit, please.
This is mainly for Ted and Brad. Have you guys totally given up on goggles for an extended period of time? Or is it more where you think that you need to wait for production creatively to catch up with a whole new form of producing a music event or a sporting event so that people will watch it? Because you've got young kids now who have access to VR who are wearing them for hours on end. For them, it's natural. They don't think twice about it. And so for them to watch a sporting event or a concert, that way it's going to be more strange for them to take off the goggles than it will be to put them on.
I mean, from Fox standpoint, I mean, we're high on VR, we're high on live sports. We actually just put out our Fox app, VR app, and it's powered by LiveLike. And one of the things is our app is part live VR, part augmented reality. So behind you, you actually are sitting in a suite, and in that suite you have options. You can go see highlight packages, you can see some of the best plays of the week, you can see stats. Front view is, so we did college football. We've done 4 college football games now. 2 weeks ago, Oklahoma game with this app live, and we had 8 cameras around the stadium, which also is a help for live sports. In 3D you used to add so many layers of people in 3D. With VR in sports, the overlay is much easier because you're talking about fixed cameras, and you're talking about static cameras basically. So it's less obtrusive. And so we're shooting that, and so you're in a suite, and you can actually choose which camera you go to. As well, we have a produced feed, which is leading you through the cameras. So you have options, and we learned early on that giving people more entertainment value as opposed to just live has really helped. Giving them options to look at stats that they wouldn't normally get at any time, as well as features behind them. So we are absolutely shooting live sports. We shot the U.S. Open this year. We shot Monster Jam, and we're continuing on. We're going to shoot a lot of.
In a way that the minute you say all lockdown static cameras.
Correct.
Well, that's a step backwards from where we are now, where a camera can zoom and take you on the edge.
No, you can zoom in these cameras. We have them on Steadicam. We just did a test with Skycam, and we had one on Skycam. So we're doing that. The problem with VR is if it's not stabilized and it moves too fast, I'm going to get you sick. I'm going to get you really sick.
Right, but there are protocols in place now. Somebody from Nikon, the other thing, talking about how they're testing, so they know the parameters and the limits at which you can do things, especially robotically, where you.
Right. They know their parameters. We have our set of rules. Where's the overall rules for everyone not to get anyone sick? This goes back to 3D, when it came up on screens. If there's 2 images that your right eye and left eye is seeing, and they're 14 pixels out, left and right, and both your eyes do this, which they're not trained to do, and you walk out with a headache, well, yeah, because your one eye was up, one eye was down. What's the rule from whether it be the motion picture industry or SMPTE or whoever that says you cannot have a picture more than 6 vertical lines out? There never was, and there still isn't to this day. And so same thing with VR. VR has to have some kind of standards in the future for it to live, so we don't hurt people.
So I think what you're saying is you have not given up on it. You're actually embracing it.
We are 2 feet in and moving forward, and you might see Lady Gaga this year in the Super Bowl in VR.
And to take that a step further, this entire conversation will be different a year from now if in the next 12 months there's one hit. This is entertainment. We are a hit-driven business. The first time some producer or creator or Casey Neistat or somebody figures out that first hit that gets people to buy goggles and wear goggles and experience things, this conversation will be very different.
We are a derivative.
What Ted is talking about has now a new permutation. I don't know whether it's the company you're using or another company I've just heard about, where you can now be in that suite with 5 of your friends and be talking to each other live in the suite and invite a party behind you while you're watching that game. Now introducing the social and engaged aspect to it, you're going to take just the viewing aspect a giant step forward into what becomes true VR.
Yeah, so we were doing originally 360 or 180 in stereo, and it was just live. We've added a suite. We've added the opportunity for people to join you in your suite. So if your buddy's in New York, you can invite them. They can sit right next to you. They have an avatar. You have an avatar. Your mouse move. he could be in his Barcelona jersey, I can be in my Juventus jersey, whatever it is. So you're creating this whole fantastical suite where you have the social engagement, and then you start adding stuff like worlds that Bradley was talking about, and able to take your friend into another world, or AR as well. Because we haven't really touched much about AR, but I think that's going to be the future about watching football at home or any sports or any show, and being able to put stuff in different areas and grabbing anything you want.
Real quick, I just wanted to say one last thing on music is, you're going towards reimagining the experience. So what I'm convinced isn't going to work is I'm going to plop a camera down in the front row, come back in 2 hours, stitch it together, and think that that's going to be a business. I think you have to reimagine the entire. You can't just do that. It's got to be more than just look around. Yeah.
Anybody else? So based on what we're talking about, it goes back to something we talked about earlier, which is the applications and everything that we're talking about isn't really so much about taking what we're used to in entertainment, which is that proverbial beginning, middle, and end, but it's really about creating a brand new environment for people who are able to interact in a unique way while living in an entertaining environment. Does that sum it up?
Yeah, that's absolutely it. And that was kind of the guiding principle with what I did with BerlinStation.com. If you're not familiar with it, it's a modern-day spy thriller set in Berlin, really about an agent for the CIA, and really looking at the kind of the personal toll that being a spy, leading a double life, puts on you. But we also wanted to explore. The show was set on location in Berlin. We shot there. And we wanted to really we thought that's a place that a lot of American audiences wouldn't be familiar with. So we really wanted to put the user or the audience right in the middle of the city. So that's what we did. And actually one of the enhancements we did, it's the first, it's a web experience in 360 video, but we also combined it with some interactive touch points where you can tap around on the screen to find out more information. So it's a combination of like interactive video with 360. That really adds as like a story extension. Like I said, it's a spy thriller. There's a lot of different complex threads, plots, double crosses, and all that kind of thing. And every time you come back to the website, some more of those threads will be open. So it acts as kind of an enhancement. It's an additive experience that does live on its own.
Well, it's the most overused phrase in entertainment, but what I'm hearing out of this is think outside of the box, because when I came into this whole part of the business, my takeaway was that how do I apply my linear storytelling to VR? My walkaway, my takeaway after hearing all you guys speak is throw that out the window, and how do you make it truly immersive and get people to get in there, stay in there, be in there with the people they care about or choose to be in there with, friends or enemies, and actually partake in a whole real environment that's fabricated for them. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I just want to add like one kind of thing to this closing note. I would say that, just to be very honest, not everything is meant to be done in VR. We don't want to end up with in the 2000s we have this just everyone want to do something for the internet, like we have this stupid .com bubble. A lot of things are just inherently not made to be done in VR. A lot of amazing, beautiful things are just so inherently slam dunk fit with VR and interactive storytelling, everything you want to do. And you can also have some aspects of more linear stories in VR that look amazing if you just want to sit back and passively be immersed and just in your bed. But a lot of things that are the magic happens outside of this thing that we're used to, and unless you're really thinking outside of the box and of this type of experiences, definitely experiments with VR, but don't think it's just I just slap a camera, 360, a Theta or whatever, and now I'm done VR. You just really have to think about what's special about this medium, why is it really taking us further, and how to make the most out of it.
The first question when you're going to do a VR project is, why should this be in VR? And we'll point out the reasons.
Absolutely.
That's step one.
That's a great takeaway.
And the first thing when you all leave here, the doors are going to open in about a minute. When you all leave here, my fellow conferees and new best friends in this room, take the business cards of the people who work at ad agencies. My personal advice, I produced a lot of stuff. If I were you, I would be taking business cards of people who work at ad agencies, not bothering to take Sony's business card. He's a great guy, but the producer of Simpsons is actually calling him. So he isn't going to have a lot of time for you. Talk to the folks at the ad agencies. They have more money than what they know what to do with right now, And you may really have a chance to do something with somebody from a brand more quickly than with any of the media execs.
And they got to spend it by
we
the end of the year.
Represent. And they have, yeah, exactly.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you to the panel. Thank you, everyone. Really appreciate it.
These are the best months of our
It was funny.
Well, good afternoon. I'm Kevin Westcott. I am the head of media entertainment for Deloitte, and I'm the moderator today. We are going to talk a bit about video across platforms today, and really what's happening in the, whether you want to call it OTT, if you want to call it mobile video, if you want to call it TV anywhere. I'm going to start by just asking the panelists here to kind of introduce themselves and give us a little bit of background on kind of why they're here on this panel. I think it's always very fascinating to understand people's angles on this. So I will start with James.
You said
Good
James.
afternoon.
I'm Jason.
I'm sorry. Sorry, Jason. I
Okay,
did it
fair
backwards.
enough. Sorry about that.
I did it again. I did it twice today.
I should have just gone with it. All right. My name is Jason Henderson. I actually have two angles here. I am a senior manager in product at Dish Network, focusing on contracts and new relationships. I'm also the host of a popular podcast called Castle Talk, where I interview writers and creators of today's genre worlds. So, thanks.
Nathan?
Hi, everyone. I'm Nathan Guetta. I am the Vice President of Product and Technology at Condé Nast Entertainment. Condé Nast Entertainment is the video arm of Condé Nast. We are a next-generation studio. We do pretty every form, from short forms, digital short forms, TV series, and as well as movies.
And Jay?
I come at this from a couple angles. I used to be the head of digital globally for a couple of the majors, Sony and Universal, so I can tell you the dysfunction of the big guys. And I also ran the largest infrastructure company for OTT that designs the actual software that makes all your movies and demand work for all your cable companies, satellite companies, et cetera. So the challenges of rolling out new technology.
Great. Frank?
Frank Sinton, I'm the CEO and founder of Beachfront Media. So we're actually a fully integrated video platform stack, meaning that we do both video distribution and video monetization. We have products in multiple areas, but at the end of the day, what we do is we help get video to the consumer with ads attached.
Great. James?
I'm James Field. I'm the product manager for Cisco's Infinite Video product. Yes, Cisco does do video, not just build the internet. So we also help people monetize, in fact, like Nathan from Condé Nast down there, monetize their content on any device via advertising or in-app purchases, whether that's games platforms, streaming players, or personal devices.
And Fabian?
I'm the director and founder of W12 Studios. We are a digital design agency based in London. We work with a variety of different clients from across Europe and North America on developing next generation TV technology experience, mostly the user experience. So we work with Verizon and Red Bull and Samsung and a whole different array of different players in this field. Great.
Fabulous.
Thank you.
Thank you all. And you could hear from the descriptions here. We've got a variety of folks from content to distribution to monetization to infrastructure. So I think we'll get lots of different points of view today. I'll start off just with a couple comments. One of the things I find fascinating about this topic is that over the last few years, we've had multiple platforms that have been put out in public that have created all kinds of consumer take-up around on-demand television. But what I find absolutely fascinating is based on a lot of the research that we do, that take-up actually started with the younger generation, what a lot of us call millennials, the under 32-year-olds. So some interesting stats today, at least from our research, that group only watches 25% of their content now live as broadcast. I saw another piece of research today that's saying live TV is now the third most watched platform for that same group. They're watching more on Netflix and YouTube. So they're really changing the dynamics of content. But if I also look at all of the over-the-top services today, I think we are at the point where it's no longer cutting edge, it's becoming mainstream, but there's a lot that needs to happen to make it really usable. So I guess my first question I'll toss out to the group is, there's a lot of talk about OTT and TV anywhere and mobile television, but what does it look like when it's done right? What does the future look like when it's really going to be seamless and flawless for the consumer? Jay, let's start with you.
So I'll give hats off to the BBC, where we were one of the people that helped them build it, which is how do you take your entire history, archives, everything. Now they have an advantage. They are a government, not a private company. Make it all available on every known platform that consumers want and have a single sign-on and a single index. The only thing that falls off of that is that over the course of decades, they assign different rights to different programs in different countries to different distributors, which then means you have to then apply geo-filtering to take that seamless, I want to watch Monty Python in Ecuador on my phone, and suddenly realize, well, I can't do it in Ecuador, but I can do it in, Paraguay. So I think that's what a consumer wants, is anytime, any piece of content, anywhere. And the source of the inspiration has already been determined. It's not some algorithm that you pay a lot of money to create. It is your social feed, your social graph pretty much will fill up all your consumable hours with things that you're most likely to want to watch. And then if you seek out beyond that, as we all will say is a pain point, it then becomes in a world of fragmentation, virtually impossible to index and know where is the easiest path, even if you've paid for the legal right to find that piece of content.
No, I think it's a pretty good point to take the iPlayer as an example. One, I think, also great things that the BBC did with the iPlayer is to mandate the user experience to be consistent across many of their devices. And I think that's a second aspect that I do find, as you can hear with my accent, I'm come from Europe, but when I use my TWC set-top box, I'm always scrambling, trying to find the content, trying to have a good discovery experience with all the services that they're providing me. Whereas in the UK, the BBC iPlayer is quite similar on all the set-top boxes that you use, on all the connected TVs that you use, or even on your mobile phone when you download the app. And I think that was, really,
And one last footnote on that for people that haven't seen what they've done with their content internationally. It's not just one business model. So you can have sell-through within that. So if you want to own it, you can have a rental, you can have ad-supported, you can have limited windowing, you can have buy two, get one free. So all that complexity we've put in, and different marketplaces roll out different pieces of content. So flexibility of how to monetize should always stay with the content owner, but the consumer is expecting choice, and that's the takeaway.
I mean, it's interesting that we talk about the BBC. So prior to W12, I was actually head of user experience at the BBC, designing the iPlayer experience. And I think from a user's perspective, as important as it is that you expect seamless access to content across all devices that are out there, and there will be more and more devices, and there are lots of challenges making that consistent across all the user experience. I think one of the key ingredients that a user experience probably expects, but it's not quite clear, is obviously that consistent graphic vocabulary, that consistent way of the features and functionality, the look and feel, that design language, and obviously, the BBC is a great example of having developed their global experience language, which is that consistent vocabulary that allows them to talk in the same way to their customers, no matter how they access it. And that's quite important. If you access content, if you pause it and continue on another platform, to really have that in place. And for the BBC, because there are a lot of user journeys that go beyond, across their entire content ecosystem, from iPlayer to sport to news and then back. So I think from a user, the easier you make it, the more consistent it is, but also to kind of have that consistent vocabulary in place is quite important.
I should point out, I think you asked, what is it right now that people want out of an OT? Is that a good restatement?
Yeah, I think it's interesting that all the examples right here are all from the BBC.
Well, I mean, as a Brit, I can speak. I think that's a great example. And, I mean, everyone would like the BBC offering, where essentially it's free, there's no advertising, and you don't even have to
subscribe. No, but there is advertising on the BBC in other markets.
In other markets, but I think from that experience in the UK.
We rolled it out globally. But let's talk about,
what I was going to suggest was that right now we live in this odd period where 89% of TV viewers still to this day have an MVPD subscription, but most of them are using at least one over the top. In fact, I think on average, most of them are using at least two other online, OTT services. So right now, if you ask people what do they want out of OTT, it seems that what they want is to try to fill out those things that they perceive that they're not already getting, or to meet those demands in places where they feel like they're not getting it. So right now we're living in a world where they're trying to fill out that basket of entertainment.
So I have a non-BBC example. I've never actually used the iPlayer, so. But anyways, one of the things that we've been working on that I think is, so looking at like over the next 12 months, what's happening in the OTT space, I think voice search is becoming hugely important. So one of the things that we've been working on is integration into like Siri and Alexa and things like of that nature. So, you know, Amazon and Apple are both going after this really hard, and now Google is too, of course. But I look at my kids, and they're using voice search all the time. They're using Siri all the time to find content, and I think that's, you know, sort of making that more frictionless environment to content like is really, really important, and that's what the younger consumers actually expect. So it's like we'll see a lot more on the voice search, and then probably the next like 3 to 5 years, it's going to become about personalization. So,
well, let me take,
looking at a screen and something comes on that you enjoy, right?
So the 3 to 5 year, great city to do this in, you're not going to be looking at your windshield for 3 hours a day anymore, okay? The self-driving vehicle or the Uber that you go into, both situations knows the destination of where you told it to go. So you get into Uber and it knows it's 35 minutes to get there. It will know what content you would like and will serve up a 29-minute episode or a 24-minute episode or something that matches that. And most of our white space will be automatically fit either from our social graph or from our subscriptions to match that time frame. So the reason why Apple is getting into the car and the reason why they're getting into VR is for that programming of that space. But it doesn't solve discovery, which is fragmented and the holy grail.
Yeah, I think on that, back to the point there about content discovery, it's going to come down to lots of the metadata. So part of our role, and again at Beachfront, is to get your content found from Siri or Roku search or Alexa search. You've got to have amazing metadata, and in many cases the platforms today don't open up the platforms for deep linking and searching. You have to be blessed by them to have your feed acceptable, and typically they'll cut deals with particular tentpole properties, normally beginning with N, which enable you to click and search. And if you do that on Apple TV, you'll come up with Netflix properties and iTunes properties, but you have to sort of ask Apple if you can also be on that blessed list. The same goes
dispensation
with Roku. I think,
but it's there. I mean, it's all capable. The technology's there. We can make it happen. Have great metadata. That's going to drive recommendation and search in future. So really make sure you look after the unsexy part of the business, which is the metadata describing your content.
So we've talked a lot just here about the younger generations, right? They're using voice search. We've talked about their attention spans. We know that they're using on demand primarily. Is there an opportunity for new content formats? You know, we've been creating content formats for the half an hour and for the hour broadcast windows forever, and now we're starting to see a lot of new platforms out there.
Absolutely, a lot of portrait formats. Tastemade, one of our customers, is have done some amazing portrait formats where I think for the traditionalist, doing anything that isn't landscape is a bit crazy, but definitely for millennials, the phone's a portrait consumption device, content works in that space. And so I think portrait is one of the new things, and obviously we can walk around here without seeing the VR AR promise as well.
I think Jerry Seinfeld deserves credit for something that nobody noticed. His Comedian with Cars figured out how to make the perfect structure. So a sitcom is an exact amount of time, exact structure for commercial breaks. If he's in the car with somebody that is just boring, it's a 7-minute episode. If Carl Reiner and Mel Brooks got in the car, that episode could be 4 months long, okay? It's as long as it's entertaining. So in a choose your own experience and you're setting the length of time, it suddenly freed up that one constraint of going into an hour or half-hour block. The other one that is the opposite challenge, if we're going to the over-the-top challenge right now, is for past at least 500 years, everything that you've interacted with has been within a frame. Think of your favorite painting, an ad in a newspaper, a television, a movie. As we get into VR, the frame disappears. So what are the elements that you need for new content and new storytelling in a non-framed environment? Really challenging.
We've been here before, by the way. I mean, when you look back at the beginning of the century, I think that Edge of Night, the soap opera, was 15 minutes long, and typically those shows were 15 minutes long. Peyton Place in the 1950s was a half-hour program, but it was running 3 nights a week. I mean, we used to experiment a great deal until you hit hardcore standardization. you know, and as Jay's talking about, eventually that standardization can go away. This, by the way, this is not the only industry this is happening in, because books for the past 50 years or so have all been a little over 200 pages. A novel is, you know, something like 300 pages or something. But now with ebooks, nobody knows how many pages you're using, so books are becoming the length that they need to be books. You know, so S.E. Hinton's books back in the 50s were often 128 pages, which was a typical form factor. And that fell aside because of just the pressures of the market, but now those market pressures are irrelevant, and so we're back to books or whatever length books are.
Nathan, I know that your organization has created immense amounts of content.
Yeah, I think we do create 4,000 videos a year last year, so definitely we're creating a lot of content, but most importantly, we are choosing the stories that can be adapted to multiple formats. So we do recuts of our videos for Facebook, for Snapchat. We do have some, you know, special programming for Facebook Live as well as for our Snapchat channels. So it's clear, definitely, you know, if you want to reach the millennials, you really have to adapt the format of the video. You will not be able to survive in the current environment, especially with, you know, the extension of messaging platform with videos that are more than, you know, 15 minutes. Okay.
And is there a path then for content to migrate to more traditional, you know, considered Hollywood-produced content? What's that path look like?
Well, you can't answer that question without the business model half of it. So, biggest announcement today that we can now finally talk about is Snapchat. Snap changed their business model. They're no longer sharing ad revenue. So everyone, they thank you, just as Facebook thanked you. And they're now going to the classic television model, which is, hey, Mr. Producer, we'll only pay you this for your show, and what we make on it's our business. So the challenge is, can you migrate your content with a business model or with an audience, much the way a you know, independent artist does from different revenue streams?
So with all of this going on, and we have, you know, traditional TV, OTT, MCNs that were the buzz a couple of years ago, who do you see as the winners in the short term? Because we're hitting a bit of a maturation point in the cycle. Who do we see emerging?
Dish.
I think it's people who can make that transition from the YouTubes of this world, where they've been losing 80% of their revenue. Can they move their network across to their own revenue, to the Snapchat point earlier on? If you can successfully migrate your audience over to new devices where you can retain the lion's share of the revenue and monetize them in a different way whilst keeping them happy, developing new formats and growing, and ignoring the geography, the internet gives you this amazing opportunity to monetize your brand and your content globally, then those are going to be the winners who can successfully reach their fragmented audience around the world and make the most amount of money.
Yeah, I think, I mean, we can see it currently. I mean, if you look at the Netflix, currently, I think today they are the winners. You know, they do control a large part of the catalog. They do produce them by themselves, a lot of the programming which is successful. So for me, at the end of the day, the clear winners in the short term are going to be the distributors and the producers. So you better, you know, have, you know, I think your two feet in this space if you want to be successful today.
And Netflix is the first studio ever to create content based on.
Yeah.
You know, when I ran the big places, it was what sounds like a good idea, and somebody says that's a good idea, and you know, sometimes it is. They know if everybody's watching wrestling movies for 27 minutes, they'll make a 27-minute wrestling movie. If the biggest star-studded thing, no one's watching, they know it. So they can really do, and they're looking at a global audience. That being said, someone will most likely acquire them. And when you go to a movie theater, you don't get to pick what's on the screen. The theater does. When you're sitting in your self-driving car, you may not be allowed to watch content that doesn't come from that platform, just as your cable box is walled off today.
Yeah, and I think the winners, like, in terms of right now, who's winning is the platforms, right? So the FANG, as they say, Facebook, Apple, Netflix, and Google, right? So, and I think the people, from a content perspective, that are winning, they're able to then see, you know, that's probably where 85% of the users are actually using those particular apps, well, and Snapchat too. But if you're able to adapt your content into those platforms in a way that makes sense, so, you know, all the multi-channel MCNs all of a sudden became, what was it called, MPNs, like, or multi-platform networks. It was all about like leveraging the different platforms and having content that could adapt to those different platforms, so not forcing the same type of content into Snapchat as you would put on Facebook, as you would put on YouTube. So I think the people who are doing a really smart job are realizing that users are using those different platforms for different reasons and adapting their content to that.
Great point. It's interesting, though, that... oh, I'm sorry, did I interrupt?
Oh, no, don't worry. I think the winners are going to be the same winners as before, and so they're going to be the ones who produce great content. But I think what a lot of people don't realize that maybe that's a point of departure, but it's often not enough. Because you need to create a destination around your content, and you need to shift your brand and your whole business model around that. And obviously, previously you lived in the world where it was quite nicely separated, the world of delivery and the world of consumption. Now that it's collapsed, it's challenging, and I think a lot of studios and networks in particular have great content, but they're not really a meaningful destination to the consumer. They know the titles, but they don't know the studios, except for the... I think that Netflix has done so well is build a brand for themselves, that they are being recognized for great content. I mean, that's why I think internationally they have such not such an easy time, but that's maybe why they're so successful gaining traction, because they were first with OTT. So they have they educated the masses, and then they produce great content. They have great content, and they have a great marketing strategy. I think that's what they really have, how they build their brand. But at the end of the day, content is still king, and will remain so.
Yeah, Vice has done an amazing job. If you want a case history, like a Harvard case history, failed magazine, figured out that there was an audience for their content, played around on length for the longest time. They failed miserably on YouTube for years because everybody told them it has to be 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 7 minutes. And then they started putting up 20-minute and 40-minute pieces, and bingo. And they made a multi-billion-dollar brand. HBO was never in any of the tiers, so you always knew what you were paying for HBO, so it was easy to pull that away. And, you know, ESPN, it's now turning out on surveys that a lot of people have been paying for it for years that aren't sports enthusiasts. So coming up with the right model for that, because the holy grail, no matter what any of us create right now for monetization, is live sports. It's sucking all the ad dollars because it's the only thing that aggregates an audience at real time.
And there are new entrants into that area. And last week we launched Flow Sports, who are an independent sports producer. They do about 80 different live events a week. They're going direct to consumer, $20 a month, $150 a year.
Esports.
And it's esports is another example. So, but these are sports like Greco-Roman wrestling, things that ESPN is just never going to put on the main screen. Right. But there are passionate people out there who are interested in those platforms, and it's very realistic for them. And live sports is one of the key parts of entertainment today, which makes money today, even for the old guys. It's live sports, exclusive content.
Bring back the lumberjack games. Remember in the early days of cable that was always running? Those guys that could do that.
Getting back to Netflix for a second, though, you know, if you think about it, Netflix's original concept was we're going to be the library of everything, every conceivable thing, when it was discs, every conceivable thing that exists you'll be able to get from us. And now they've moved more towards an extremely personalized but much smaller library available, mostly streaming, and of course they're now known for this original content, which is probably the big differentiator. If somebody wants to see Luke Cage on Netflix, well, so if you're with Time Warner, and somebody mentioned earlier that Warner launched its own over-the-top services, which is Warner Archive. I love the stuff on Warner Archive, but it's interesting. It's very strange to try to figure out why do we credit Netflix with creating all of this original content, but somehow we don't credit Warner the same way with having all of its own exclusive content? And in fact, people may not even be able to reach that content because they don't want to necessarily subscribe to Warner Archive. I don't know. Yeah, it's many. Go ahead.
Netflix was forced to create content, is the way that I look at it. It wasn't a choice. They would have loved not to. But when you wake up one day and you're now writing a $6 billion check with zero differentiation, you say, you know, if I throw enough crap against the wall, I ought to be able to get something.
Well, you mentioned data. I sorry to, but somebody earlier said the most beautiful thing. Like the best thing I heard today was that data ends up being the great differentiator. That a couple of executives sitting around a room going, I don't know if that sounds like a good idea, but if the data says, hey, this documentary about kids who were trying to go pro at basketball is going to do really well, so then the data will say, go ahead and do it, which was not always the case. So now, you know, different voices, more diverse voices can get heard because the data gives people the confidence to go ahead and greenlight something.
Yeah. Something that we do see, that we're doing every day at Condé is experiencing with different lines of content. And of course, getting the data back, but what we do see is, sometimes ideas that could be backed by data are not really working. And sometimes ideas that are coming just from a pure creative sense are working, and this is where we can invest. So we do a lot of one-offs type of videos, and when it works, we create franchises. I think one of the best example I can give you is one of our series on Google Autocomplete that we do with Wired, where we take one celebrity and we just reveal the autocompletion. We saw that it was a big hit with one of the celebrities, so we decided to produce more and more of those. And we didn't, it came, only from, some ideas from some, creative executives. Never, it was backed up by data. And I totally understand the fact, and we all, I think, are working with a lot of data around us, but we shouldn't forget that creativity is the most important thing. Creativity and storytelling, at the end, what will bring people to watch your content.
If it was easy, every studio would have every movie be a hit. I've sat on that side, and it's very freeing when you're no longer there. But I've sat where we've all loved a script. I mean, it was the greatest thing since sliced bread. And I'm not one of these elite guys, but there was one book where I sat and said, "Oh my God, this cannot fail," which I should never say. Career ender, by the way. And then you see the wackadoodle thing that somebody had to greenlight because they had a prior relationship with the talent, and you got to let it go. And then you go, and so there is an art meets science here. The difference is those that are winning right now have hired data scientists. Fundamental shift in how we're looking at this as a marketplace.
So let's just take a turn here. We've talked a lot about content and the platform. So let's talk about the monetization strategies. And in this space, there's a lot of talk that I get interviewed a lot around cord cutting and skinny bundles. How do you think the market's valuing this industry, and what are the assumptions correct or incorrect today for the distributors?
Who wants to touch the third rail?
The assumptions. I mean, that's a very open.
Well, I think it's interesting. I don't know if that answers your questions, but we discussed a lot at some point the pain points that the consumer has and lack of choice and unbundling and going more a la carte. And I think we're seeing that becoming a reality and more going direct and sort of lower price points and more flexibility. But it creates another problem, which is now as choice becomes the management and the choice that the consumer faces as a result of having more things to pick from and to put together creates another problem. And maybe the sum of all of it may not be such a big saving compared to where it was beforehand. So I think it will be really, really interesting to see how that's all going to unfold. Whether it's people who want a more, whether premium is going to stay for sort of a more simple integrated service versus sort of a more disaggregated a la carte service, which might feel less premium because it will, no matter how good the data is, because nothing is open, everything is closed, will always mean there's going to be a lot of burden on the audience side to actually make sense of all of this.
Yeah, I think we've seen the gold rush into the OTT platforms. There's probably not a brand who hasn't launched some of their own form, but what we see is that consumers, exactly as you're saying, are trying to reassemble the experience they used to have, which is I want all the content.
Right.
What do you think? Will there be emergence of new aggregators, more larger aggregators again? Are we going to?
I mean, well, we're still here.
I mean, the aggregators are still there. To the FANG we spoke about earlier on, it's that billing relationship with the consumer. That's part of the other side. You get the sticker shock if suddenly. I mean, most of us say my cable guy is.
Or your Verizon's buying content.
Exactly.
The
people
dumb
are buying
pipes
these.
want to be smart pipes.
They need to buy new rights packages. What we're seeing in many places, certainly as you look to monetize across multiple devices. Do these companies actually have the rights for those devices? And if you have to ask, I know we have a lawyer on the panel, if you have to ask, you don't have the rights. So it's pretty key. But we also see the traditional operators, where they're allowed to, with their content agreements, offering skinny bundles. So as people cut the cord or shave the cord, they say, actually, I'll just pay per day, pay per weekend, and get their live sports in that manner. And that's just not happening right now. And you've got to have a really robust control of your rights and your audience to be brave enough to go in that direction. But it's going to happen in some areas. We're seeing it being chewed away at the edges right now.
So we're primarily focused on the advertising market. So I mean, and there's a lot of interesting things going on right now. So to the extent that monetization happens with advertising, that's great. But now you're having ad blocking coming up, and consumers are getting used to I think I was just on a panel, someone was talking about the number one reason that ad blocking has taken off over the last year is because consumers actually found out there was ad blocking. So they just went and installed ad blockers, right? So what happens then if publishers are losing about 30% of their revenues now because of ad blocking? So how do you then monetize, right? So we've been talking a lot about possibly doing some sort of value exchange with the consumer on subscription. So how do you do that in a very frictionless way? Well, guess what? Facebook and Google probably have ways of doing that where it's very frictionless, and people with content will have to adapt to that type of environment where you're relying on Facebook and Google basically to help you monetize your content. But I think at the end of the day, advertising will survive, much to the dismay of my children who can't stand watching ads. But it will survive because it has to, in order for content to be made available to the largest audience possible. Advertising base is still the way to go.
There was an article today in Broadcasting and Cable that was just about, they were talking to different families that were experimenting with cord cutting, experimenting with setting up their own home service, and it was going into just the barrier to entry that we have right now. I mean, how difficult it actually is, and where I'm going to get rid of my subscription, but then I need to get I need some kind of over-the-top. I need various services. I need to find maybe a DVR if I want DVR, because that doesn't happen naturally. I need an OTA tuner. I need an antenna on top of my roof, unless you're lucky. And once and whereas a good old-fashioned American MVPD actually buys that hardware and then leases to you through the genius of monthly fees, and what they found was a lot of people looked at all of that and said, this is too hard for me right now. That right now, that barrier is pretty big. Now, does that mean that somebody won't invent a service that provides all those things? Although in the end, they'll be reinventing MVPDs. That could happen.
But I think I'm not a huge believer in cord cutting, but it's cord nevers that I think the cable companies should be afraid about, because if you're graduating from college, you have to make decisions about your budgets. Are you going to pay $80 or $100 for cable? They're not.
So we've got 20 million households. So let me frame the conversation from the way that nobody talks, which is from the corporation standpoint. So there's no such thing as cord cutting. It doesn't exist. It's a complete misnomer, and I'll fight anybody tooth and nail.
No, you're good.
85% of America only has one choice for broadband to their home. So they're not cutting that cord. Okay? They're not giving up on the internet. Now, the person that has that cord into your home also offers a cable package of all this content that people are creating. That people are shaving and getting rid of. Some will never sign up and can't afford, but every college kid still needs broadband access. So what's happening in the corporate suite is it's a lot of work to negotiate all those deals and lay out all those capital for Olympics 30 years in the future and a sports team that may or not be popular in the future, when if you can just have that monopoly, you can raise those rates. So what's happening is the investment in content and the sharing of those fees is going to be the tipping point, in my opinion, to reduce the number of channels that are in those packages.
And we're going to see new technologies like 5G coming in, which offers the promise of a new way to the home. To your point about there's only one provider, the monopoly.
And Facebook has drones that'll fly at low altitude to bring broadband, and there's spectrum battles going on of who's buying this spectrum that we're going to need for augmented reality and VR.
And we also see MVPDs investing in North America as well in their own they're buying programming, they're buying studios, they're buying production, because then they still have that unique content. It is all about the content.
Well, we take cord cutters and cord nevers very seriously, because if they're not going to be buying our satellite stream, our typical satellite service, then we've worked really hard to provide alternatives. So Sling TV is there for those people, because we assume that those people are still going to want TV. They just didn't want this model.
Sling's had a great year.
It's been doing really well. Yeah.
So just to continue on this, I mean, we touched on original programming. And original programming we've seen has been a catapult for a few folks. There's been folks who actually have then also discovered how hard it is to create compelling content. Is original programming going to continue to be the key, or is it around other innovations?
You know, I can I throw something out? Did I jump on somebody?
No, go ahead.
So I'm fascinated by this Warner thing because it just is a perfect example of, like, Walmart just announced it has its OTT service, which is Vudu now has a regular service of TV, of free stuff. But Warner has all of this content. Now, none of it's new, right? They don't have to spend money to actually introduce it. But one thing that Warner probably doesn't even know is that back in the 1960s, they had a shared universe on TV. So they had all these TV series that actually crossed over with one another. If they thought of it, they could probably start rebranding all of that stuff and trying to drive people to it at very little cost, because they don't have to reinvent the television shows. They already exist. They could just play up a lot of these things that you can discover just by linking some of this old content that they're sitting on. So, and the same is true for Sony, and the same is true for all these things who have these deep libraries. So I wonder if there's got to be some way of driving people to some of this legacy content in new and interesting ways.
I mean, great content exists, and there's no shortage of great content. I mean, now there's a higher velocity of great content, but at the end of the day, it depends what business you want to be in. So I think obviously Netflix is sort of in between sort of distribution and consumption. So they since they don't own the pipe, they have to lean more towards content. I think there are lots and lots of services that are in the same kind of situation that sort of need to figure out, okay, well, I have a choice. I can either sort of give my content sort of away for free and maybe get a bit of advertising, mostly gets stolen away on YouTube, or I need to move it up and make it a bit more premium so I can go direct and I can charge a subscription fee for it, or I can have the audience in my own ecosystem. If that's the world you live in, then your content needs to meet a minimum mark of exclusivity and quality, so you can actually attract an audience. And we see, companies like Vivo wanting to migrate away from YouTube and creating their own. They have that premium content. They don't have the brand recognition. So I think that sort of it depends on that. But I think in general, of course, there is no shortage of great content, and but I also think from a consumer's point of view, there's no urgency to I think TV has always been great. It continues to be great. It's just a question. There's going to be some winners and some losers.
Opinion, I have a theory, which is that I think we're addicted to new, especially if you're using a lot of Facebook, of Snapchat. Everything has to be new. I think that's maybe why right now we're into this fashion of original programming. And original programming has to be, as you said, exclusive, but has to feel new, has to initiate conversations that never happened. And I think this is something that we've never seen before. Look, this morning I was reading the yearly REDEF report on video. This is, I think, the first year where 50% of TV shows, broadcasters' TV shows, are going to be canned. They are not going to renew that. It is the highest level of non-renewals of primetime TV shows. If you look at all the other years, you were at what, 20, 30. We're not going to hit between 50 and 60% this year. Why? Because I do think a lot of new is so important. And if it's not working, you need to move on.
It's also the fragmentation of the audience. So it costs you the same amount to make a good TV and a bad TV show, 1,000 shows. So right now we are in the golden age of television. If anybody thinks it was their childhood, you're wrong. There's more money being spent, there's more quality programming, and not to whine with the first world problem, but if you're voted on the Emmys, you had 400 plus original primetime series this year, okay? Scripted series. It was a lot of content, most of which does not make any ROI for the creators of that content. They're struggling to differentiate, to build that audience, to have that premium pay up channel. And to your point, the life expectancy of reruns or this or that, we'll binge watch a series once we've heard through our social graph that there's value to it. But everybody's trying to find what's the least amount of content that you have to create to keep that OTT subscription. So HBO pretty much has it down to a science. Okay, I love Westworld, I'll just stick with it till, now Game of Thrones is coming back. Now,
But that again comes down to the recommendation engine. They get you on the tentpole content. They get you in the front door, and then you can monetize the back catalog and you can recommend it, because it may not be new to you or I, but a millennial will say, wow, I've never heard of that show.
But the broadcast guys...
I really agree on your point of HBO. I mean, it's not TV, it's HBO.
Right, but the problem for the broadcast guys is they still have this paradigm that they have to fill up hours and hours and hours, and there's no audience. When you look at, and this is, getting into gray area in the public. But we made all the software for all the cable boxes, so I know exactly what the ratings are compared to what Nielsen says.
Remember 10 years ago, though, when scripted shows were dead? It was like, you know, it's all reality now. We're never writing scripted shows again. All those writers can just go to Boca because they're not needed here anymore.
Well, reality is still the cheapest way to fill up if you
sure.
have to fill up 80 hours.
Oh, yeah,
okay?
for sure.
I want to watch people look to buy a second home in Botswana because the first home, you know, with a former chef and a boy band. Don't steal that. That's my idea.
But yeah, that was gonna happen. It's amazing to me. But yeah, what happened was all these people who needed to create original content to drive subscribers really stepped up their game. That's where your golden age comes from, is pressure. Is that people are like, we can't deal with this. Now a typical sitcom is unlikely to be a good old-fashioned 3-camera sitcom, to the point where that's now a novelty and you can sell it as a novel.
But there's a great one starting in January called One Day at a Time.
Well, let's take on that, because you mentioned the massive amount of content and a massive amount of new content was out there. Talk about discovery. Discovery is a big challenge these days. You know, back again, 20 years ago, if you wanted to promote a new television show, you bought ad space at Thursday at 8:30, or you knew how to get your content discovered. How do you do it today, especially for the millennials?
One of the biggest challenges of some of the early pioneers that went into OTT and they left, such as World Wrestling, is they forgot the value of all the free promo time that they were getting from the cable providers when they were pay-per-view on cable. And when they lost that, it took them a long time to figure out that new channel, because you have to buy hearts and minds. So if you're a new Amazon Prime series, where do you get your promotional from? These are huge, costly issues. So it's really interesting to see, you know, YouTube taking out billboards.
Yeah. How do you find out, audience? How do you do you find out about new shows from, like, where? Where do you find if you find out, if tomorrow you learn there's a new show, where did you most likely learn that from?
Or how did you find out?
Billboards or bus stations.
Word of mouth? Does that,
really word of mouth
Facebook word of
or
mouth?
Facebook
just
feed?
I understand.
Yeah, we have, I mean, OTT customers as well, as they use, I mean, social is a really big point to target their audience. It's often niche programming.
Yeah.
They know exactly where their audience is. They know they're on social. They just can target them. They can pay for highly targeted advertising and pull them in. And so that what they want to see is the direct correlation between their media spend and their viewing and conversion rates, which is
I'll tell you
data
that
problem.
Instagram's creating more beauty and fashion brands than any other medium. And huge dollar volume brands. The next Bobby Brown is going to come from Instagram, not from Macy's.
The thing
floor.
that bugs me so much, because you know, is that if you have a particular interest, it's so difficult to find. If I know there's a title I want, I don't know, Robin Hood starring Patrick Bergen, Irish actor, right? Robin Hood starring Patrick Bergen came out the same year as the Kevin Costner one, but it was better. But nobody saw it. So let's say that I'm doing a paper and I want to watch that movie. Where the hell do I find Robin Hood starring Patrick Bergen? You know what? It's
BitTorrent.
If I go to if I go to Roku, just to play out this particular, in just a few seconds, if I go to Roku and I enter in Robin Hood, I get 1,000 results. Which Robin Hood do I want? Maybe they got metadata attached, says 1990, whatever it was. So I go, okay, that one. It might give me 0 results because it might not be any of the 50 APIs that Roku will automatically search, as opposed to the thousands of channels that they actually offer. It might actually turn out on a bizarre, tiny offshoot OTT channel on Roku that for some reason doesn't have metadata that's standardized for the Roku result. And so basically what happens, I go back to asking a friend to pirate it for me because I cannot find a legitimate way to find something that somebody has already paid for and wants to give me.
One point back to that is sometimes I'm a little bit surprised that Amazon hasn't done more with IMDb. I mean, they have all the metadata on all the movies you can imagine.
Yeah.
And you know what? When I use Amazon Video, I don't really see, you know, the link between, you know, all this magnificent database that they do have and their own services. I'm sure those guys are working on it, but it's true that that would serve, I would say, your pain point here.
Well, I mean, I'm a Roku user, so I would like it. You know, for me, I'd be satisfied if just all of those APIs were standardized so that Roku gave me a search across thousands of boxes.
Well, they are, but it comes down to the game publisher or the app publisher to give that feed and for the owner of the data to make that available. So it's
I mean, I think the elephant in the room is we haven't talked about that Apple TV's never successfully launched because they've tried to get data from everybody to have the best consumer experience.
Right.
And everybody realizes that they could be giving away their future of having a relationship to the consumer.
Sure.
So there are people keeping your metadata from you.
Well, because any of those search results also, to be fair to me, the viewer, should also tell me if it's going to be coming up just live on TV sometime in the next week. But that means that the search is going to have to do a deal with Tribune, or to get all those DMS IDs and Grace Note.
It's all very possible.
So one of the things on Discovery, one of the things that we have looked at is as soon as you put a piece of content out there, it's starting, the word of mouth starts happening, right? It starts being shared, people are talking about it. That metadata around the social graph, around what people are saying about content is actually really valuable, and it helps with discovery going forward. So as all that video is able to be aggregated, you can then use that data and then be able to recommend additional pieces of content based off of the data that you and your friends were sharing and talking about, right? So I think it comes down to, discovery comes down to data, and I guess I'll use the buzzword machine learning, right? So as you get more and more data about your interests, we're all sharing data with Facebook, with Twitter, with Snapchat about what our interests are. Even Instagram, if you like something, then you must be interested in that. So all of this is being aggregated. All this data is being aggregated, and the discovery problem is going to become a personalization feature, basically, going forward. So.
We start talking about personalization, though, we get into some security and privacy questions. How much are consumers willing to give from their social feeds and interact to get those recommendations? Is that really where the future goes?
Millennials give everything, right? So.
I think on this topic, people don't seem to have any filters outside of porn, of sharing all the thing. Where I think it will suddenly change for even millennials is when it's all tied to geo-positioning. So us in the car, I would love nothing more than I'm being driven my self-driving motorhome through the boring South Dakota to have North by Northwest come on and end right when I'm at Mount Rushmore.
Sure.
That's the fantasy experience. That's when kids would want to watch it, whatever. I don't want to, necessarily be bombarded with, 500 Sears ads because I'm going to be passing Sears in, the next 2 miles.
Yeah.
And so it's going to get into that, and, somebody's got to figure out that balance very quickly.
I mean, one of my suppositions is that as we start seeing just connected cars, even before autonomous cars, the connected car, the ability to step in there and whatever device that, if it's an autonomous car, it's not your vehicle, that you're wearing is identifying you to that vehicle and delivering that content and that advertising.
Well, Uber now will know your Spotify or Pandora channel, and you get in the Uber and your music's playing.
Wonderful.
Which I find very soothing.
We kept mentioning piracy, by the way. That's the beautiful thing to me about Spotify. If you're an artist, there are all kinds of problems with Spotify. In many ways, people feel that it's unfair. But the beautiful thing is it cut piracy drastically. Because,
So slavery is the solution for piracy?
We can philosophize a lot about,
Don't be a wage slave.
But before, in the Napster era, all these people, my age, just sort of sucked down just gigabytes of music. And you can actually see this crater of music sales where people of a certain age don't subscribe to anything and also haven't bought music in 20 years because they stole everything that existed back, in the 1990s. But now with Spotify existing, it's a pain in the ass to steal music now, compared with how easy it is to just give this guy $7 a month or $10 a month or whatever it is, and I just have everything. That's amazing. I mean, that really makes me feel good about commerce. That it actually just cratered piracy that way.
So why don't we switch to audience development in the OTT space? The millennials, the research that we do say that at this point, social media actually has more influence on millennials than television ads, than any other form of advertising. Scary enough, actually, internet celebrities have as much influence, and that's one that scares me a little bit. It's become an extremely strong channel for influencing folks. But how do we develop audiences using this today, and what works, and what are some of the bright spots we're seeing today?
Do we have anybody young on the side?
I think it comes back to that. As we were saying, I think when you want to develop your audience, is what you find kind of a beginning of an audience. You have to understand it, and you have to understand it where they are. So depending on where they are, you have to really adapt the content and the way you format it, so that you can develop, really grow your audience. I totally see at Condé how we are, for example, working on our YouTube channels completely differently to what we're doing on our own and operated sites, so that because we know that the audience is going to be different, and we know that we really have to have different type of content living there. So I think when it comes to audience development, you do see more and more segmentation in the way you have to do it, which I don't think anybody here would have predicted that. I would say 2 or 3 years ago, I think we would only think of a piece of content as something unique, and well, definitely not anymore if you are at least in a distributed model.
Are millennials going to become more? Here's a question that I really want to know the answer to. With the oldest millennials now 32 years old, what I'm curious about is how much of what we're looking at is an illusion of a young generation. If some of the effects we're looking at are just an illusion of what happens when a generation is young. In other words, I remember when Gen Xers had no money because they just got out of college, and so they were all living together and economizing and riding bikes. And then eventually they get jobs and suddenly they look like everybody else.
So I can give you some stats on that. So it is not just here's another generation. So one of the wealthiest real estate developers in LA noticed women were freezing their eggs about 10 years ago.
Okay.
And what he read from that was women were delaying having children, which means you're delaying moving to the suburbs, so you're delaying home ownership. So you fast forward today, that getting that mortgage is not an inevitability. It's not a goal. Owning a car isn't a goal, okay? So a lot of these things, and driving that is student debt, credit card debt, and wages stagnation for the past 20 years.
Right.
So you can look at seismic shifts, and then you bring that back to what can they afford and how can they consume, and what does that thing. So it's it's also the largest generation that we've ever seen, 2.3 billion in one generation, which is more people than were on the planet when my parents were born. So it is a fundamental change. Where they get knocked in the stereotypes of this and that is youth that we all had not fully formed frontal lobes in making decisions. But one of the upsides that, again, I've studied this a lot. I was CEO of a company that had an app with 150 million monthly millennials using it. They travel more than senior citizens and retired people. So they value experience over possession, and that goes back to the stealing of music era.
Right.
If you know that you can always get access to something, you don't need to own it.
Right.
So if you believe it's in the cloud, why own it when you could have this once-in-a-lifetime experience? So it's a shift then to what content we create and how we figure out advertising. They're not against advertising, by the way. They love advertising that is relevant. So again, willing to share personal data. I've seen an awful lot of tampon ads in my life, and I've yet to become a customer. Thank you for the petty laugh. But millennials will not be experiencing that. The ads will be custom tailored because it is not.
Although as of
mass market.
2016, they still are. I mean, if I'm watching on Roku, I see the same. You're totally right.
It depends where.
Totally right. But we still have.
But they're consuming a ton of their thing on YouTube. We've already said that.
Yeah.
That's completely specific.
Oh yeah.
They're doing on Facebook, Facebook Live, Facebook 360, big investment, completely specific.
But do you really think so? I'm actually intrigued and pleased by the data that you're citing about the question of owning a car, like for instance, owning a car, getting a mortgage. But I've often wondered about that. Do we if we look at Uber and Zipcar and car sharing and all this stuff, is it because they don't want a car ever, or because they can't afford a car, or they think they will never afford a car? And
No,
then things where,
it's not a desire. It even goes beyond that. Rent the runway. You know, why spend the investment for a designer dress and then be forced to wear it the next 6 parties and be known as the girl in the pink dress with the blue dots? Whereas you could have a different designer dress each time and have that experience.
Yeah.
So rent the dress, own the room. That's their slogan. And you're seeing all of this, the actuality.
It's the unstuffication.
Yeah, yeah. And you know, if you're just looking at TV viewership when it comes to those from 18 to 32, I mean the decline is huge. You said it in the beginning of the panel, but I think it's a 60% decline in TV viewership for those ages. So it's happening, and it is a seismic change. It's not something that is going to go away. We will have to live with it, and we'll have to adapt our content to it.
So we've been measuring content consumption of the millennials for 10 years. And I think I mentioned as we were preparing for this, I was lucky enough to walk in and take over this job when my predecessor in 2005 said something's happening. What we found is every trend in media consumption has actually started with the millennials and then moved up, with the exception of one, which is tablet ownership. Why? Because a tablet was $500 when it came out.
Right.
So they all got the tablets the same way my children did. Is I bought the first one, handed it down, bought the next one.
Right.
But that's the only trend in the last 10, 11 years that we've seen in media consumption that actually didn't start with the millennials. And they're actually the ones that dragged us, I'm looking across here, the older guys in the room here, dragged us to social media. They dragged us to SVOD. The very first time I got Netflix was because my teenage daughter asked for it. So it's those types of things. They're the ones that drag us to it. I would like to open up and see if there's any questions from the audience. We do have a few minutes. Yes, sir.
Hi, this is something that Jay had mentioned earlier in regards to, well, the panel said content is king. And you mentioned that the business model really drives that. My point is, when you look at Warner Brothers, they own an amazing IP called Young Justice. It had the book, it was a great.
Sorry, very enthusiastic.
Yet the business model said they're not selling enough
Toys.
toys to boys. So they said, let's cut the series, great IP, great everything, the numbers. However, the data they didn't interpret the data, say, we can't sell the boys, but boys and girls are watching it, which was a new thing. Why not sell, quote, dolls to girls? They missed the point. So to me, there was a business model that says, no matter how successful this thing is, it's not helping us sell this thing called toys, which is why we allow the IP to transfer to the media. So with that said, will content win over a business model?
No. And unequivocally, 1960s, Fred and Wilma Flintstone on Hanna-Barbera were going to have a child, a son. Yeah, a son. No, what happened was the toy companies, the advertisers came to them and said, wait a second, we'll sell a lot more if they have a daughter.
Wow.
And that changed. So we're all in the content business. Business will always trump. Now, they may make the wrong decision. I mean, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, 20 years, sold an awful lot of toys. A lot of things. Transformers sold a ton. It was the #1 toy 2 Christmases in a row, something very unusual to do. So you have to come up with it. Disney has a wonderful 10-year cycle on cars. You know, Star Wars was bought for a reason. These things make it.
But what happened with Young Justice was a travesty. It was a travesty because they had like 3 female leads on that show and 3 male leads, roughly. Yeah. And for some reason, all they had to do was just think, we can expand merchandising and market towards women who make up 52% of the population and watch television. And we're already watching that show. And for some reason, it wasn't somebody's job to think of that. And so it was canceled.
Well, people make mistakes. I mean, there's not a person here that wouldn't say Breaking Bad wasn't one of the greatest series ever created.
It's a good one.
And when they came out with their toys and action figures and Meth Lab, they got vilified, okay? Wait, we laugh, but I grew up, playing cowboys and Indians and shooting guns at each other. I mean, you can look at anything out of a cultural context.
Sure.
But no, obviously you don't want your kid with the Meth Lab.
I want Mad Men action figures. I think that would be awesome.
But so not everything, there's an art and a science to getting some of the stuff right, and sometimes it misses.
But it could come back because of data. Because now there's all of these people who are excited about Young Justice and and we're in this weird model now where the companies will order 12 episodes and then it goes away, and then people write in and they go, hey, let's do another 12 more like 5 years later. So it could very well come back. Yes, ma'am.
So in terms of data, I mean, I come from a tech background in data, and I also write and contribute to different press. And one of the things that I've seen in data is that they don't really take into account not just their lifestyle, but like it seems to point to generalization versus, like you were saying, personalized, or we assume these things. Because one of the things that I've been studying is that, like life cycles, when you harvest your egg, eventually in your 30s and 40s, you're going to have children. But, there are other parameters or points in life that can change your taste and your personality, your economics, and also your financial. So when I see those pivots within data, I'll share a good example. I went to Mattel and they did the Barbie, and Barbie was going down like 20-30%. It was hitting rock bottom. Globally, they didn't know how to enter new markets, or they saw so much noise within the internet space that they had to really not just take a look at influencers, but people who were really talking but not buying and influencing the purchaser. So for instance, they had a lot of Reddit guys, total guys and geeks that have nothing to do with family or have children, or were willing to take into account for the sake of that particular demographics, because now they're, the new mothers were subconscious about buying a Barbie doll for their own children because of what it represented. So now they have a diversity and inclusion lab, and they went through, now they have tall, skinny, petite, and curvy Barbie now, in different sizes, different hairstyles, different shades, and now they have, you'll like this one, they have crime fighter Barbie.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now that's really jumped up within the sales. So I think it's also missing a point on where the noise is coming from that influence. So when you guys are doing original content or distribution, are you guys really looking at other noises that impact that data, or that data interpretation and perspective?
I would say, yeah, I mean, we definitely look, at, comments. I mean, of course, we are looking at, views, where they come from, referrals, social comments, number of shares. We do look at all those, at those elements. But one thing I was thinking when you were telling me that is, I think as an industry, we've been maybe a little bit late versus the advertisers. And especially if you look at the technology that we do use in advertising, and versus what we do use in content, it's true that I think as an industry we're a little bit late. The good news, especially if you're Condé Nast, is we live from advertising, so it's quite easy to connect to our data management platform and get back this data and put it back into the mix. But I tend to agree. I mean, we're, as an industry, I think we're a little, especially as a content creative industry, we're late. We're a little bit late on that.
It's also a cultural issue. When you come in with a bunch of data scientists and go into the creative writers' room and say, we really need the superhero to be blonde next week and to carry a baby girl, they're not always receptive. So.
Creative. Yes, sir.
Hi. So what do you guys think is like the next storytelling shift? Because you guys mentioned of like changing formats and changing times, and it's thinking of like, well, is there a thing like a cold open anymore, or something like now that YouTube videos and Facebook videos are like 90 seconds or 3 minutes, and so just kind of see like where do you think like as far as storytelling goes, at least in the visual medium, where is that shift going to be, or where do you guys see, or if there's any trend of it that you guys are seeing?
Great question. Cold open is one of the subjects that I think we all have in mind, especially after the different Facebook announcement going to a mid-roll format in their live format. we are thinking, okay, if they were to move that to, to VOD, how would it look like? So definitely right now there is a big question in terms of the cold opens and who would you write them in your creative process. The second, I would say, big thing in terms of format, at least for us this year, is VR. We are launching on the 27th of October a new series called Invisibles that a great producer has worked on, which is Doug Lyman, the producer
Swingers.
of the Bourne series or Mr. and Mrs. Smith. So we're going to see, we got a sponsorship from it. So Lexus is going to be our sponsor on this series, and we're going to see. I think it's a very, very, experimental time for VR right now, and especially when you are coming to the market with a sponsor on a full TV series, on a full series. So, yeah, I mean, there is a lot right now going on those two, I would say, on those two tracks. I would say those are the ones that we're scratching our heads up the most.
Yes, sir, last question.
I'd be interested in your views in terms of the platform capabilities. As we're talking about multiple platforms here, you have some platforms that require specific use of native applications and others that have a more flexible environment, constantly changing and changing. So how do you find the ecosystem? Is it being dumbed down to the least capable platform, or only working towards the most popular platforms to
Goes back to the business. It goes back to the business model, right? So you will always work on where you have the most eyeballs. So for us, it's mainly web and mobile web. So this is where we're investing the most of our time right now.
You have two diametrically opposed constraints. One is to have the greatest consumer experience, you have to be able to control that consumer experience. So every channel on your set-top box works the same way. You take it for granted, but that's pretty cool. It could be Hearst content, it could be Condé Nast content, it could be the Super Bowl. You can pause fast, it all works the same. On the other one, you want to have open, unlimited breadth, the walled garden versus the open internet. And, Apple and iTunes, got very big with one approach. And then you lay the money across that decision matrix, and that's what's driving it. So if you don't control the platform, then your only choice is the only way you can get a fragmented audience worth monetizing is to slice and dice it in as many places as you can.
Yeah.
And if you own the platform, then you can make exquisite content. Think of a PlayStation or an Xbox video game that will only play on your platform, but the experience is worth having the platform.
But you don't have
and
all
VR
that.
is at that, who will control that in the consumer space? That is the discussion taking place everywhere on consumer-facing VR right now.
Well, I think from a consumer point of view, there's no question about it. You need to be ubiquitous on all platforms and seamlessly present. I think it's a question about, from a content provider point of view, what you can afford and where you want to position your brand, because it does get quite expensive. And there's a lot of efficiency you can gain by having sort of the right kind of technology and the right kind of vocabulary in place, so you can be effectively and efficiently quickly across all the platforms. But you have to be on all platforms. I think and you have to have a strategy in place of graceful degradation, so you know where your hero platform is and where are the ones you just need to support. But if you're not present on all platform, I think nowadays you will lose a big chunk of your audience, and then you're better off migrating your content onto another platform that is omnipresent and that can fulfill those user expectations.
And I 100% agree with that. I would do, because that's what I do. But if we looked at a straw poll along here, who's got an Apple TV in their home? Who's got a Fire TV? Who's got a Roku? So if you want to hit us all, right, you have to be on all these platforms. There's no choice. So fear of missing out is something that we can remove, and I think.
Yeah, I think being on all platforms is important, but I think if you're going to concentrate on one, just think about the mobile phone as the first platform, because at the end of the day, I think the average consumer opens their phone and looks at it 150 times a day. So if you really want to think about that, right, that's actually like probably the first place you should start in terms of platforms, and then go from there. And it's not just short form; it's long form as well, medium form, all kinds of content being consumed on the mobile device. So I would say, like, if you're looking at mobile first, you're probably also looking at Instagram, Snapchat, and Facebook, because those are the apps that are most commonly used on the mobile platform, and then kind of go from there. So,
Will you please join me in thanking the panel? Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Sorry, what? Sure. It's also filmed. Yes. Yeah. I just know that someone.
What organization are you with?
I'm just like note taking.
Okay.
I can't write. There was none
left. Thank you for asking.
I did. There's no stair on this side.
Nice to meet you.
Hi, Karen Bailey. Nice to meet you.
Smart to bring a bottle. It's like I'm on my allergy meds, which I've had some years ago. And I'm like, if I don't keep the water going, it'll magically dry out.
Can I ask you guys to just show us a brief thing?
Oh, sure. Of course. So,
do you want to move down? So then there will be an empty slot in the middle.
Hi, thank you so much. I just asked what my name was. I did too. Close to my voice.
Hi, I'm Amy. Here if we make a joke out of it.
I'm not. You know what? I'll do my best. They'll wait. I'll text them.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Thank you for coming. Sun has very kindly allowed me to monopolise the microphone for 30 to 60 seconds. My name is Kate Talbot. I am a board member for the Alliance of Women in Media's Southern California chapter, and we are sponsoring this fantastic panel this afternoon, so really delighted to see so many faces here. We're a non-profit, member-based organisation that helps people in the media industries connect, network, further their education and become inspired about what their career can really evolve into. I've left some flyers on the front here, and we are at booth 7 over in the sales area if you want to come past and hear some more about it. And that's it from me. I'll let these wonderful women take it away.
Thank you.
Well, I think we lost our moderator,
Yes.
so maybe we just go into intros. I'll take over. Yeah, she went to get water. Okay, hi, I'm Amy Kim. I am the co-founder and president of Lifeboat Productions. We're a full-service third-party production company based out of North Hollywood. Most of our company's productions are high-end digital scripted series, so our partners in the past have been Sony Crackle, Microsoft, Hulu, Netflix, full screen. So we've been in business about 4.5 years now, and yeah.
I'm Karen Tankoff. I'm a feature producer, and I work in both animation and live action. My first background was in live action, then I went into animation, and now I'm doing both, developing projects independently for both media.
Hi, I'm Laverne McKinnon. I'm the head of television for Denver and Delilah, which is Charlize Theron's production company. We have 2 series at Netflix, a drama and a comedy that I'm executive producing called Girl Boss, which is based on the book by Sophia Amoruso. I'm also an executive coach. I work with writers, directors, folks from Silicon Valley, and I've found that in my work as an executive coach, it really crosses over into my work as a producer as well.
Hello. Is this on? Is this on? Testing. Testing. I'm Karen Bailey. I'll be known as Karen 2 since Karen 1 is right there. I am Senior Vice President of Stars Entertainment, overseeing scripted programming. We don't delineate between comedy and drama, so we just do it all. We have multiple shows currently in production at our network. I directly oversee Outlander. The White. Oh, thank you. We have some Scottish fans in the house. I like that. As well as The White Princess, which is in production now. It's the sequel to our series, The White Queen, and The Missing 2, which is another limited series taking off of our successful Missing 1, which is co-production with the BBC.
And I am Shannon Keenan Demers, and I come from the unscripted side of things. I work for a company called Tremendous Entertainment, and we do a wide variety of unscripted for all different networks. Some of our shows that you might have heard of, we do Bizarre Foods with Andrew Zimmern for Travel Channel. We're going into our 10th season on that. I got a thumbs up back there. Thank you much. We also have a spin-off of that. We do a show called Ghost Asylum for Destination America, so we do a lot of ghost hunting. We've got a show called For Pete's Sake, which is with Holly Robinson Peete on OWN, and we recently won an Emmy for a show we do on Saturday mornings for ABC called Rock the Park. So we just do a wide variety of programming, and we're based in both Minneapolis, Minnesota, and here in Los Angeles. I'm based here in Los Angeles.
And so, Shannon, we have to get you at some point to tell at least one story from Ghost Asylum, because we had met for a few minutes before the panel, and
'tis the season.
with Halloween coming up, her stories were truly chilling.
Yeah, it's a fun genre to be a part of. If any of you have ever had the chance, it's a weird world, but it's fun.
So I apologize, I'm the moderator. I'm also the water carrier, so I had to go get water from my panel so that they didn't faint up here on stage. But my name is Sunjan Young, and I'm an investment banker. I'm a managing director at a mid-market firm called Headwaters MB, where we do mergers and acquisitions, advisory, as well as private equity and debt capital raises for companies, and I run the digital media and internet practice. So thank you all for joining us. I think we've got a great group of panelists, and hopefully we'll have a pretty interactive discussion about women in the industry, developing film, television, and OTT about women. And as Victor Harwood, the Digital Hollywood organizer, likes to put it, a golden age in Hollywood and indie production. So we have a series of questions that we'll use as the basis for discussion. And then if people have questions as we're going along, please feel free to raise your hand, and then we'll also leave some time at the end. But just to get a sense of who's in the audience, I see we do have a good mixture of men and women. It's not just women, but how many are in the independent film industry? Show of hands. How many are on the more traditional established studio side? How many theatrical? How many television? How many just pure digital? Okay, so we've got a great cross-section. Educators? All right. Investors or finance people? Okay, that makes two of us.
We'd like to talk to you afterwards.
You can have your own line on the side. So to kick it off here, it seems like there's an explosion of new content for the TV and film industry right now for women or about women. Do you agree or disagree? And if you can give examples which support your view, that's even better. Who wants to kick it off?
I can kick it off.
Karen too.
Karen too, from Starz. There has been an explosion. In fact, it's one of the focus points of Starz' current programming is we went into co-production. I'll just say our original programming, by comparison of a lot of other premium networks, we haven't been around. We haven't been doing it that long. So there's been a while of having to sort of find your footing and find out who your audience is and find out what your audience wants. A couple of years ago, almost 3 years ago, we went into a co-production with the BBC on a little show that we thought, this will be great, sort of high-level, sort of interesting historical drama programming called The White Queen. And we loved this. We loved the show. We thought it was going to be a great show. It's a limited series, and it would get some attention. It went off the charts for us as far as our female programming. Our female programming on that particular, the numbers on that particular show tripled from the time it aired to the time the 10 episodes finished from just the female demographic. So we're like, wow, we've really hit something. Premium programmers need to focus on women, strong women central character programming. And it was because of the success of that we so heavily pursued Outlander, because Sony had just announced that they were bringing it out to pitch to networks, and we aggressively went after that show, not just because of the showrunner Ron Moore being fantastic and having worked with some of our execs before, but also we knew the power of that book. We knew what female demographic it would attract. We knew that if we hit it right and hit the pulse right, that female protagonist stories could get into a premium level and hopefully explode, and it's worked really well for us. So we're going to continue that as part of our programming drive because women want programming for them, and they want their voices heard, and they don't want to be secondary characters. Okay.
No, that was a great example. Anyone else?
I would say it's a little different in the unscripted world, in that a lot of what I'm hearing when we're going out and trying to pitch and sell is that everything is kind of a 50-50 mix of viewership. It's kind of rare these days, I think, in what I've found, at least in the programs we do, that it skews female or skews male, with the exception of Paranormal, which oddly skews very female. But so we have a little bit different of a situation. We have a few shows that skew very directly female, but for the most part, it seems like a lot of the networks are going for that 50-50 split, which I find kind of interesting, that they aren't skewing a little bit more one way or the other. It's kind of been a shift over the last couple of years.
And Karen Bailey, with Outlander, did you see any movement in the demographics or the statistics you were seeing around female viewership?
Yeah, I mean, Outlander skews predominantly female. The men will come along, and lots of spouses have been told that you have to be there Sunday night to watch the show. So we do have a strong demographic, a strong, heavily skews toward women. I think probably much like what you're saying, it's the 50-50 drive. Networks have traditionally, and especially premium networks, have sort of always programmed for men. So the shift is happening in that if you can just pull the percentage up just a little bit, it's already, we currently now have 3 times more programming for women than we ever did. That's because we had none before, specifically geared for women. So I think that shift is happening, and statistics, people in marketing will probably can validate this. Statistically, women make the programming decisions in the home. Yep. They decide what TV to purchase if you're buying TV, if it's OTT. Women typically make that decision. So I think it's a natural migration, but our I think the difference is our female audience is now getting very vocal, which is great. And they're speaking up to say, we like this, we want more of this, and we don't want to be supporting characters or just seen through the eyes of another male character. So it's been, that Bechdel test shift has been happening for a while.
Yeah, no, that's great, because just in my mind, traditionally, I've thought programming for women, that's only Oxygen.
Yeah.
Or the Today Show, and that's not true.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I can jump in on, in the independent film world, I would say it's not quite, it's not a particularly rosy picture. However, I think that all the discussion and the attention, and I want to give a shout out to Gina Davis and her institute on gender, I would say it wrong, gender and media, on the issues of gender and media, and bringing attention to how few women there are behind the camera and the disparity on screen. The Institute's done an excellent job. I'm not part of the Institute at all, by the way. I'm not plugging for them. I just think that it has helped create an industry-wide discussion about disparity. And there have been a lot of organic approaches to that disparity of women coming forward and saying, well, maybe I should direct a film. And finding general receptivity, the challenge is it still meets with the ultimate economic challenge of getting any independent film made, which is ultimately casting dependent. So I know, we all have innumerable female colleagues who will make excellent films, who have written excellent films, who will be great directors and are great directors, but there's still a bottleneck around the idea of talent attaching themselves to lower budget independent projects. So I think the willingness is there, and the philosophical openness is there, and our male colleagues seem completely on board with this, as much as it's just hard to get independent films made, period. So I think it's maybe a little bit different than television in that regard.
Yeah, I think that because we produce a lot of stuff in digital, I mean, when we first started, because there was an international sales component to the series, it was skewed very male, horror, thriller, action. These days, though, I mean, it's really empowering. We've got 2 female directors in right now prepping series, which is great. Writer-creators that are females as well, too. But you've started to see the shift because there's so many more buyers, more distributors, and they're looking for this female content. And it's nice that in digital there's an opportunity because, newer filmmakers get to take those risks. There's not the huge costs and risks that come with independent films. But for in digital, it's definitely been a great place for females to kind of get their foot in the door and to make their art.
And what about at the executive ranks? I mean, I think we're hearing a little bit of color about different sectors of the industry generally, but do you think things are beginning to change at the executive ranks at all?
I'll jump in on that one. I was at CBS for 10 years, and then I was head of programming at Epix. And I have to say in my career, I've been really fortunate where I've never experienced a bias because I'm a woman. And now as a producer and meeting with studio and network executives, I actually feel like that I'm meeting with more women than I am with men. And so I don't know necessarily if it's like more opportunities or it's just not something that I've personally experienced.
Yeah, I've had that same experience in unscripted world. I mean, I've worked for companies that have been run by men, companies that have been run by women, companies that have been run by both. But I would say, what? Oh. Sorry.
Very polite crowd.
Right now, I work for a company that's all women, you know, in all the top positions, and that wasn't necessarily an intentional choice. It was just, you know, they were the most qualified people for the job. And when we pitch, we mostly are these days, I feel like, pitching to women. So I've had a very similar experience that you've had. Yeah.
And are there any particular qualities or characteristics that you think help women succeed, particularly at the executive ranks?
I mean, I think listening to Laverne, I think an approach. I mean, I think that, you know, oftentimes it is a male-dominated world, but I don't think I've ever actually thought of myself as being in a male-dominated world either. I think I'm aware of how, you know, I come across as a woman in certain situations, and I'm very conscientious about emails and you know, emotions, because you don't want to be labeled as an emotional person as a female in this business. But I do think that, like, just having confidence, if you're believing in what you're selling, I think that's key. And then I think, you know, not thinking of yourself as a woman only, but as just the best individual for whatever you're selling.
Yeah. And I also think that within creative enterprises, the key to succeeding as an executive is not specific to gender. It's about your ability to function with both sides of your brain.
Yeah.
It's the ability to speak the language to a board of directors and also be able to communicate the mandate and the brand strategy to creative people, and then to take the creative vision and be able to articulate that back to the corporate entity to help them understand, okay, this is why we need, you know, an extra $500,000 for this. So it's not just a bunch of artists saying, oh, I want to make something beautiful. It's like you can, as an executive, you really have to be able to bridge both of those roles. And I think the most successful executives are the ones who can operate with both sides of their brain.
I think that's a really articulate, great way to put it, and I love the idea of it not being along the gender binary, but along the left-right brain binary, that being able to be conversant and fluent in both of those things. Because I think there has been a huge awareness about disparities in the workplace, and, you know, women there historically have been fewer female executives, and I think my experience is the same as yours in that regard.
So where do you think are the most opportunities for women these days in film and TV?
Anywhere
and how does
and everywhere. I mean, and I'll stop talking so much, but I just have to say, this is such an exciting time right now. As a producer, everywhere I look, all I see is opportunity, and quite frankly, it's overwhelming because the demand for content is so high, and so much of my job is quite honestly just sorting through, like, where will my project find the best match? Because I actually don't believe in pitching. I believe in supporting our writers and our directors in their vision and really helping them understand their vision and hone that, and then that becomes a magnet for the best opportunity. And I don't want to jinx myself, but our batting average is so high because the demand for content is extraordinary at this moment. So it just, whatever you want to do, whatever your heart's desire is, whether you're a male or a female, there's opportunity for it.
I think what you're getting at, though, is if you have passion, then your authenticity and enthusiasm comes through.
Yeah.
And other people see it, and that can help you succeed.
Yeah. It's simple, but not easy.
That's it. And I think there's some specific areas due to sort of heightened attention to sort of the male-female numbers skewing so much in certain areas, as well as diversity issues that the media has helped highlight tremendously in the last couple of years. But especially for women on I'll use Outlander as an example, is that because the novel is written by a woman, because it's highly skews toward women, we thought it was important. Our showrunner felt it was important that we have equal amount of women directing as men directing, if not more. And so we specifically went out as we were getting the first year to say, let's find some strong female directors and get them in for the pilot or for this or for that. And that search was really eye-opening for us because we had some limitations in that we're shooting in a different country, and you have to get some people that you have to have the right passport involved and all this kind of stuff. But the number of women that were on paper or with their resume reels qualified to take on a really large, big tentpole sort of show like Outlander, that number was tiny in comparison to the men, and then when we would find a few women that had the resume and the work to support, we'll hand over this really big project to you. They were, because there's only a handful of them, they're booked a year out. So we said, all right, let's look for women who maybe don't have quite that much on the resume, and let's give them a chance. It was a highly focused search. We continued it through season 2, and and this was some of our other shows. I know that there's other networks that are doing the same, that we started a program so that we could start having people. We used to call it a shadowing program, but now we're like directors orientation program, because there's negative connotations to certain shadowing. That we want to find people who may have all the bones, it's all there, they just haven't filled in all the holes, and so somebody can't hand them a big massive show, but they can get in, they can get the experience, we can get to know them, we can maybe put them on a smaller show and move them up. But the process is, if you don't take those steps to open it up, expose people, get them that experience, it's the catch-22. You can't get the show because you don't have the resume. Well, you don't have the resume because you could never get the show. And so we're trying to find ways to be in front of that and hopefully start seeing it switch, start having
But
more women.
I think that's pretty innovative. And was there any controversy or a lot of discussion around that decision to create that shadowing program?
No, my bosses were highly in favor of it. We see that even when we're trying to staff a room of writers, there just seem to be more male resumes coming to us than female resumes. And not that men can't write for women, they've been doing it for many, many decades, but you want a female voice, an organic voice, an authentic voice in your writing if you're specifically gearing it toward a particular demographic. And when we were trying to see how to staff a room and let's make sure we have equal voice male, female, that was tough. So I think it's an issue that's been recognized, and people are sort of trying to dissect where it's coming from, but I think it's up to all of us to find the ones that are still in school or still don't know that, girls can do that? Like, I didn't know that was a job. I can do that? Yeah, you don't just have to work in certain areas of production. You can work in any area, and to grow that next generation. So no, my bosses were highly focused on helping with that initiative.
So not to create some controversy, but in terms of balance, Shannon, in the pre-talk, you were talking a little bit about some of your experiences where in certain situations, and you can best describe it, it's not the same experience, right?
Yeah, it's interesting, and again, unscripted, it's, we're a little bit different of an animal, and, most of the people at my company, like I said, were a lot of women, and, it's because they're the most qualified for the job. Especially a lot of the different programming that we do, like you said, having that women's voice is very important. In fact, we're doing a docuseries right now where we did all the hiring, and then we looked around and we said, our entire crew is women. Our DP, our AC, our, the whole entire gang. And we all went, wow, this is fantastic. Like, we have all these women in these roles that you don't always expect, and the whole entire crew is that. But I find what you're talking about is when we go out and pitch, quite often, if we're pitching a show with just a woman and we're not pitching it to a female network, the response is usually, is there a male counterpart? And I find that so disappointing, because I'm like, but wait a minute, like we've got one with an incredibly intelligent woman who's multiple degrees, and the show is exactly in her wheelhouse. It is what she does, and everywhere we've taken her, they've all said, well, but can we team her up with a guy? And I was like, why? I don't understand. And they're like, well, we're not really sure the audience is ready just to see a woman go out and talk about that. Like, I don't understand. So there's still that frustration. So as much as behind the scenes, and even the people that we pitch to and talk to are so heavily women these days, many women, it's still that last kind of road of, well, I don't know if anybody wants to watch a woman do that. Like, why? Talk about science, or talk about, something that might not be, considered a traditional women's topic. I don't know. That part's been a little bit interesting for me.
Yeah, and if you just think about the many news shows and talk shows, there are a lot of female-male or male-female combos.
Yeah.
And networks seem to like that.
Yeah, I mean, there are some networks specifically that say, well, the women just don't really work for us. Even though they might skew 50-50 in their viewership, it doesn't necessarily mean even the women want to watch just the women. So I don't know, it's just kind of an interesting time, and I'm seeing a little bit of headway there because we've gotten now some traction with a few of those projects that are just women. But it is still tough unless you want to go to like an Oxygen or a Lifetime that say, we're for women. It's just kind of different.
So Amy, to put you in the spotlight for a second in terms of turning back towards digital, why do you think, you were saying that it's a great time in the industry in digital for women, and I've heard from other places that there are a lot of women on the creative side getting into digital. Are there any lessons that we can draw from that, or is there any pattern? Why do you think that's occurring?
I just think the space, like someone said earlier, the demand is there. There's so much demand for content right now, and it's great just to see these young women coming up, and they're courageous. I mean, they're putting their stuff out there. They're writing, they're producing. They're not waiting for someone to hand them a pile of money and go make it. They're just making it on their own, and they're trying to get themselves out there, which I find really just great now, because before, there was a very traditional path that you had to go to get your material out there, and it's just not that way anymore. And, I have two female writer-producers that are in there right now. They did a series, 6 half hours for $10,000. And it's amazing. I watched that series and I'm like, you could not tell that this is a $10,000 series, but they did it. And they got a deal with IFC. They now have a series with ABC Digital that we're producing for them. I mean, it's just unbelievable how they went after their goals and then kind of created an opportunity for themselves. So I think that's why it's kind of exciting. And I don't think it's just for women. I think digital right now is good for any young creator, any person that wants to create. So the opportunity is there whether you're a man or a woman.
It's interesting because when I've moderated panels, particularly about YouTube and the rise of stars on YouTube, one of the characteristics that's coming out is that these young stars, they don't follow old industry traditions. And so instead of saying, well, I can't do that, it's why can't I do that? Why can't I generate this kind of audience?
I think that's more millennial than women.
Do you see in some of the other areas, not unscripted, but in some of the other areas, any lessons that we can learn about women getting more involved in the business?
I think for me, it's less about women getting more involved in business, but I think women, it's really at a certain time in life, if a woman decides to have a family, I think that to me is the bigger conversation of how women are balancing their lives as a parent with work and being able to maintain a really robust career and still have a family life that feels satisfying and fulfilling. And I feel like that's really the bigger conversation, and that I'm a mom, I have 2 kids, and my husband is extraordinary, and he's a wonderful father, and he's completely on the front lines with our kids. Whatever it is, primal, genetics, the kids always want mom. And that's, I think, the biggest challenge is that as a woman.
I'm so glad you brought that up. I feel like that's the thing that no one ever discusses.
Yeah.
And it's like the big kind of elephant in the room about this discussion, because it touches on issues of motherhood superiority, inferiority of having kids, not having. I don't have kids, and I see a friend of mine says that at the end of every working day, a working mom should get a medal, and I think that's completely true. It's more than twice as hard. It's exponentially harder, and I think that issue is something somehow it just doesn't get brought into this discussion of, I hope this doesn't end up.
No, not
I
at
hope
all.
internet
But I think
trolls don't end up,
I think
taking me to
that
task.
raises a couple
But
of
the
really
idea of
yeah.
that as one achieves the competencies and success in one's 30s and 40s, that dovetails with biological realities, and so it's just it can be very challenging. Those two things can be competing forces, and I think it's a really challenging thing that doesn't get discussed very much. So I really appreciate you bringing it up.
I think we should discuss it a little bit, and there's two obvious questions that come to my mind. One of them is, how do you see women balancing work, a successful career, and the challenges in the work environment? I mean, and how do you think that that's different now than even 5 years ago, in terms of how women are handling it?
I mean, I feel like women executives these days are way more supportive of each other than they used to be. I think, the women that came before me that were, in executive positions when I was starting out, I think they had a tough road to carry. I mean, they, broke a glass ceiling that made it possible for me to be able to balance it a little bit better, right? And I have a fantastic partner who's always also a female mother of 2 as well. And I think you just have to, it's tough, I'm not gonna lie, it is so hard. Like when they're clinging onto you and you have guilt because you're away for a month on in a different state and you're leaving them, but it is really about trying to find that balance and not being too hard on yourself, I feel like, first and foremost, because I carry guilt all the time. Like I walk out the door, I'm not gonna see them tonight. It's like, it's a lot. But as a woman, like you have to be able to, my husband, it works and doesn't see them too, and I don't think he carries as much guilt as I do. I know he loves them and he's a great partner, but I don't think he carries the amount of just, crushing that I feel every time I'm on FaceTime with them. But it is possible, and you are allowed to have both. That's what I think people should know as a woman, is like you are allowed to have your career and your family, and it's okay if you can't do all of it well. That's how it's supposed to be. It's too hard to do everything all well all the time.
But you're right, it's about having that right community, because I do have one child, he's 3.5, and the company that I work for is very supportive of that, and we're also supportive of everyone that does have a family. I've had women come in and interview for jobs that are visibly pregnant sitting in front of me, and I'm like, great, you're hired. And they're like, really? Because I'm even afraid to go to interviews. And I'm like, it shouldn't be like that. But, I think a lot of times people underestimate and think, oh, once you have a baby, then that's where all your focus goes. Because no, you actually can do both. You're not always going to do them well. But if you're in the right, community that's going to support and help you and not judge you, I think that really, and I've seen that change big time. I've worked for, like I said, a lot of different places, and I've worked for places with very negative attitudes about people with children, and I've actually had people ask me in interviews if I have children, and and give me the old, oh, well, that's not going to work, because I need you to be here till 10 o'clock at night. And I've definitely seen a shift in that people know that if you're really good at what you do and you're really strong, that you can do it anytime, anywhere, any day. And whenever I do leave my office, and I still do have that guilt even sometimes when I leave early, because I've got something I have to do with my son, and I'll be like, I'm going to my second job, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Because it really is true, it is my second job. I go to another shift after work, and but that doesn't mean that I'm not working 24/7. And when you find the people that understand that and support that, I think that's key. So you have to find the companies
But I
that
think you
support
bring
it.
up an important point, which is your own attitude. So if you approach it with confidence, your counterparts, whether they're male or female, but particularly male, they'll respect you more because they know that you've drawn a boundary. And as long as you're performing and doing your job and they know that they can count on you, that makes a big difference.
I would add to that I think an important key is trust and acceptance. My career, I've always been incredibly ambitious, driven, hardworking, and when I started a family, I had such difficulty, and I did not do it well because I did not trust my colleagues. I didn't trust the people around me that they could pick up when I stepped away, and I couldn't accept the fact that when they did step in, that it was going to be done differently than me. It wasn't necessarily better or worse, but it was different. And so that was a huge learning curve for me, that as a working parent, I have to trust the people around me to pick up the ball when I have to leave, and then to accept the fact that they're going to do what they're going to do, and I have to embrace that. Otherwise, it's going to collapse, because I made a lot of mistakes in that transition, and I would really come down on people when they would step in for me, because I didn't feel like they were doing it the way that I wanted it done. And I just had to let that go.
I also think that the technology has gotten better to help people work more remotely and to be able to juggle multiple balls. So, you know, with a smartphone, you can actually do a lot, and you don't necessarily have to be sitting there exactly at your desk.
And I agree with you. It's about support, because you have to we have to create the environment where it's, you know, it's a part of life that people have children and that people have needs outside of work, and there's always a balance. And, you know, every life experience you have, whether it's adding children or taking care of something else, an elderly parent, and that's part of your duty, it's all sort of, you know, informing you as a human being, a human experience. Now that we're actively hiring a lot of female directors, it comes up in conversation, because all the shows I'm currently working on are all overseas. When they're gone, you're gone out of your own home and your own comfort level for months at a time. And we had, you know, directors come in and go, I have an infant child. Thank you so much. Keep me in mind for a domestic show. I was like, then we'll make that work for you. You're going to be in an apartment for 3 months anyway. You know, bring your partner, bring the baby. That's just like, we'll make that work. It doesn't cost, it makes you a happier, healthier, you know, informed person to come and, like, I can, you know, work my 15-hour day and come back and at least have the luxury and the warmth of, you know, the people who make me comfortable. So is it an extra cost? Sure. Is it worth it? Absolutely. So if you build that environment where you shouldn't think, and I know what you're saying is, oh, do you have children? Mm-hmm. You know, you're going, why are you asking me like that? And we're going like, do we need to get a 2-bedroom apartment or one? You know, that's the reason we're asking, but that is not the case everywhere. So we have to change it. We just have to make it part of, that's what you do when you hire people that have full lives, and they'll give their full lives as an experience to your product.
So just
Thanks. No, parents. I'm only the parent of a husband and a cat, so I can barely manage them. All of you do deserve a medal.
No, but I actually find I work in a very male-dominated industry, investment banking, and I find that there are actually more guys that want to take paternity leave when their wives have kids, and they'll purposely say, I can't do this meeting or I can't do this trip because I have to do this for my family, my kids.
We have a male director on our show Girl Boss who said our production went a little bit longer than we anticipated. And he said, my twin's birthday is on Tuesday. He's like, I can't come in until 10:30. He's like, so you're just gonna have to shift the production schedule because I have to be there for my twins to wake them up and give them their, and I was like, wow, that's so awesome. Yeah. And our answer was, yes, of course.
Yeah.
So just shifting gears a little bit, we haven't really talked much about differences in international for film and TV versus U.S. domestic. Do you see differences in international in terms of the opportunities or the work environment for women compared to the U.S.?
I don't know that I can speak to that in the official capacity, but I think internationally there are still very challenging issues of racial disparity and our kind of hoped for and multicultural productions, of which we're all proud, and that's part of, hopefully, at least in my opinion, part of the American experience, is not an ethos that's always shared overseas, and that can be a hard thing in terms of foreign sales for independent films, because it's not an expectation and sometimes perceived as a, how can I say this politely, perceived as making a project less valuable. Projects that are particularly racially balanced or have that an element of aspects of racial stories and communities in the United States don't travel well. There's a perception of that. I don't know if gender is in my experience, it hasn't been as much of an issue.
I agree.
I will say it's been equally as hard to find directors, female directors, on one side of the pond as the other. So I think they're having the same challenges and hopefully having the same sort of, revolution as let's get them in the business.
And we touched on this with the prior question on opportunities in creative for women, but given how traditional film and TV is undergoing a disruptive transformation into digital, what are the biggest impacts that you see on content, and is that creating any rippling effect, again, for opportunities for women?
I would say, just as Amy said, like that it is absolutely, and that, if you can make a great film with your iPhone, I don't know if anybody saw Tangerine, a film, again, I had nothing to do with, but, that was really an extraordinary, piece of work made on an iPhone. And so the idea of people just kind of rolling up their sleeves and generationally, regardless of gender, just saying this is the story I have to tell, I think is a really exciting, just the simple economic barrier to entry being lowered to effectively zero because you already have a smartphone, as opposed to, 20 years ago having to be able to afford to get your film developed at the lab and have expensive equipment to edit it and all of those kinds of things. All those barriers have basically approached zero, which also means there's a lot of content being made for which there are uncertain audiences. There may not be an audience for it, but, as the old cliche goes, cream will rise and people, content that is worth watching will find its audience. And so I think it's very exciting in that regardless of age even, that people of any, I would love to see older people making films, in indie films that they might not have made, or tweens making films they might not have made. There's just a huge amount of opportunity to tell stories that are unique to specific communities and don't necessarily need gigantic audiences. And Tangerine is certainly an example of that. It's a world I would know absolutely nothing about based on my life experience. But I feel like it's a privilege to watch that film and be momentarily transported to a world that I wouldn't otherwise have access to. And that's the exciting thing to me about the technology.
Although you might think, going back to traditional biases, that women are not as good at tech, at understanding tech. And I don't know if you see that as any kind of barrier, or whether it's more millennials are so facile with the latest technology that sort of trumps everything.
Millennials are definitely better at it than I don't know if that has anything to do with gender. I think that's just an age thing. It's like, I still can't figure out Snapchat.
I also think Karen touched upon it too. I think it starts earlier. It starts when the kids are in school, and I'm sure you guys are part of a lot of different organizations in entertainment where they all want to go and do galas and they want to talk about like mentoring programs. But really, by the time you've graduated college and you're set, like you have your behaviors and your ideas of what you can and cannot accomplish. And I think that as a society, we need to focus on the younger generation and like really give them those opportunities, make them feel like they're empowered to do whatever they want to do, make them feel empowered that they're as equal as any man. And so whether it's tech, whether it's medicine, whether it's entertainment, I think that's where it really needs to start. And I wish there were more organizations that were focusing on underprivileged areas and high school, even elementary, and focus on that as opposed to everything else. Because once they've hit this community, it's a little too late, in my opinion. But whoops.
And one of the interesting areas that I think we're seeing is adjacent sectors like gaming, and the mix between gaming and film and TV to some extent. Does anyone want to give a couple examples of where they've seen really successful shows come out of that, and whether or not it's harder with gaming, because people think of gaming as a traditionally male-oriented sector, except for the parlor games and the iPad games, but how there could be differences in marketing to a female audience?
Well, our company was involved in a video game that it was a Microsoft exclusive video game called Quantum Break. And the idea was that there is a female gaming audience. The game was unique in that it was truly interactive, where the player would make decisions as the villain at the end of each segment, and then you were allowed to watch a half-hour television show, and we produced the television show. So, you know, I think, yes, there is an opportunity, there is an audience in the female world for gaming, and I think that people are starting to understand that and kind of program to that, because the gaming audience is fanatic. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's male or female, they love any side of video game.
We can't, especially with the last debate occurring tonight, we can't leave without some reference to the presidential election, and not to get into political views, but this year's election has put a lot of focus on having a woman in the most powerful position in government, running the biggest country in the world. And it's, I think, raised a provocative question that can be applied to many fields, including film and TV, which is, how much focus do you think should be on the candidate or the executive as a woman versus that person's qualification for a job?
I think all of it should be on their qualifications for the job.
Yeah.
I mean, and I think there are a lot of extraordinarily, I mean, the discussion is important about bringing attention to disparities, but I think the discussion has helped bring to light the fact of just how many competent people there are in the world, and many of whom are women. And so I think that the kind of historic biases and the kind of cultural idea of the frat house, you know, of corporations as frat house where women don't have a place, I think that has hugely shifted as the role of fatherhood, as you already pointed out, has shifted, and as, you know, and even male-dominated cultures at work seem to have yielded to a larger cultural sensibility about the importance of family in general, and acknowledging that employees, as you said, have a life outside of work. And so that the idea of just the most competent person, you know, to me seems far more important.
But do you think there are, what do you think are some effective strategies for dealing with that, you know, I would say misperception? Like the easy bias to put the focus on the person being a woman or a female versus the qualifications for the job?
I don't know exactly how to answer that, but I feel like we were talking about this earlier, that there are just, we all have bias. And it's either, you know, it's unspoken, spoken, we either acknowledge it within ourselves or we don't. And I feel like I've always led with a bias towards my education, like where I went to undergrad, that I have an MBA, that I'm intelligent, that I'm creative, that I won awards. And I feel like the fact that I'm a woman and that I'm diversity, I'm half Asian, has always been like 11th and 12th on the list. And I had been at CBS for 8 years, and the CEO came to me one day and he's like, hey, why didn't you ever tell us that you were Asian? Because I can get points for that. And I was like, it's just not important to my ability in terms of doing this job. And so I don't know what the answer is, but I just feel like individually, the way that we show up in the world, the choices that we make, you can show up, you know, as a woman, you can show up as a man, you can show up as black, you can show up as white, or you can show up as something else. And that's a choice that you get to make. And people are either going to respond to that or not, but you don't have any control over that. But you do have control over what you want to lead with. And so that's where I feel like we can take a stand for empowerment as opposed to being powerless.
Well, that's actually the first time I've heard that you get points for being Asian, but let's go beyond that.
Yeah, I would say I agree with that, and I think it's just how a person of any gender treats their colleagues. You know, that women can be terrible to each other also, just like men can be terrible to women, they can be terrible to each other. I mean, it's just like all those lines can be antagonistic or they can be nurturing and supportive. And so, you know, the cultural habit that women can have of gossiping, choosing not to do that. You know, they're just choosing to create the corporate, or it doesn't have to be corporate, choosing to create the professional culture you want to work in by your own choices, I think is what I would advise. Like, if women are saying, how do I get ahead? How do I make a place for myself here? It's like, but lead by example of creating the culture that you want to be part of, which is one that's supportive and where competence and education do rise.
Yeah. I have a friend, just a really quick story, a director, and she had the opportunity to sign with 2 big agencies recently. And one of the agencies, their pitch to her was, you know, there's so much diversity hiring right now. There's such a demand for female directors, and we think that you're so well positioned. The other agency, which was smaller, said, we love your work. We think you're extraordinary. And she was really torn. It's like, do I go with the larger, like more established agency that wants to push me as a diversity hire, or do I go with the smaller agency that just loves my work? And I was a gigantic advocate for go with the smaller agency. Don't lead with the fact that you're a diversity hire, that you're a woman. It's like, you're so much, like, this is gonna sound obnoxious, but like, you're so much better than that. It's like, you are a director. You're not a female director. You are a director.
So who did she choose?
She went with my advice.
And has it worked out so far?
I'm sorry?
Has it worked out so far?
It's such a recent
Okay.
signing. Just like literally happened within the last couple of months.
No, that's great. How important has mentoring been in your career? Because I hear that a lot in terms of, and that actually applies to not just to female, male, but I think for many females, mentoring has been an important element of success. How has it played a role in any of your careers that you feel comfortable sharing?
Well, yeah, I think everybody needs a mentor, no matter what avenue you go to. And I mean, I started my career in entertainment as a producer, so I was an independent producer, you know, trying to put $5 together to do a movie, to get the next movie, to get the next movie. And every now and again, you'll get those lovely, you know, altruistic people who'll come in and just tell you what's what, you know, no barriers, no this, let me tell you the honest truth, this is really hard, let me tell you why, and, you know, shadow me or do whatever it is. Every mentor I've had has been a man. So, because there weren't any women there to mentor in the job that I wanted. So that's gonna change, it will. But I think mentorship is very important, but don't make it gender specific. It should be who can offer you that information on the job that you're seeking. And mentor for the job you want, not the job that, you know, maybe you have right now, you want to get better. Go for the job you want and learn from any avenue that you can get.
Yeah, no, that's great advice.
I've had so many awesome advocates in my career, knock on wood, people that would put me up for jobs or give me recommendations. I've sadly never had a mentor, which is why I'm a gigantic advocate for coaching. So I went and hired my own mentor, that person who would say to me, you know what, you're crossing the line, or, you know, that's full of, you know, you're bullshit. That's just like, that's crazy. And I feel like the great mentors are the ones who do call you on that stuff. And I think you need both. And I still pay for someone to give me that kind of good advice.
No, that's good. You feel like you're getting your money's worth, right?
Yeah.
Seems to have worked out.
Are there any particular organizations that you feel are good for women, particularly young women in film and TV, to get involved in, where they might be able to find, you know, an element of mentoring or just have effective networking?
Well, I mentioned the Gina Davis Institute earlier because they just bring a lot of attention to this, just the whole idea of disparity, and they do it from a perspective of social science, really, like, not just, oh, I feel like there are fewer women on screen. They actually have graduate students quantifying the number of extras in the background of, you know, television and putting real hard data to this narrative in hopes of changing the narrative. So I think that's one. There's Women in Film. I'm not a member of Women in Motion Picture Services, but there's something called WIMPS, which is meant to be quite good, of more production-oriented, like crew-oriented. So those would be the three that I would recommend. Two are more general, professional, and then WIMPS is more production gig-oriented.
Let's open it up to questions from the audience. This woman right here.
Hi, so I want to go back to something that Karen Bailey had said, and just for the entire panel. I want to know what you wanted to be when you were younger and how you got into this business by segueing what you wanted to be when you grew up, and how your choice to enter into the business wherever it was to start led you to where you are now.
Yeah. I'll start with because it changes, and you're right. It's got to start in school. It's got to start much younger. But I didn't know, coming from not LA or New York and not really having a grasp on things, I knew I wanted to be in entertainment. Didn't know how, didn't know what. And the only thing that was easily applicable was like, oh, go be in a play, go be in entertainment. And then I went to school thinking I was going to be a psychiatrist and started studying all that stuff, and then went to an audition, got a play, and then, oh wait, they'll pay you for this, and then got a scholarship for drama school. So I went through school as a drama major because like, okay, this is getting me closer. Graduated and moved to Los Angeles, just like nobody's gonna stop me. Okay, I got a path. And you go, and so what you have is this degree in what you've known from wherever you are in the United States, not being LA or New York, and jump into it. And I was working and making a living as an actor for a while, but then kept looking at all these other people going, well, what's that person do? Well, what does that person do? Well, that person gets to make decisions. What does she do or he do? And then it started going into that, and then teaching, finding the mentors, going in, saying, you know what, Kevin Smith can make a movie, I can make a movie, and you go make a movie, and it's really hard, and you have to learn partial legal, so you focus on what you want. So it's always been one job description led to the other, which is why I'm so, I'm a big advocate of saying we got to let people know those jobs exist. I didn't know what a producer did. I didn't even know this job existed. So it was a long path to get there, but I think you get in, you find out where you click, what drives you, what absolutely drives you. And then, I fell in from being an independent producer to being asked to work in a studio capacity, from a studio capacity to a network capacity. So it was just this natural migration. So I don't think you ever know where you're going to end up, but I think you have to find what you absolutely go, I want to do that. And it may be your digital job that doesn't exist. The job some of you want may not exist yet, but it will in 5 years, and you'll be in front of it. So that's
And how long did it take you to get what you considered to be your first break?
As an independent producer, as many of you, the first break is getting somebody to agree to fund you. I mean, that is, everything about producing is hard, but getting the money, to anybody tell me if you feel differently, that's the hardest. Yeah. That is the hardest, because you got to get that going. So the first big break is the first investor that said, I'll put in a little bit of money. That script looks funny. What do you know? Don't try not to lose me any money. And then that movie won 40 film festivals and did really well, and that gets you your next one. So the first big break is that. But then also finding those people that you can hopefully trust to show you the ropes. Because if you're a producer and you ask another producer to help you, you could end up being their competition one day. And they may not want to help you. And there were a lot of people that didn't want to help you, that send you off in other ways. And then you find that person that goes, ugh, I'm too old for that. Come here, follow me, shadow me, be here at 7 a.m. I'm going to show you the ropes. Whatever division you're in. So I think you have to find those people that will help you get to that next step and be willing to just roll up your sleeves and learn.
Yeah. So I'd actually like to hear from each of the panelists their story. Shannon?
Gosh. The job I have really didn't exist when I was growing up either. I mean, unscripted television, outside of, documentaries, but, it wasn't really a thing then. And I actually got my start. I just knew I wanted to work in television from when I was very, very little. I loved everything. I was a voracious TV watcher, much to my parents' horror. I watched everything. I loved all the genres. I really wanted to learn about it. I was interested in acting. I was interested in directing. I wanted to do all of it. And then I got into news writing, and I fell in love with doing that because it was just that daily deadline. And I did similar look around. I'm like, what does that person do? I started at the bottom working at a dispatch shack, listening to police radio scanners, waiting to hear murders from midnight to 8 a.m. was my first job. And, within a year or two, I was writing the 6 o'clock news where I lived, which was Minneapolis. So it was, decent market. And I just kept going from there. But I found as I was working in hard news, which is a really hard thing to work in for an extended period of time, I was always sneaking looks at the old People magazine and really interested in what the celebrities were doing and what was happening in Hollywood. And I was interested in the business of Hollywood more than anything. And I, on a whim, this was a long time ago, called Human Resources at E! Entertainment Television and got a job, which nobody can do anymore. I don't even know if that even exists anymore. And they found me to be quite a comical character because I was, this Minneapolis girl that just couldn't wait to come to LA. And they hired me to produce all the live red carpet shows for Joan Rivers and Melissa Rivers back in the late 90s when the red carpet was first first really getting going. And I just was absolutely, again, just enamored with the business. I loved it. And I moved from that on to doing other shows at E! And then the unscripted boom really started, and I thought, well, that also is really interesting. How do you get into that? And I left E! To start, I worked at Big Brother in one of its early seasons, and I did the live shows for Big Brother. And then from there, it just kind of went, and I just went from unscripted to unscripted to unscripted, and ended up on the production company side about 4 years ago after being a showrunner for about 12 years. So, and it's completely different now on this side of the business. It feels very different from being a showrunner. It was much more like, being a cowboy compared to now, some more adult, showrunner and, overseeing a company. But yeah, that was really what it was. I was always enamored with TV, and in anything I got into, I was always going, well, what's that job, and how can I do that? And finding those people that would, like you said, a lot of people don't necessarily want to show you all their secrets, but every now and again you meet one that goes, hey kid, you I like. And that's what happened with me in all these different positions. Somebody would say, hey, come over here for a second and I'll show you how this works. And if you believe in yourself and you're confident and you just just don't lose sight of it, and be kind along the way. That's really what worked for me, so.
Laverne?
I used to write and produce educational films in Chicago, but I always wanted to work in entertainment, so I moved to LA. I was an assistant at an agency, and that led to a job at Klasky Csupo, the animation company that does Rugrats, and that led to the job at CBS, where I was there for 10 years and just had a great run until the day I was fired, and then that was not fun anymore. And I went to work with Mike Newell, ran television for him, and then Epix called, and it was the opportunity to start up a new programming department for a brand new premium cable network, and that was awesome. I did that for a couple of years, and then I went back to producing independently, and I've been with Charlize now for about 2.5 years. But I think to sort of answer the core question, it wasn't until probably 6 or 7 years ago that I figured out why I was doing this, which is my mission, my purpose, my passion in life is to help people heal. And I really believe in the power of storytelling to do that, to bring communities together, for people to see themselves and recognize themselves and see their own heartache, and to heal that. And so I'm so deeply connected to that passion and that purpose now, and I feel like as a producer I get to do that in a way that I never got to do in any of my other jobs.
It's great. Karen?
Like everyone here, I've had sort of a winding path as well. When I went to college and I was a history major, and I thought I was going to be a lawyer. In my senior year, I realized I would be the worst lawyer ever. And I sort of had this crisis of well, now what am I going to do? But it was the early days of the independent film world, and I grew up in a small town, and so the idea of being an artist or a creator was something that was just completely unfamiliar. It was people were not employed to do that where I came from. And so the idea that you could make films that had a voice of their own, and that portrayed very specific cultures, not just Hollywood and huge kind of mainstream films, was really exciting to me. So I moved to San Francisco, and the only jobs at the time there were in post-production. And I also realized I was not good in post-production either. This is the beginning of the digital thing, and I was like, I am not going to be in a dark room with computers. I am not good at this. And so it was a slow attrition of things that I was not good at. Realizing though, but at the core of all of it was always storytelling and just being curious and finding a way to be, to use an interest in storytelling and research, as somebody had mentioned, and sort of weaving together disparate elements to create a project is something that I realized I'd been doing since I was a kid, and that is interesting to me, whether you're building a treehouse when you're a kid or and somebody said to me, what's producing? With this sort of vague kind of implication that clearly you're not the person with the money, which is what I always get. But to me, it's people say being a mom is producing. I mean, it's making something that happened that wasn't otherwise happening. And I realized that isn't otherwise and wouldn't otherwise happen. And that's what I realized drives me and what I care about. And that's the thread I started to follow. And I think it can take many different paths, as everyone here has acknowledged.
I grew up in Georgia, and obviously my parents are immigrants. Honestly, the arts never even crossed my mind because I grew up thinking I was supposed to be a doctor. But you know, in college, I don't know. I always grew up, and like everyone else here, I loved anything about movies and television. I would watch Sound of Music from the time I was like 2 on a rewind. But you know, so I don't know. There was a switch in me. We had a little bit of a family crisis where I reevaluated my life, thankfully, when I was 16, and it was great because honestly, it gave me that push to go after what I really wanted to do, which was to do the arts. So I came out to Los Angeles, and I would never tell anybody to do what I did because I came out completely unprepared, unresearched, was just like, I'm gonna get a job. And I started in the crew side, and I was a television coordinator for a lot of years, for about 7 years, mostly at Warner Brothers, and then was very lucky enough to make a transition as a paid producer working for Nickelodeon for 4 or 5 years, and then made the switch as the head of production for Michael Eisner's digital studio, Vugaroo, which is where I met my partner. And so my journey's been kind of, you know, like, it was more like survival. Like, I had to make money, and I had to have a job. But, and it's interesting to hear you guys talk about mentors, because, like, if a mentor fell in my lap, great. But I always had to act like I knew what I was doing and then figure it out on my own most times. So, but I wouldn't change it for the world, because like every job, when it was scary, I knew that was the right time to make a switch and to go after that job. And even this company, like starting out on your own and building a company is frightening, leaving a salary job to go and make your own thing. But, you know, again, my partner and I, wonderful person, like we were able to put this together, follow our passions, and now we're able to kind of make what inspires us and what we believe in. So it's been a good journey so far.
Okay, so long answers, but a truly great question. We have another question here.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for telling us your leadership stories. I think those stories help to bring context to who you are. And we evolve, particularly I think as women. You know, we're not who we were a year ago, 10 years ago, 20 years, not yesterday. So what word, if you can think of just one word, describes where you are right now?
We're going to start with Amy this time and work down that way. Sorry.
No, it's fine. I would say I'm happy.
Sorry, Karen. Reasonably optimistic. That's 2 words.
But she was going to be a lawyer, so she gets 2 words. Okay.
Fulfilled.
Fortunate.
That's a good one. I'd say inspired.
That's great. A question here?
I was wondering if any of you ladies knew about funds or grants aimed towards female filmmakers?
Women in Film has a lot of resources in that regard, and I don't mean this to sound patronizing, but there's, like, if you research on the internet, let's just say, if you Google search, there are grants, you know, do you have an access? Australia, because like the Australian Film Commission is extraordinary, and so is the Canadian Film Commission. Both of them are really remarkable resources where taxpayers of those countries actually pay into funds to help, you know, their fellow country people become artists. But there are, you know, most of the festivals, Tribeca, Sundance, Film Independent, several AFI, thank you, all have sort of adjunct programs to create, as you have at your company, you know, resources and whether they're labs, workshops, seminars, mentorship, you know, to connect young female filmmakers with resources they need. So I would encourage you just to do a lot of your own research, and it will yield a lot of resources. I would caution you against, there's also a lot of bottom feeding about like, pay us $300 and we'll read your script. And I personally feel like if you kind of go with the brand identity names of, again, Sundance, Tribeca, AFI, these kind of larger institutes that have dedicated themselves as arts organizations over decades, that's probably your best area to be searching.
And use
so
the
don't do the
$300 to
pay for play.
Well, I was going to say use the $300 to just make your film.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
don't give it to anybody else. I mean, you know.
Okay, 2 more quick questions. The woman here, and then we'll go here.
This question is
No one's over 40 here. Yeah, so your question is, what's your best entry point?
Yeah, how do you, because there's ages that everyone tells me don't even tell them your age, you know, all that stuff.
What's your area of focus? Are you a director, writer?
I'm a writer-director.
Writer-director.
Oh my God, and Meryl Streep in New York, you should just Google it, over 40 women writers. There's never been a better time to be over 40 and a woman and a writer.
Yeah, that's through New York Women in Film and Television, which is another great organization. Yeah.
If I could just say, Ms. Tenkoff, you've mentioned it a couple times. I am a member of Women in Film, and I am a director writer. I've only been doing it for a few years, and they have been an amazing support team with mentoring. They have great programs. They just really take care. So thank you for mentioning that. I'll be sure to let them know.
Okay, so I did promise this woman in front one last question.
I'd love to hear your experience when you're pitching a new project. Just some tips about how you do what you come in with. Do a one sheet? Do you memorize it? When you're talking to networks versus cable versus maybe the Hulu and Amazons, do you vary what you're saying? I'm sure we all.
So we're going to do the speed dating version of.
And you mean specifically for
pitch
television,
tips.
right? Or are we talking about specifically television? Great. It helps
television.
limit the question. It helps limit the answers.
I don't think there's a difference, honestly. I think the buyers are all the same now. So, personally, I don't like to go in with a one sheet just because then the person's looking down at the sheet and they're not listening to you. I don't like to read because, you have to believe in your product to exude confidence if you're reading off of a page. It's just a perception thing with the person that you're sitting across from. So for me, I don't, whether it's television, whether it's, cable, whether it's digital, it's all the same. There's, a lot of the digital execs now are coming from the cable and traditional network places. So, they all speak the same language, but for me, key is confidence. I mean, if you're selling something and if you're not confident, why would they buy it?
Yeah. And the confidence comes from, there's a distinction between the development of your project versus the pitch. So it's really, really important to actually fully develop your project and know who your characters are, what their journeys are, know what your seasons are, break it down. And when I work with a writer, sometimes that can be 40 or 50 pages of material, and then we'll actually then craft a pitch from that material that's only 7 or 8 pages, because I don't like to pitch anything that's more than roughly 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Well, thank you all for staying. Let's give our panelists a round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi.
Everybody, can I see a show of hands of all of our pitchers today? Everybody say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Missing one. Okay. And I just make sure we have all your decks, right? Nobody owes me a deck? Awesome. Makes it even better. Okay, so we are going to get started, guys. So welcome to the 9th Annual MEA Pitch, Pass, or Play. As you can see, this is our illustrious panel of judges. I'm going to go down to the line here. Jonathan Lowe with AEG, Adam Walensky at Fox, John Roberts at Buna Murray, York Bachmar at Machinima, Lance, big film producer with FX, Lance?
Yes.
And Chris Denson, OMD Ignition. So they're going to be judging you guys on a few different things. I want to go over a few of the rules and how this is going to work. So Marjorie DeHaye, my lovely co-host here, is going to be helping me run this pitch session today. Basically, we're going to call you guys up here. You have 2 minutes to pitch. No AV, no props, just 2 minutes to pitch to the judges. They're going to score you guys at the end of the pitch. The top 6 highly scored companies will be called back to round 2. Round 2, you have a chance to use AV. They're working on it now, so we're going to pray the AV gets up here in time. During the second round of 3 minutes, the judges will have a chance to ask 1 or 2 questions. If AV goes down, anything goes down, the clock still ticks. We'll be calling you out on your time. Again, if you're talking to VCs or pitching and something goes down, they don't stop and wait for you. The pitch must go on, so try not to let this disrupt your flow. Continue pitching to these guys. The idea is to know your company, your market, and how to pitch for a deal flow here, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to get started. I'm going to let Max take over right now, start introducing you guys, and we will time you, wave you down when your time's up, and good luck, everybody.
Thank you, everyone. The first person to pitch is going to be Thomas Wright from Empire Tech. So, Thomas.
Hey, how are you?
Sarah will indicate the time. Okay. 2 minutes. Ready, go.
Never lose your phone again. At Empire Tech, we make locator cases, embedded computer chips, and protective phone cases that wirelessly page phones up to 100 feet from a key fob, even if the phone is dead. Our users, when they go outside of 20 feet, also get alerts to the key fob, alerting them that they're out of range of their phone. 44% of lost phones were left in a public place, so we reduce theft by preventing separation. I know you might think people eventually just find this around the house, right? Well, there's a 7% recovery rate for lost phones. Each year, 3 million phones are stolen and 70 million phones are misplaced, most of the times within 100 feet. The number 1 place phones are lost is the coffee shop. This patent-protected technology solves the core of the problem because like an app can only tell you the general location and it doesn't work when the phone is dead. We also offer subscription services for GPS and insurance to our customers, knowing that 200 million devices are currently uninsured. In the US, there are currently over 270 million smartphone owners. At Locator Cases, we are here to protect, prevent, and recover. We protect through polycarbonate plastic, which is the same as OtterBox. We prevent with our toggle system, and we recover with our paging system. My name is TJ Wright, former NFL player. I have a team that consists of patent attorneys, as well as a person who owns 100 Sprint stores. We've already validated the market with wholesalers, both domestically and internationally. We started speaking with places, the #1 coffee brand, Starbucks, who has 23,000 locations. And we've also already taken letters of intent from individuals, not only in Los Angeles, but in New York, from 14th all the way to 125th. That's pretty much Lower Manhattan all the way to Harlem. So once again, TJ Wright, Locator Cases.
The The next person to pitch will be Gabe Hunterton, CEO and founder of I'm Team Network.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hello.
Ready? All right, I will not start the speech by overstating the size of my market so that you can counter that, because the size of markets are debatable. But it is an irrefutable truth that we are always stronger together than we are separate. And that's the platform that iTeam Network is built on. iTeam Network is a turnkey software provider in the daily fantasy sports market. We began operation 13 months ago, and we currently have 22 skins and 8 apps in operations, including partnerships with poker legend Phil Ivey and internet sensation Dan Bilzerian. In those 13 months, we built a database in excess of 100,000 customers and have solved the biggest problem of the daily fantasy sports industry. The Achilles heel of the daily fantasy sports industry is the cost of acquisition. New players end up costing about $200. Our acquisition cost is $19. We're able to execute that because we don't acquire customers. We provide an additional monetization tool for our partners in the space. 8 months into operation, we decided our initial tech stack was not going to be a good bridge between our partners and DFS, and so we swapped out the stack. In July of this year, we put out an entirely brand new stack and have continued to grow since then. Now, because DFS is so difficult, every single DFS lineup has 1.4 quadrillion possibilities. Quadrillion comes after trillion. I had to look that up. If we can facilitate an interaction between a brand and players driving a lineup that has 1.4 quadrillion possibilities, what other interactions can we facilitate? Thank you very much.
Our next presenter will be Mike Barron, President, One Stand Brand. Is he here? Okay, then we're going to move on to Mr. Stephen Mead, CEO of Magmo.
Save time, guys, and come this way. Nice. So, ready? Go. Thanks. My name's Stephen Mead. I'm CEO of Magmo. Magmo stands for Magic Moments. If you remember the old term Kodak moment, we sort of built an extension of that. And I'm not sure, most of you probably realize, if you're a major brand, celebrity, musician, entertainment, you're looking for 3 or 4 things. You're looking to monetize social media, you're looking for ways to increase the engagement with your audience, and you're looking for ways to simplify your workflow. And Magmo is a platform that allows you to do just that. We allow you to create what's called a magic moment. It's a 4-page template of stories, and what makes it unique is the end is a clickable display unit. So the brands, for the first time ever, can create their own content, have their own clickable display ad, and then they share that to their existing audience. And we're not an app in the sense of a download. We're technically a web tool or a web platform. So the content can be distributed from the website or the phone, and it's built in HTML5. So if it's published into an existing Facebook, Twitter, Google+ network, the content is viewed by simply clicking the link. So we are a publishing tool. We've got a great team in place, former CEO Sachi, Chief Marketing Officer of the NBA. We've raised close to $1 million for the product to be validated, got over 100 brands interested, and we're moving to our next round of funding, which is probably about $1 million on the rollout. So again, my name's Stephen Mead. It stands for Magic. Magmo stands for Magic Moments. Thank you.
Thanks, Stephen. The next presenter will be Matt Berkey, VP Strategic Partnerships, Sensu Music.
All right, ready? Okay, so Last year was the first time in 20 years that the music industry actually measured a profit. Not coincidentally, it was also the first year that digital sales beat out traditional physical sales. So there's a new era in music business, and it is technology. Streaming services like Spotify, Pandora, and Apple Music have really mastered the way that we consume music and revolutionized it. So we are preparing in 2016. The problem that we're solving in music business is that people are operating music business like it's 1999, but we're consuming music like it's 2016. So we bridge the gap here at Sensu between traditional music business and new age digital technology. We're opening up and enhancing monetization outlets for any and all that do business in the music industry. By collaborating the entire industry on one centralized hub, we're able to collect and harvest the most valuable asset to any company in this new era of technology, which is data. Sensu Music is leveraging big data analytics to create a recommendation-based program. This recommendation-based program will be able to influence the industry as we know it and grow it as a whole. We are able to assist in the back-end management of record labels, artists, venues, and managers. We streamline the process of music entrepreneurship from beginners all the way to an A-level. They can utilize our analytics to help grow their brand and enhance their business. To complement our back-end B2B solution, we also facilitate fans on a front-end social network. A Yelp-like atmosphere provides us very influential development. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Our next presenter will be Emily Webb, CEO of My Luck.
Good afternoon. It's great to be here. My name's Emily. Can I get a show of hands of anyone that's had trouble finding parking in Los Angeles? Thank you. I'm co-founder of MyLuca, an on-demand private parking app that makes it easier for drivers to reserve hourly, daily, weekly, or monthly reservations. We're also known as the Airbnb of parking. Our platform allows residential and business owners to earn passive income by listing and renting out their vacant and available parking spaces. We've launched in Los Angeles, a city well known for too many cars. Our goal is to serve as a supplemental parking option for commuters, tourists, and event goers in hopes of alleviating the traffic congestion as well as innovating the parking industry into a share economy. God, I just blanked out. We want to create a more sustainable solution to parking. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ben Reyes, Senior Director of Business Development, Film On Networks.
Hello, everyone. FOTV Media Networks is the world's largest free streaming TV platform that most people have never heard of. Even more importantly, it's incorporating the only augmented reality holograms that people can watch in the OTT streaming environment. 6 years ago, we started as a digital TV studio, thriving with an interactive TV component. We grew up to an audience of over 70 million unique monthly viewers and 2.5 billion ad impressions served monthly. Since then, we purchased Hologram USA and are now creating our own full-length hologram shows that we are creating with our own network of theatrical venues. So soon you will be able to see Billie Holiday, Buddy Holly, Whitney Houston, and many others live in venues nationwide. You'll also be able to see them in a 360 VR environment on the Film On app. We have a lot of label, brand, and production companies interested, both for distribution and brand integration, optimization, and we're debuting on NASDAQ next month with a $300 million valuation. Thank you very much.
Our next presenter will be Jason Sullivan, CEO, Siphon.
Tell me when. My name is Jason Sullivan, CEO of a new company called Siphon. Siphon means massive traffic, basically, like almost like a typhoon that could happen on social media, where the websites become so busy that people might not even be able to get on it. So that's what we're trying to do. Siphon basically is a new company. Everybody's heard of bots now lately, right? Everybody's been hearing about bots. The army of the bots is coming, trust me. And so what's happening, especially we have an election going on. There's a campaign happening tonight where there's a debate. At any given point in time, right now at this very moment, 28% of the pro-Hillary and pro-Trump tweets that are taking place are all bots. I know this personally because I've been engaged by one of these campaigns, and we're behind driving those bots, okay? It's important that we can actually be there in these live conversations in the moment of influence so that we can actually influence those conversations. We think that it's so important that we found that it helps us not only influence the conversation, but it helps us drive the conversation. It's actually helping us get into the middle of it and change the actual stream of what the public perception may think things are. So it's very, very important. We believe that it could actually help us bring in the next leader of the free world. It's that powerful. Anything and everything that you're talking about on social media nowadays is going to be intercepted by bots. When you talk about wanting to see a movie, Movie Code is going to pop up with a little bot. And it's going to show you your local listings, and it's going to show you where you can buy your tickets right now for the next show. When you say that you're hungry, Yelp's going to pop up with another bot, and it's going to open up also Open Table, and it's going to show you all the local restaurants around your area, and it's going to give you an opportunity to book and make your reservation right there on Open Table. So that's kind of what we're behind driving it. We're a small tech startup company based in Silicon Beach, and we're here to be in the moment of influence. Also, the American Marketing Association, we did a small use case with them. They're calling us the next best way to supplement your traditional advertising, and we increased their buzz and engagement by 3,386%, 7 days.
Thank you. Our next presenter is Bob Safari, COO Expose.
I'm actually Jonathan. Bob lost his voice, so I'm going to be up here. I'm the customer support and field applications. So more than 10,000 Americans die every year from first responders not being able to find where somebody is when they call 911. If you were to call 911 on your phone right now, they would either go to your house or they would try to go to the cell phone tower that you're on. So if you don't know where you're at and you drive off the road or whatever, odds are it's going to take 50% longer to 100% longer for somebody to try to find you. So what is Exposed? Exposed, imagine you're in a panic situation. You take your phone out, you shake it, 5 streaming options come up. You have Panic, Standby, Friends, Public, and Private. The main function of the app is Panic, so you click on Panic. Right away you start streaming. The live stream goes to the police. Once it goes to the police, they can get your exact GPS location, and they can also view your stream at the same time. When you panic stream, it also sends an alert to everyone who has the app within a 5 to 10 mile radius. So if they see that you're in trouble, they can either come help you, or they can also stream from a distance and get a better angle. So if it is like a police shooting or something like that, they would have multiple different views of the actual event that's going on. Another thing is if you have your friends and everything that are on there. It's a complete social app as well. If you have your friends and stuff on there, they'll also get a pop-up. It'll come up and they can also help you out as well. Another feature is the standby feature. Let's say you're on the BART if you're from the San Francisco area, or you're over here, you're at the subway, whatever. If you think somebody's following you, it's not an emergency, you can actually put it in standby mode. You can alert the people within a 5 to 10 mile radius up into 100 feet radius, or not at all, or you can just alert your friends and they can actually watch you and make sure that you're okay. And if someone is to attack you, they can actually upgrade your stream to an emergency and someone will respond to your location. Another function is the friends, public, and expose. One app, many eyes.
Great. And our final presenter for today, for the first round at least, will be Barak Shapiz, founder in Infinity Surround.
My name is Barak Shapiz with Infinity Surround. Thank you for this opportunity. I was happy to see that the theme of the summit is virtual reality. I first came across virtual reality for audio when I worked at DTS on the Headphone X project. There was a lot of things that we learned about that. To take a step back, so for audio, for virtual reality audio, you can hear things in front of you, behind you, to the sides, above you, and below you. Now, when I first found out about this and enjoyed the experience, I wondered why it wasn't more ubiquitous, why we didn't see it everywhere. For a long time, the technology just wasn't there to render and to play back. But we're long past that. So the question is, why don't we have that technology, that experience now? And the answer is because the people working on the solutions are fragmented. And there are 3 pillars that are required. One is the content creation tools. We need to get the ability to create virtualized audio to the basement producers, the Grammy Award-winning mix engineers, and the studios. There also needs to be a place for those people to put that content. Right now, it just exists, and you just email it to your friends. There's no way to promote it, exchange it, or buy it. And the last part is that there's no place for the consumer, for the fan, to listen and hear that audio. So Infinity Audio seeks to create that ecosystem, create the content creation tools, the platform for the artist to put that audio, and the Android or iOS app for the fans to listen to what you've done. Thank you very much.
So right now, Sarah's going to come back up while we collate the votes for the second round.
Oh, why am I wait? Start down there. Okay.
Okay, so everybody, we're going to kind of run through while the judges are scoring, right? Hello, if you guys could kind of settle down. Wow. I know, it's a really crowd. You guys, so everybody did a really great job on your first time pitching. It was a little unnerving to pitch in front of some big executives such as we have up here. But you guys all did a really good job and should be proud of that. Wild Mags is scoring. We're going to do a little mini brief panel like we always do at the MEA Startups before we bring back our final 6 with AV. So, J-Lo, you know, you've been a constant MEA supporter, winner for the LA Kings apps as well, Stanley Cup.
Thank you.
What's going on with sports and AG and the mobile? What are you looking for? What's working? What's not working? What are you innovating in this whole space?
I think, you know, in general with our digital strategies, obviously with mobile being an important one, we're looking to constantly, you know, connect to our fans, engage with our fans around content. So, you know, we come in sort of a privileged position with the team. We've been sold out for the last 5 years. So we've sort of shifted our focus beyond just filling the arena to engaging our fans and telling the story, you know, beyond what's happening on the ice. The narratives, the stories of everything around the team and the struggles of players trying to make the team and recovering from injuries and all those stories. So, you know, mobile obviously becomes an important factor in the ways we distribute this digital-first content. So really it's storytelling is a big focus of ours, and mobile plays a big part in that.
Thank you. Adam from Fox, you guys do a lot of programming, content, distribution. What's going on? What are you looking for? What's working in the studio side?
Well, I mean, I think right now it's a fascinating time in as much as we have access to so much data. And I think what drives the day-to-day now is really listening to the fans, listening to the players, seeing how they're reacting, you know, from day 1 through day 30 and iterating against that constantly. I think one of the things that has become really obvious, you know, over the last 6 months, 12 months, and so on, is that the number of products out there is staggering, and the number of choices people have is basically overwhelming. And you know, all of us compete with developers who may be in Budapest. It could be a small shop of 4, 6 people with a great idea, and so it's really, really critical not only to bring your A game to every product, but to ensure that you're listening to people and really watching what they're doing, and genuinely having solutions when they pose challenges and acting against those, and keeping the pipeline open and looking at what the plan is 6, 12, and then 18 months if you want to support a product all the way through live services.
Perfect. So JPR, let's talk about Buda Marie. Let's talk about what you guys are doing in the VR space. I know you're heavily looking into what's working and what's not working with VR.
Yeah, right now we're definitely in that learning stage where we're now trying to figure out where, obviously it's becoming more than just a gimmick when you're starting to see all these different things coming about, especially with PlayStation and Vive. It's just an amazing type situation. But we really focus on one key element, and it's about what's the story. You know, we're looking beyond the gimmick. How do we tell great storytelling through this medium? I think it's got to be more than just going to the Kardashian residence and seeing a tour. It's more about how do we tell a story about people and how do we engage and create compelling content for this medium. So we're having a lot of different meetings and have a lot of learnings on that. But more importantly, we're meeting with a lot of storytellers and a lot of writers to talk about how can we best tell the story through this technology, and not just completely because it's a gimmick, but really help enhance that aspect of it.
Nice. And your Machinima is doing a lot in the e-gaming space, VR. What are you guys advancing on at Machinima right now?
Yeah, I think the driving force in the future of VR will be definitely video gaming. The second is live events, and the third is video entertainment broadly. So esports fits right in because it ticks all 3 boxes. Beyond that, esports by nature is still a new phenomenon. It fills huge venues with a lot of fans. But that said, we create now daily shows. We did the very first network show, actually, and digital show. So we cross between television and digital more increasingly and really try to be authentic and true to the fan at the very end with esports. You said it the right way, it's early days for VR. If it translates into VR and what that means is questionable for now. We do a lot of mixed reality to capture the existing revenue streams of 2D, call it. And yes, of course, we do the gimmicks too. We had Transformers, for example, Digital Transformers series, and we go do a VR deep dive into a 3D mesh of how a Transformer was built and so on, things like that. But we want to go definitely beyond marketing stunts, what you just said.
I actually think that that's more than gimmicky, what you just talked about, because that's actually allowing your fan base to get further engagement in what that brand is. So I think that like stuff like that still tells a story because you're doing a lot with it. I think it's great.
Yeah, I like that you say that.
So Lance, you're kind of doing a lot of content production and producing. What platforms are you guys working on, and what's better or not better from revenue, user acquisition, immersive experience that you're seeing?
Well, in television, we're looking at numerous platforms. I've always been a content provider, and the more platforms, the better it is for a guy like me to provide it on a number of different levels. More recently, the idea of synchronizing multi-platforms where all of them tie together at the same time. So an app on your phone that coordinates with a television show that you can play along with live at home or after its original airing, and then synchronizing to download your game playing or your content from your computer, branding across all platforms. That's where it seems to be headed now. We're working with app companies to develop games that will turn into game shows that will be able to be played live or taped and still have the same amazing experience as if you were playing along at the same time.
Perfect. And Chris, Ignition at OMD, you got the brands, the advertisers, you have everything going on. What's hot with you these days?
We are actually in the process of doing our 2017 trend, so just looking at like the shifts, sort of macro shifts in culture and technology. One of the things I'm kind of personally obsessing over is sort of human as interface, where a lot more voice capability. You saw with Amazon Alexa. I think during Prime Day they were selling an item per second via Alexa voice operated transaction. And so brands and even entertainment brands can start thinking about like how to have this seamless connection and these seamless experiences with their consumers. You look at places like Aloft Hotels where they now have voice operated suites. So think about like those times you are in the middle of the night at a hotel and you're fumbling around trying to find the alarm clock and turn the heat on and find the phone, but everything's just voice operated. So thinking about like how seamless can we make an experience for a consumer to get to the thing that they need to get to. So that's one of the areas that we're paying attention to for our brand.
Is your forecast available to the public, or?
Maybe. We're actually, funny enough, we're actually working on like making Ignition Factory for all, and not just internally at OMD and OMD clients. So there will be some hints of our trends out in the public sphere.
Got it. So, I mean, we could spend all day with you guys. You're the perfect panel I've had year over year for the MEAs. So we're going to get going, so we're going to call up our final 6 finalists. We're going to try to get everybody out of here before traffic gets too bad. But I just want to make a quick announcement is that, we want to thank everybody for taking the risk to come pitch in front of these guys. I want to thank our judges for spending the time. The 9th annual MEAs will take place January 18th at the new Hologram Theater in Hollywood, so we'll keep everybody posted. You guys have until literally Friday at 5 p.m. to submit any submissions right now. We'll keep everybody posted, but I'm going to turn this back over to Marjorie so we can hear the final 6 pitches. And again, it's 3 minutes, so we'll probably time you at 2, then give a minute for 1 or 2 questions, okay?
Thank you. So I'm going to read the 6 finalists, and then I'm going to read them in the order they'll appear back in. So Thomas Wright, Empire Tech. Gabe Hunterton, CEO founder, iTeam Network. Matt Berkey, VP Strategic Partnerships, Sensu Music. Emily Webb, CEO, and I pronounced it wrong, Luche. Okay. Ben Reyes, Senior Director of Business Development, Film On Networks, and Bob Safari, COO, Expose. So to do the second part of our second round, which you can use audio-visual, Thomas Wright from Empire Tech.
Yeah, saying it's
You're out in Google Drive. It was on the hard drive.
Yeah,
It was already open. I don't know what you guys did there. Just pick the one you want.
I want this one.
So on her drive, this is not me. This is her drive. It's not showing up. It's right there. There you go.
There you go.
Appreciate that. All right, so in this pitch, I want to first talk about how this product, I guess, is relevant to the judges and whatnot. When we talk about the sports teams, so people need to have their phones. We have branded items. You think about the innovation that you could bring to your fans within the stadium with these branded items that are on a device that most people have on their person. We talk about the VR community. In the next 2 years, the VR community is supposed to take off with the majority of the viewing processes being on cardboard or more inexpensive devices. They also have similar things like phone cases that are VR, which we've also been looking into. So the biggest challenge there, I think, is going to be adoption of the headsets. So that's the main point there. You need to get these headsets in people's hands. And the people with media and content, you have the channels and the distribution channels to reach the endpoint very consistently. So it's a relationship that can be fostered long-term and over time. Going back to the slide, just going back to 7% of phones are actually ever recovered. So this product actually gets to the penetrating problem, the actual core of the problem, which is recovery. So we look at some of the global opportunities. You have 87 million phones lost in America. You have 10 million lost in South America. You have the continent of Africa with 1 billion smartphones. You have 10,000 phones lost in Europe, specifically in London, daily. Majority of the phones there lost are by college-age males. And then you have 1 billion smartphones in China, with 52% of the growth being seen in Asia Pacific. So once again, 160,000 phones are lost daily. These are the phones that are never recovered. And I want to talk about our revenue streams. So what makes us attractive as a company is that we have multiple revenue streams, both B2B and B2C. So we have web retail, which represents $52 million at a 5% conversion rate, assuming that we get 50,000 people to our site every day. We also have wholesale, where we go directly to the wholesalers, where we're going to establish our brand identity. One of the people on our team actually used to work at a Verizon store, so we know that in that particular store, sales reps are encouraged to get a $100 upsell each time they sell an item. And this would be something that would be very suggestible to someone coming into the store when you buy a phone. You say, hey, what case should I get? Well, you should get this locator case because it protects, and if you ever misplace your phone, you know, you can find it, and a lot of people don't get insurance. And we're selling insurance. Smartphone insurance is a $43 billion market. So right now, one simple device solves a core of problems and multiple problems from one unique purchase that also gets subscription revenue. So how we separate from our competitors is we have our subscription revenue, and none of them have embedded technology. They're all app-based, or if you look at OtterBox, who sells 500,000 cases a week, they don't even have any technology in there. We look at how people lose by phone. Android owners, 33 million. Okay. All right.
You've got to be quick answers.
Yeah, it's all good.
Judges, 2 hands, 2 questions, Eddie, for him.
Who is your biggest competitor?
I believe our biggest competitor is Shurion, the insurance company that makes their money from when people lose their phone. So by buying this device, you won't lose your phone. So that's our actual direct competitor. I think when talking to a lot of people, it's the Tile app, but the Tile app actually promotes on its website that they find wallets. And last year they promoted themselves as finding keys because they turn your phone itself into an internal GPS. And then if you look at Apple and the Find My Phone app, most people have Androids than Apple, and they are actually in the process of selling you the actual hardware. So that's an upgraded feature to make the phone itself more attractive, but they want to sell these devices, which they sell, 48 million, per quarter.
How will you get people to know that this product exists? Like, do you have a marketing strategy?
Yeah, so first, like I say, we want to go to the wholesalers and flood it there, but then we want to go basically directly on the web and the mobile devices. We want to really target people on the mobile and the web devices. We really want to go there. So where we have is a mid-mass luxury strategy. So it's something that's attainable for the masses, but it has a luxury feel. We want to basically looking at how Starbucks is a well-known brand that actually doesn't do any visible commercial advertising. So we really want to, like I said, get it out there and then do mobile ads, web ads, radio ads, and looking at TV as we get in there, because TV is much more expensive. So we can actually do a lot just with, targeted Facebook ads, targeted social media ads, and then, like I said, doing different partnerships with like Starbucks, getting into these stores, these storefronts, and really building our brand there.
Our next presenter will be Gabe Hunterton, CEO and founder, iTeam Network.
That's all right, just leave it. Ready? Okay. So anybody who has a television had a chance to see a few daily fantasy sports commercials last year. Maybe a few during every commercial break, and on behalf of the entire industry, I apologize. I think we went a little overboard. The industry spent $250 million on customer acquisition and marketing. They outmarketed Pepsi and McDonald's during last year's NFL season, and they produced less than 1 million new players. And the reason for that is daily fantasy is a vice, and people engage in vice when they learn about it from their friend. And that's what we're set up to do with our B2B solutions. Now, if the PowerPoint had worked, you would have seen a slide where I would have shown you that in September of 2015, our biggest client was Hog Wild Poker. And I'm sure that everyone here is a big fan of Hog Wild Poker. It's a Kentucky-based subscription poker model. We're all you guys haven't played Hog Wild. Got it, okay. In September of 2016, our biggest client is Dan Bilzerian, who I think most of you have heard of. And I say that because it gives me a great deal of pride in our team. If we can go from Hog Wild to Dan Bilzerian in 1 year, then there is no brand that's out of reach in 2 years. Now, how did we get there? Is it because I'm such a great salesman? Okay, that's not it. It's because we offer a very compelling zero-risk business model. Daily fantasy sports is legal because it's a game of skill. We operate in 38 states. We process directly with PayPal. We process directly with our credit card processor. And the proposition that we can give to our skin partners is we handle all the money and we conduct all the contests. So the skin partners are only a marketing arm in the eyes of a regulator or a banker. And they take no financial risk. If there's ever a loss on the site, we bear the entire risk. So the only question that we're left answering at the end of the first pitch is, what's the catch? That's all.
So 38 states. I used to work at Game Show Network, and we did a lot of stuff with games of skill, more on the casual games. What is your goal? I mean, there's still a lot of states out there. How will you go about kind of to expand on that, and what are your biggest hurdles that you look at?
Okay. I don't believe in being an unwanted house guest. We are not financed to the level where we can be fighting state legislative battles, nor do I think that those work. When the government of a state tells us they don't want us there, we thank them for defining the rules, and we leave and we go on to the next state. Now this time last year, we were operating in 32 states. We got 6 of those back, led by New York in September. There are pro-DFS bills in 33 state houses right now.
So do you have a license in these states? And if not, do you take the legal risk?
There are only 6 states that have a licensing process: New York, Tennessee, Missouri, and Mississippi. We are licensed in those 4 states. Virginia and Indiana also offer licensing, but it comes with a $50,000 fee. We chose not to apply in those states because, one, the $50,000 fee, in our opinion, isn't commensurate to the population there. And 2, if we pay that $50,000 fee, we're making it very hard for the other 33 legislatures who will look at this next year not to apply a $50,000 fee.
One more question, any judges?
I might be oversimplifying, but you mentioned like the vice comes from a friend. Can you explain, like, is that part of the marketing strategy? Like, how do you?
Okay.
Yeah. So just explain that vice piece.
Because vice is something that you learn from a friend. None of us walked alone into a liquor store the first time we drank a beer. Every one of us was handed it by a friend. And when companies attempt to do a cold acquisition, when companies intend to do a cold acquisition in the daily fantasy space, it's not resonating. Nobody understands it. Because we use warm acquisitions and the people are hearing from a brand that they already have history with, that's why we've been able to acquire people at such a lower cost. The other thing that begs to the great future of daily fantasy sports is it's something that's only engaged in today by 1.5% of Americans. So if somebody does watch a football game and they do see a commercial or a friend mentions it, and they're in a group of 10 people and they say, that sounds interesting, I want to try it, odds are nobody else in that group tries it. If they're with 50 people, odds are nobody tries it. And so that's why I believe that over time, our cost of acquisition will actually decline. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. The next speaker will be Matt Berkey, VP Strategic Partnerships, Sensu Music.
What they have to do, some of them, Sarah, see how they're darkened out? They have to pick the right one, and then it'll open.
Awesome.
Time starts 3 minutes now.
All right, so again, my name is Matt Burke with Sensu Music. A couple of years ago, my founding partners and I were from Buffalo, New York. We grew up in the music industry, booking acts, shows, trying to figure out who to promote for, what venues were the best, etc. Through our research, because we're very research-oriented people, we couldn't find any analytics. There was no data supporting who to book, where to book them, when to book them, for what price, etc. It was all a guessing game, a bunch of estimates, and that's where Sensu Music came about. Our music industry management operations, they're old school right now. The industry is very much behind. Technology is advancing faster than the politics and the people that are running the industry are. Indie artists and representatives, they just don't have enough time to grow their business. Promoters and management, they use multiple, just in camp, the systems just aren't working. There's nothing out there. Sensu bridges the gap between traditional music business and a new era of technology. Everything is accessible in one place, cross-referenced from reliable brands. We decrease the time spent researching for industry trends. So if you're looking to promote or book or anything of that nature, we're going to be able to get you your analytics in real time, and you're going to know how to make and monetize your business more effectively. It's a complete solution. It's a comprehensive digital platform that facilitates artists, venues, representatives, and labels. We're collaborative, and we collect all of that data in one. So we're for booking, touring, any management features whatsoever, and analytics. No, we don't just cut out the management aspect or the middleman. We also facilitate them and offer analytics to make their job easier and to help whoever they're promoting or managing as well. It's all accessible from the cloud. So basically, a lot of our competitors, or there's really only a couple, they're money grabs, and they're very short term. So they literally just say, here's a dream, here's a hope, put this amount of money in, and this might happen, literally maybe. What we do is we don't have anyone pay for tools that they don't need. So what they do is they input their goals, where they want to be, what they want to do, etc. And we're going to output through our algorithm that we have built over 100 points of data around. It facilitates our artificial intelligence, which gets smarter every single day. So our recommendations are more accurate every single day for those user types based on what they put in, complemented with Sensu tool sets, is the all-in-one Sensu solution. So pay for tools you need, not the ones you don't. We're here for the user. Sensu toolsets, it's all about data. It's the most valuable thing that we have right now. I like to call it the data standard that we're moving into because it's so incredibly valuable. We extract that data and we generate recommendations for bookings. We're replacing emails, calls, static links that are outdated. People are literally just messaging through emails to figure out who to book. And that's time? All right, we're revolutionizing the way that the music industry and the music business goes.
Are you currently working with any promoters, labels?
Yeah, absolutely. So as far as promoters, we've got the entire city of Buffalo covered. We were all through, we're from Buffalo, so every single person that's in the music industry there we have covered. As far as Nashville, we've got people from Sony, and then we're just now starting to outreach for user types. Our program launches in 1 month.
So really competitive marketplace. How do you think about going about how you're going to market this? What is, like, you know, when you look at who your biggest competitors are?
Absolutely.
How are you going to focus?
Yeah,
on
it's
that?
a revolution. The competitors we have right now are that money grab, so our users are very, if, you know, excuse my language, pissed off. And it's a very millennial-driven target market. So for our marketing scheme, we're going on a college tour. We're complementing grassroots marketing with digital advertising, strategically timed and placed. So, you know, anything from a Snapchat filter at the school that we're going to on that specific date to a union table setup, and we're doing classroom lectures. 85% of the college tour is complete before we actually go out and do it by scheduling meetings and selling our user types to get to that college campus before we actually get there. Yep.
Thank you. Our next presenter will be Emily Webb, CEO, MyLoK.
Thank you, everyone. I'm glad to be back for round 2 and be able to elaborate on our business model. Let's start by taking a look at how it works. So as I mentioned, we are the marketplace for private parking. We are alleviating a huge problem that we're not only dealing with in Los Angeles, but congested urban areas and event-driven areas all over the nation. The problem is not only traffic congestion, inadequate street parking, limited meter parking, time and gas spent, so on and so forth, but that there is no great solution that's captured this entire emerging market in the nation yet. With 5 competitors, we feel as though we're the best and on the forefront of an emerging wave. Here's the solution. It's pretty simple. Once you sign up through our iOS app, you add your vehicle, you add a payment method, and you start parking. As a parker, once you receive confirmation via text message or email, we'll give you the renter's private parking location once you paid for that space. So we keep all the information private, so if you list your driveway, everyone looking at the app will never be able to see your location, only until they've paid for the reservation. We've currently only launched iOS app. We're looking to build the Android, but we have validated the market and the demand, and it's something that we're looking into. Traction. So with minimal marketing since January, because we've been refining our product, listening to our users, and giving the market something that's worthy of parking with, we have over 2,000 app downloads that converted into nearly 400 parkers. And we're pretty proud to say that we have roughly 320 private spaces in Los Angeles right now. You can see some of the marketing tactics that we've explored. However, we're not done finding our traction channels as of yet. We have a lot of competitive advantages. We pay out 100% to the parking space providers. We offer a 24-hour parking concierge for all our users' questions and concerns. It's exclusive private parking only. We do not allow any public parking spaces on our platform. And we conduct targeted marketing campaigns on behalf of renters so we can guarantee that your space is filled and that we're making you money. Any questions?
The only thing I heard out of that is driveways and private parking areas. I'm assuming somebody who has an office and they're not using their office space at night, but isn't that a really limited marketplace? Somebody just really is going to buy a parking space in that person's driveway or in front of their house? Where are the other opportunities?
For private parking,
Yes.
we see that be as UPS stores, Bank of America, schools, churches, commercial multipliers, hotels, private business lots, doctors' offices.
But would a doctor's office actually provide or reserve a parking space for their patients? Is that what you're saying? That's how it works?
In after hours, while the space sits vacant and empty, they can make money off of the vacant space.
So if I understood you correctly, you pay out 100%. So
Yes.
how do you make money?
So we add a surcharge that the parker pays and sees in the app, so they don't know that they've been surcharged, because I didn't want to do a typical 80-20 share economy split model, because you lose your users.
Uber is doing it quite successfully. So
They are, but the drivers complain a lot.
okay.
That's true. Okay, so growth. So I can see major cities: LA, Chicago, et cetera. How big are you now, and where do you see yourself in the next 3 to 5 years?
We are solely focused on Los Angeles because we're big believers in proof of concept, and the municipalities are very unique in their own way. And so we're going city by city, Venice, Beverly Hills, Hollywood, identifying the pain points. So there's a lot of R&D that has to go into the success of this business model. Once we've proven in LA, we think we can take that playbook anywhere.
Okay.
So one question, how are you guys indemnifying the people who are actually allowing their spaces be used for parking? So what happens if the car rolls off the driveway and, God forbid, crushes somebody? So how have you guys gotten around the legal ramifications of all the variables that can take place.
Yeah, we're heavily outsourced. We have 3 law firms behind us right now, but our terms of use don't assume any liability. It's all on the homeowner and the parker. However, we are looking to implement an umbrella insurance policy as Lux Valet Airbnb does, maybe short term for parkers and monthly for renters to protect their property. Thank you.
The next presenter will be Ben Reyes, Senior Director of Business Development, Film On Networks.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I know. No, I can do this with it. Okay, okay. Anyways. No? All right. All right, so that's fine. So FOTV Media Networks is, at the end of the day, a digital entertainment studio and broadcaster that seeks to create captivating, awe-inspiring content through next-generation resources. Similar to the golden age of Universal Pictures and MGM, Powerhouse Studios built their foundation on making movies. Then as time went on, they adapted to the television model, and then amusement parks, merchandising, etc. FOTV has grown in a similar fashion in a very truncated time period. In the last 2 years, FOTV has gone from a thriving digital TV studio to acquiring 2 on-demand VOD platforms, an augmented reality hologram company, a music distribution company, an influencer platform, and now this month, FOTV debuts on IPO on NASDAQ, $300 million in valuation. So these assets that FOTV Media has is we're Film on TV, that's one of the world's largest free streaming TV platforms, Hologram USA, which is the exclusive patent holder in North America for live holographic entertainment, Cinema Now, pioneer in a la carte video on-demand service, and OviGuide, a comprehensive search tool for digital titles. With Film on TV, that's the driving vehicle for all video streaming solutions. The platform boasts over 700 channels of free content, social live streaming, 360 VR, and much more. Branded entertainment programming, like with Weedmaps Media, did a branded content digital series with Tommy Chong, Almost Legal with Tommy Chong. Live sports like college football, UFC, and drone racing. Live boxing with Oscar De La Hoya. And coming soon, a VR viewing of all of our proprietary hologram series. 4 years ago, when Tupac resurrected on stage at Coachella to perform with Snoop Dogg, it was a game-changing moment in live entertainment. So throughout all the legal battles, when subsequent company filed for bankruptcy, we acquired the exclusive patent for North America, and we've had a robust round of clients, some of which are Jimmy Kimmel. We've worked with him in the last couple years at the CMAs. Universal Studios licensed the technology from us to do the Furious 7 hologram, and in 2 weeks we're going to be doing, with the help of Anheuser-Busch, what we call a digital resurrection at the Hollywood Forever Cemetery of a beloved Latin pop singer. As a matter of fact, Universal has been really excited to bring some life back into their old publishing catalog. So they're very excited to work with us. Also, we're building out our live theatrical distribution chain, first in Hollywood, where we will have the MEA Awards, then MGM and Planet Hollywood in Vegas, and many more.
For me, this is very events driven. How do you want to scale the business?
Oh, absolutely. So we have the resources to not only scale our partnerships with the venue owners. We debt finance every theatrical venue to install the holography. So this makes them able to monetize full-length productions on any dark nights in perpetuity. Second, each of the venues are going to be equipped with 360 VR, so there's monetization of the 360 video content people can watch from the comfort of their own homes. And then there's also telecommunications. The possibilities are really limitless with the integration of platforms.
That will be my second question. Why do you need hologram in a VR environment when you can build the person in 360?
Sure. So there's a live experience, but there's also FOMO, the fear of missing out. Maybe people that don't live near one of our theatrical venues can still capture the show in the comfort of their own home.
This is my own geekiness. I'm just wondering, I see from an entertainment, just watching, do you see an interactive component to that eventually as well, like through gaming and things like that? Are you
Oh,
looking at that?
absolutely. I mean, we just did for the Sony Pictures debut of Ghostbusters, we did a hologram on the green carpet, and people could make holograms of themselves with the ghost characters. So part of the fun is people being able to go on the green screen or black screen and just beam themselves to any other location and take pictures or video rather of them dancing with Tupac or whatever it is that they'd like to do.
That's great.
How well do you understand like the consumer appetite to do this like repetitive or sell out at a venue or to me it's
Yeah.
feels like a bit of a disconnect for me.
Oh, no, absolutely. So we've partnered with a variety of seasoned live events touring companies that know the models very well. And it's different for every market and it's different for every IP. So those are two different aspects. Like the Hollywood Theater, that's going to be more of like a touristy thing, almost like a Ripley's Believe It or Not. It's going to be really an add-on to something that they're already going to have. Whereas other markets like upstate New York, we have a theater. It's going to be a comedy club where Red Fox and Andy Kaufman and Sam Kinison and a bunch of older live comedians, they're really going to appeal to the baby boomer market. So it really just depends. Yeah.
That's a great idea.
Thank you.
And the next presenter is Expose.
My apologies, I've lost my voice. That's why we have Jonathan Wood. Okay, great. Yeah, can you? Yeah. You guys don't know it. No, it is right here, right here, right here. No, it's not a PDF.
No, I don't know. I don't know what I'll zap.
That's.
Is that one yours?
No.
That's the film on guys that's left? No, but it's not showing up on the screen here, guys. I don't know what.
That's what you
It's all right. Just leave it, thanks.
It's not showing up, guys. Sorry.
It's okay.
You've got a bunch of them open. Okay.
Try it again, one more time.
Is this you?
No, expose.
Yeah. Okay, sorry.
Can the back hook up real quick?
Absolutely. Okay, so we talked about expose in case of emergency situation. We said that imagining you're in an emergency situation, it could be a fire, it could be robbery, it could be shooting, it could be a terrorist attack. And lo and behold, you may be on your phone doing an email. So here, what you do with expose is a patented technology. It's called shake and stream. You move it, you just shake just like the way I did, and then you get these 5 options. Why is that important? Because when you're in an emergency situation, you're not going to look for typing the panic app number 232 and so on to find it. You really need to act quickly and intuitively. So this is what basically it does. Very simple way, very intuitive way to get access to that. As Jonathan mentioned, there are many different modes of operations. The panic one is the one that he talked about, that the information plus the geolocation of the person and the audio video is being streamed to not only the emergency services, but also friends and family so that something could be done in that case. Your information plus information about the people that are around you will be able to get the same information and be able to do something about it. But besides the panic situation, there are many times, there are many ladies in the audience, and when they go at home, it's like they might be in the parking lot, there might be something really strange following them. They may not necessarily call 911, because what are you going to tell them? That someone is following you? So with this, you could dial your husband, significant others, or whoever, and be able to start recording and having a communication. In case if anything happens, the person that is with you virtually would be able to elevate it to an emergency situation, right? The person passes by, and then you could be able to do that. This platform, it's a social streaming platform. Now imagine with that, there are many other applications that could be enabled. Journalism. People like to know what's going on around the world, whether there was a Nice terrorist attack or something else. If you have something that is so easy and accessible, you would be able to get access to those content no matter where you are. You could also use it in terms of making it a social content. You could create your own personal channel and broadcast your information. Maybe you have a special affinity to cooking and so forth. So you could create something like that.
As the oldest guy in the panel, I'm interested in the panic button.
Yes.
And
Yes.
I think that's pretty clever, but I think you should, in my opinion, you would focus on what's special about that. You lost me a little bit when you went into social media and being able to do,
Sure.
actually what you can do with Twitter and every other, kind of.
It's definitely not a cooking.
Yeah. So if it were me, I would focus on the advantages you have, and of course, everyone does tend to have their phone on at any given time or with them.
So there are two key advantages. One, besides the shake and stream, which is a patented technology, we've been working with telco operators. And part of the 4G and 5G that is coming, our advanced networking technology would be integrated with that, so that just like the 911 that is dialed by your phone and you don't have to pay, that service would be free, right? And it's audio and video information as well. And because of the technology, it will give the highest priority for the person that is basically creating that emergency situation.
Okay.
One more question, judges.
So is your, go ahead.
No.
So is your revenue model people paying a subscription for this, or are you looking to sell this technology to like a Time Warner Intelligent Home or like an ADT? Are you trying to get users to
Excellent
pay for
question.
this?
So there are many different business models associated with that. Some of the earlier one that, from our go-to market is concerned, like for example, imagine campuses. like UCLA and other campuses. They have the budget. They want to provide additional security for the students. So the app itself would be free to the students, but it's through basically the officials and the security services that it gets paid.
Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you.
Our judges will now rate all our participants, and we will come back with our winner.
Yeah, I want you guys out of here. Just one winner. No, just guys, yeah, turn these off, but just take a minute 'cause we want to get people rolling out of here.
They let you do anything.
Okay.
My second choice was this one. I like her too. She's really smart, really well thought out. But I'm like, there's only a few, and maybe you only need a few markers to do it. But I think it takes one drunken incident, somebody peeing in your driveway.
You guys want to go discuss?
Be all done.
Yeah.
Are you guys done?
This guy here with the
Adam, I don't need to discuss.
I like it. Is it to serve any other purpose? Or you have to have your phone in your hand if the app. You're done. You're finished.
Yeah, and I think
Wait for like 5 minutes. The judges need to kind of pour it together and come up with final scoring.
Are we leaving? We all just walk out?
You guys done with these?
Are we allowed to leave?
No. I'm sorry, can you please sit down? Okay, everybody. I want to thank everybody for coming to the MEA Startup Pitch Session. You guys did an amazing job, so give yourself the big hand.
Yeah.
Also, Gabe, Ben, Bob, you guys pitching without AV and stuff at the last minute. You guys did a brilliant job under pressure, and you guys did a great job without this. I want to commend you guys for all your hard work. Okay, so the winner of this fall or this Digital Hollywood Startup Pitch is, wait, does it get next? Drum roll. Is Emily Webb with My Block. Okay, so guys, we'll be in touch with everybody. The judges will be receiving everybody's decks and a Dropbox and contact if you have any questions and want to connect with any of you individually afterwards. We'll get in touch on the MEAs. Congratulations, good luck, and have a good evening.
Thank you.
Very smart, very smart. Okay.
Simple, so simple.